come to agreement with the Hamas.
Agreement with a terrorist, murderous, rapist operation? You want to...
Imagine there's no heaven. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one.
Wait, is this a song? Can you tell me the name of the person who sings it? Is it John Lennon?
John Lennon, Imagine.
No, I don't believe you. Stop trolling me. If you're trolling, stop.
He's not trolling.
Really?
He's not trolling you.
I mean, if this is a song like...
Yeah, the point though is, that might not be protected speech in Europe or in Israel. It's protected speech in America.
I understand, Marcel. You're missing the point. I'm not saying that I don't understand the law. I'm saying that the way that it's right now, there should be like a measures to understand it right now. Listen, and I told it to Isha. She doesn't like it because of the COVID thing. But when there was a plague, okay, you were limited by your right to leave the house, for example, okay, in order to temporarily combat a spreading disease, okay? So the United States and many other countries that are democracies with all the freedoms of the world, United States limits freedom of people because they had a temporary situation that they had to tackle. They didn't say from now on, no one can leave the house. But they said in order to combat this disease that is spreading, we need to do something. Yeah, I don't know what is this something, but something needs to happen.
May I posit something? There's a huge problem with what you're proposing.
I'm not proposing anything. I'm saying this. I want to say because I was misunderstood a few times. I'm not saying I put a limit on freedom of speech, and I'm not proposing anything. I'm saying there is a problem that needs to be addressed. I don't know how, but it needs to be addressed.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Let me just point out the obvious. I mean, you may give this consideration, or you probably already have given this consideration. But let's say there's laws, preventing people, like further crackdowns, let's say on university campuses, right? What's going to happen is that'll just lead to more anti-Semitism. Because people will say, well, look at Jews, they're the protected class, you can't say anything against them or you're going to get locked up, and it just leads to more hatred, you know? And this is definitely one really large potential problem with that.
All right, so that's enough, but what is the measure that should be taken? Because not doing nothing,
that's the question.
I agree. The plague will spread, and it is spreading, and it does manifest to violence at the end, and people do die at the end.
Yeah, I know, but there, I mean, I think you know my personality already. This is Poodle here. I don't hate anybody. I actually want to live in a very peaceful world. I think one of the best things that we could do is have more nuanced conversations and be a little bit less excitability and use our frontal cortex a bit more, because when we allow our minds to jump into sort of alarmist reactions, it's kind of the virus of the mind. It just spreads more hate. So I don't know. I'm working on my first coffee here in the morning, and we'll see. But there's no easy answers, you know. One thing that's certainly true is, avoid.
But last year they're unbeatable. But this year they were just still very strong. It would have been a good contest against OKC, but neither Indiana or New York are as good as OKC, but they still could beat them because literally it takes one injury. If
single group universal rule is that everybody kind of hates seeing their own in-group attacked. You know, if I'm a white guy, if I come on Clubhouse and I go in a room and everybody's saying negative things about white people, I feel automatically defensive. And this is the same with every single groups of people in the entire world. If we could move, this is my strange idea, but if we could move away from unwilling, like just seeing our minds for what it is, this automatic reaction and protecting our own in-group kind of automatically and making generalizations towards our own in-group, I think that would do, it would make the world a better place. You know, with everybody, if a lot of these conversations started with, okay, these are my people, they did all sorts of shitty things, these are the bad things they did. And,
yes,
you know, if everybody...
all of that is cool, and I get it about the in-group. Problem is the problem, and I can understand Daniel's urgency, you know, because you can see it in the world, like how dangerous is it actually becoming tangible for them. Like,
I agree.
People in the name of fucking free Palestine. Like, look at what happened in the US. That should never be allowed. And so, what do you do? Because I agree with you. And this was I was talking today.
You know, I'm a lefty, right? You know.
I want to address something
in the case of anti-Semitism, just want to say this quickly, and I'm gonna shut up. In the case of anti-Semitism, you're damned if you protect, and you're damned if you don't, right? Like, you, as you say, if you protect, let's say, through anti-Semitism, that creates more anti-Semitism, and that it confirms the people that is like, okay, tell me who you cannot criticize, and I'll tell you.
Exactly.
But that doesn't look good. But on the other side, you should put something in place because people are dying because of this shit.
The anti-Semitism issue is not about, like, how do you call it, like an in-group. This is not the problem for the Jews to take care of. This is something that society or America or the West, whatever, need to take care of. Not us. It's not our responsibility. Yes, we are the one being impacted. It's not about, like, you don't need to be a Jew to understand that this is wrong. And if you don't see that this is wrong, then the
Daniel,
problem
I was
is
talking to something else. Yeah, I'm speaking about universal principles here, because that's how I operate. I treat my own in-group and everybody else's in-group equally.
I'm not talking about the in-group. I'm talking about society as a whole. I don't think it's a Jewish problem.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that, you know, I really respect other white people who, you know, I'm in North America. And there's no doubt that this land here in North America was taken over by the whites, destroyed a native culture. It's horrible what they did, and it's true, and it's is wrong, you know. And if everybody came to political conversations with this sort of transparency and honesty, then the kind of the tendency to protect everybody within our own group with absolutism, that really stops people from making peaceful bridges with each other. Because if you talk with some Jews, they'll promise you, oh, not a single Jew has ever done anything wrong. If you talk to some Palestinians, they'll tell you not a single Palestinian has ever done anything wrong. They're absolutely perfect. They're, you know, this really stops meaningful dialogue from taking place. And I just mean this as a universal rule, not just Jews and Palestinians, every single group of people in the world, you know. So I think it's a degree of flexibility and humility and letting go of defensiveness. And then we have to, so if you have that on the table, then you have to lay out, okay, genuine criticizations against, you know, Hamas and these crazy motherfuckers who just want to kill every Jew. And then genuine criticizations against Israel where there's too many innocent people die in Gaza. Without a doubt, it's horrific, you know. So both sides, if we lift out the cloud of generalizations and reveal the facets and the complexity of the situation, and everybody came together with a forward kind of good, what would you say, good faith, and the goal in the end is peace. I think this is a way to move forward, you know. But I'm a lefty, you know. The goal is peace.
You assume that there is a common goal of peace. There is no common goal.
I need to go for a while, just to let you know I'll be back. But I'm not leaving yet.
Come back. You always say.
I leave you with the communists, but Marshall is here, and Cynic. The whole
I don't think it's
here is
Ghost, you assume that there's a common goal of peace, but that is not true.
Well,
They don't want peace.
I
They
think
never.
I think there's a lot of Palestinians. All they want to do is have peace.
I'm not talking about Palestinians. I'm talking about right now the United States.
Oh, the United
The
States.
West.
Don't worry about
What about
that.
the pro-Palestinians?
The West is safe.
Don't
It's
worry
massive.
about the
Nobody's
West.
fighting the West.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Safe for who? Safe for Sarah and Yaron that were murdered out in Washington last week? Dude, I mean, come on. It's not safe.
He's just a
And Jews don't feel safe.
he's just a mind virus.
Maybe you shouldn't be part of a football team that calls for death to Arabs and Palestinians and prides itself.
A football team.
We're talking about We're talking about Holocaust.
Yeah, one of those guys shot.
I know, it's your personality.
Was literally part of that whole football team. What is it called? Beta Jerusalem or whatever? Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, okay. Now you know.
That's just an anti-Zionist talking point.
Yeah, I just ignore it. Makes sense. Come back.
Morning. Hey, morning, Mixed. It's always nice to hear from you, man.
It's an anti-Zionist talking point. No, that's just a fact.
No, that's an anti-Zionist talking
Oh,
point.
that was communication. That was fucking. You're an
So what are you
anti-Zionist
gonna
talking
do
point.
today, Cynic? You're gonna repair a bunch of laptops and spend all your time talking about Zionist talking points?
No. Guys, we were having a conversation that I think is important. If you want to troll, there's a number of Clubhouse. Please go somewhere else.
Yeah, take his advice, Cody.
All right. So my point is there is a problem with this. I know exactly how, but I think the first step is to actually people to acknowledge that there is a problem. I'm not sure they.
Yeah, there's a problem. Palestinians need a solution. That's what the problem is.
No, the problem that I'm talking about, and you can open a different room if you would like to have a different topic. The topic that we're talking about is the Free Palestine movement that has been radicalizing people and makes them go into action and hurting and killing Jews.
And you don't think this has happened? There have been more deadly anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, anti-Islamic attacks.
No. Don't direct the
We
conversation.
can say they're both problems.
This is a fact.
No, it's not. There's no both sides. And again, if you want to have a different conversation, you can have a different conversation. I want to
I'm
talk.
not having a different conversation. I'm telling you.
Okay, so we are talking about the plague, the disease of anti-Semitism. Okay, that is the topic. And it's not a Jewish problem, it's not an Israeli problem, it's a societal problem that allows this. And I'm trying to understand.
You were talking about Free Palestine and how you perceiving that slogan to be propagating anti-Semitism and to be like the propagating force behind this recent attack that took place.
Of course, yes. So join the conversation. Not an Israeli embassy, it was a Jewish museum. Dude.
So what you're talking about is toxic communication, correct, Daniel?
He went to the Jewish museum and he shot people. All right? And last week in Israel, we had a Palestinian that shot a pregnant woman. Dude, wake up, okay? We are talking about the Free Palestine movement that people are chanting and calling for intifada. And at the end, there are people, even from this app, that go and make actions in the real world, not just words.
Daniel, you're being hyperbolic. These are mentally ill, insane people that are doing crazy shit in the name of a cause.
I already told you.
No, you are trying. You actually.
No, Daniel, you get excited all the time. It's your personality.
No, Putin. Shut the fuck up and listen to me. You are like basically saying that anyone is. No, you are trying. You are listen to it. You are listen. If you will try to analyze me, expect a backlash. You go outside on the topic, I will be like talking on the topic. If you wanna hyperbolic and getting excited,
Don't use swear words, then, please.
He's
So
just a
don't
mind
analyze me.
virus.
Don't assume that you know me better than myself.
It's
Those people are
obvious.
not the people. Shut up, cynic. Those people
Obviously,
are not.
they're mentally unwell.
Not even.
No, they're not.
Obvious.
This is no.
They're
Oh my
crazy
God.
people.
Can I answer you for fuck's sake? Can I answer you? No, they're not crazy people. This is what you are missing. Those are
You don't think killing
regular
people is crazy. It's insanity.
Oh my God, can you listen to me? If you would label every person that is being indoctrinated by this anti-Semitism, it's crazy. Yes, I do agree that everybody's anti-Semitic as a mental disease, but that doesn't allow them to go and kill people. And if you want to say that if you're anti-Semitic, you need to be hospitalized in a mental institution, so be it. I don't think this is what you're saying. But just labeling them like crazies, no, they're being indoctrinated, incited, and this is exactly why calling for violence is illegal in the United States. Inciting, not enticing. Inciting. Don't correct me. I know what I'm saying. Thank you.
You can say enticing.
It's toxic communication that they're putting out, and they're responding to it, and they're killing people.
Yeah, I agree completely with that.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Whose government has the officials going out there and talking about, massacring the whole people? I forgot.
That's crazy.
That's projection, cynic. That's projection.
That's projection. I'm projecting that. That's not a fact. Again, it seems like there's.
Look, all form, as far as I'm concerned, all forms of prediction is a type of insanity. That's my stance. That's the way I
agree. Thinking that.
I think acknowledging cynic and his beliefs is insanity. He's retarded. Cynic projects murder.
When you're capable of articulating a point instead of like personal insults, I'm willing to hear you out.
Really?
But so far, you're just a clown on this app.
That's right. I'm a comedian.
That's what you think.
That's true, actually. That's true. How's it going, community?
It's going well. Do you think Cynic's going to be here all day instead of enjoying a beautiful Friday? You think he's going to waste his entire day here talking about nothing? I am. I'm just going to record you all day long in an anonymous account and go enjoy my life while you talk here all day long for my YouTube audience.
See, that's what you're lying about. You're saying enjoying your life. No, you're actually there and you're actually listening. That's the crazy part.
I know it, and you just spew toxic communication.
Not only that, but you post these videos and you don't even get views. You're pathetic.
That's not true. My live streams are getting 15,000 views now of all these stupid rooms.
Which fucking live stream gets you 15,000 views?
Well, let me send you the link since you're interested in it. You can watch it too.
Hey, Cynic, let me defend that.
Hey, some guys in India.
Let me defend the Jewish point of view here for a second, because I have close ties with some of the shows here in Calgary, and they're good.
Mashallah.
Anti-war Jews here in my city in Calgary, and they are worried, about people attacking their property, knocking down their fences, and stupid shit like this. I mean, I think everybody in this room hopefully can agree that you can have your political opinions, but in North America, which is thousands of miles away from the heart of the conflict, carrying out destruction of property or violence is insanity. It's completely insane. It's wrong. It's just wrong, regardless of who does it for whatever quote-unquote reason. Yeah, I mean, whatever ill-advised behavior, it's so completely wrong, dude. And then I also think that it's wrong that the universities in the United States is really trying to shut down people that are probably people with really good hearts who turn on the TV. They look at Gaza and they're like, holy shit, look at that. Like, the optics are not good, man. It looks absolutely horrific. I just came back from Japan, and they have zero history of anti-Semitism whatsoever there. They have no history of Jews ever having lived there. They're a fucking island nation. But the vast majority of the people there...
Why are any Jews in Japan, bro?
Yeah, they never banned anybody. The Japanese actually saved something like 2,500 Jews during World War II. You can read about it somewhere. Or a couple hundred, or... I don't know, anyways, but the vast majority of those people in Japan...
Hitler never sent Hirohito a letter going, give me those Jews?
Yeah, and he refused. But I'm just saying, man, like, the optics, there's a lot of good-hearted people in this world like me who just want to see the conflict end,
And for anybody to come down on either side and say you can't say this, you can't do this, or for any of the people that actually have concerns to go out and start becoming radicalized in any form and manner is just fucking wrong.
Amazing, man.
Well, the peaceful road is the only way. I mean, it does make for boring.
But you can keep talking in general terms and these general slogans, but you know, are you being realistic? What is a path to peace? What is your vision of a path to
peace? For the
peace?
Israelis, would be not having Hamas in charge or anybody affiliated or related.
I'm sorry, you gotta be like delusional if you think that the current status quo can continue, even if you take out Hamas, that you're expecting that the Palestinians
I wasn't arguing the status quo would continue. I was just telling you what the view was.
Yeah, we're talking about how do you deal with the current status quo, and you're saying, well, taking out Hamas, but you know, even if you take out Hamas, that does not end the cycle of violence.
Yeah, you have to censor the cycle of violence. You can't allow people to continue to spam violence in the way that you do. You have to be censored, removed from all platforms.
I'm a little confused. Like I talked about
actually, you don't
read about violence on Hamas flag.
Because you have nothing to say, comedy. You literally have nothing to say.
You know, comedy. If there was a sorry, I should call you communication. So, if there was an equivalent between censoring people and actually changing their heart and mind, I would agree with you. However, I don't think the two are equivalent. I think that censoring anti-Semitism may in fact backfire. Because, you know, the old anti-Semitic term, people will say, well, if you censor, if the Jews are censoring everybody, then clearly, you know, they're in control of everything, blah, 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 blah. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a very difficult problem.
Again, what these guys were earlier talking about, Esau and Daniel's freaking silly dance, was about
Daniel gets excited.
About Palestinian, pro-Palestinian protests and slogans like Free Palestine. Them connecting this with like, this recent attack.
Well, I didn't hear him say Free
embassy
Palestine.
staffers.
I heard him say this was people calling to be exterminated Jews.
Who's calling for the extermination of Jews? Who's doing that?
Hamas for years, for 20 years.
Hamas doesn't call for the extermination of
Oh, really? They don't create Shahada videos and brainwash their entire population with killing Jews? Oh, okay, Senek.
Yeah, not global Jews. No one is going out there and Hamas even.
Oh, they're not just indiscriminately killing Jews because of all this propaganda?
Listen, you're a clown.
Takes a clown to know a clown, honk honk.
Before Iran, and simply because it's extremely problematic.
Iran was one of its main funders.
Since you present yourself as like some sort of like geopolitical expert, you know, it's crazy.
Cynic, you're projecting. You're projecting.
Okay. When did just real quickly? When did Hamas establish it?
When you were getting them.
Okay, so now we go back into the camp. Block me, bitch ass motherfucker. Here we go.
Iran started supporting Hamas.
Bitch ass Marshall. Bitch ass Marshall Rankin.
At least 2 or 3 years after their formation, the Iranians.
I mean, I understand.
That's not true.
Okay. You're entitled to believe what you want to believe.
I mean, first of all, a lot of people in the world, especially in the Muslim world, support Hamas and have supported Palestinian resistant movements. You know, so at this point, you might as well call
a Palestinian resistance
based on
movement
this logic.
and one that uses terrorism to make its point.
I'm sorry.
And one that
Okay.
hides behind kids and has.
Thank you. I get it. Israel Zionists did not utilize terrorism to establish their, ethno-supremacy state.
The most recent bout of violence.
Did they do it? Did they not utilize terrorism? I'm just asking you a simple question.
I'm not gonna answer it because it's fucking irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, but they
You
did.
want to take it
The answer
all
is
the way
yes.
back
If
40
it's
or 50
irrelevant,
years,
then you would just
and the
answer.
relevant piece here is
Pointless having a
who
discussion.
is the violence, student.
The initiator of the cycle of violence. The initiator of the cycle of violence are Zionists. It's Zionism. This is the initiator of the cycle of violence. Hamas came as a response to Zionism.
When was the last time that the Israelis strapped a suicide vest on and blew up a bus full of people?
That's the only way you can engage in terrorism is by strapping a bunch
I didn't say that was the only way. You're not putting
Okay,
words
but
in my
then
mouth.
what? That question is silly, because the
No,
whole
it's
point
not.
is terrorism, regardless of the means. As long as they lead to the same ends, then what the?
Well, terrorism
Why
is
does
a
it need to be a
subversive
vessel?
tool in the
Why does it need to be a vest? I'm saying.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You too.
It's the lack of acknowledging of what is happening on the ground. That's how you make yourself look silly. If I tell you what is Zionism and what is Zionism seeking to establish, the answer should be a Jewish state. And how do you establish a Jewish state in a land that is predominantly a different demographic? You ethnically cleanse them. That's the only solution.
I mean, if it's demographic,
There's no other solution.
It's demographic that largely got there through colonialization itself. Arab colonialization, both under the Umayyads and the Abbasids, was complete.
So I'm
A lot of those
confused.
folks who don't draw their lineage back to Canaan, they're folks who were transplanted in an imperial colonial system itself.
Okay, well, I don't know why we have to go back to. I mean, do you really want to do this? Like, is this what you want to do? So just because someone committed, because the point is so silly, let me just concede to the point. Assuming that is the case, and what your Arab colonialism, quote unquote, yes, was let's say the worst thing ever. Does that give you the right to go apply it, especially after 2,000? 1,400 years?
It deals with the Millian dialogue. The strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must.
I forgot.
Dude, I'm a realist when it comes to international.
Oh, I forgot you're one of those guys. Might is right, and who gives a fuck, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
You could do me this really big favor in this conversation by not assuming this very.
You just said it. You literally just said it.
Oh, dude, I didn't. Those were not the words that I spoke.
Oh, okay. So the powerful can do whatever they want. How am I supposed to translate that?
I do not believe in might makes right, but I do think in a situation like that, the person who ends up getting to make the rules is usually the person with the biggest stick. That's what human history.
Okay, so it's not who again, might makes right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm noticing a historical trend. I don't
Fine.
think
Fine. We know the one with the most power and influence can usually establish their way, but here we are judging the justifications. That's all. Now, if you want to just simply justify Israel or Zionism simply because, they had the bigger stick, and that's where it ends, that's fine. But if you're going to go further and you're going to say, well, they are justified in using this stick because of these specific reasons, then we can argue the legitimacy of these
Hit that like button.
reasons.
Hit that subscribe
However,
button
at the end of the day, I
now.
don't believe
Right now. Quick.
you're going to attempt to justify ethnic cleansing. I'm not sure if this is something you're willing to do.
Of course, I'm not going to justify it.
Okay, so, and if I tell you Zionism, especially revisionist Zionism, necessitates that by establishing a Jewish state and hence a Jewish majority demographic, necessitates the ethnic cleansing of the predominant demographic, the majority demographic. And there is no other way to establish a Jewish state in Palestine other than by committing to that. So who's exactly, in the initiator here of this cycle of violence? Especially when you are not willing to justify ethnic cleansing. I think the answer of that question is obvious. Zionists. So the ones who initiated the cycle of violence are Zionists by attempting to establish a project that is self-defeating.
Zionism, an international movement originally for the establishment of a Jewish national or religious community in Palestine, and later for the support of modern Israel. That's how it's defined.
Okay, that's a very general description of Zionism. However, what I would say that would
like to use the Encyclopedia Britannica description, we sure can.
No, but there are different kinds of Zionism that define different stages of Zionism. So you have like political Zionism, which didn't necessarily emphasize Palestine as this homeland or Jewish state. It could have been different regions. And then you have revisionist Zionism that deals specifically with the situation of Palestine after you have a sizable migrant Jewish group, becoming present in Palestine. So that is the model that, currently is established in Israel. It's revisionist Zionism. So that's what you have. And revisionist Zionism calls for the establishment of a Jewish state from the river to the sea. This is where that slogan comes from, by the way. It comes from Jabotinsky when he wrote a poem against, what's his name? Wiseman, who said, who pretty much conceded, to just, establish a partial, on some part of the land, not the whole land. And he wrote a whole poem condemning that and calling from the river to the sea. That's actually a Zionist slogan, honestly. So that's what happened. And how do you establish a Jewish state from the river to the sea? By getting rid of the majority demographic. And so ethnic cleansing. There's no escaping the reality that for Zionism as a project to succeed, you need to ethnically cleanse the majority. And unfortunately, Zionism has not succeeded at this. 1948 was not a success. It was a partial success. You weren't able, the Zionists were not able to.
Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm looking at something in Encyclopedia Britannica, it's not what you're saying.
What are you looking up?
No, you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
What are you looking up? When you're saying it's not saying what I'm saying, what are you looking up?
I'm looking up Zionism. If you're arguing that
I told you that what you have is a general understanding. What you have to be more specific.
Then
there are
you
different
cite
types
me a
of
source
Zionism.
that defines it.
Just look up revisionist Zionism since you're so good at looking shit up. But I'm not sure why
You're
it
the
needs to
person
be.
who told me about it. It's on you to provide the evidence.
I don't know what you feel needs to be proven.
Israel.
Yeah, but you're describing a state that
I mean, I just
already
think you need to be able to cite a source. I'm telling you where I'm getting my definition. I would like you to tell me where you're getting your definition.
You don't know who Ze'ev Jabotinsky is? You don't know who that is? You don't know what revisionist Zionism is?
That's not what I asked. I'm asking, where did you get the source for that? Again, I provided you with mine.
What exactly do you want the source for?
More revisionist Zionism and all of the other different kinds of Zionism you're talking about.
What, I want to know different types of Zionism. Holy God. For someone who loves talking about this shit, you don't know that there's different types of
Actually,
Zionism.
I do not.
Amos, listen to these terrorists. Listen to them waste their time. Listen to them never do anything with their life. Listen to these low IQ morons go on and talk about nothing forever, Amos. You are also part of the problem, Amos. You create these coexistence rooms, but provide no education on meditation and how to stop with your bullshit propaganda. You're spam. You let people spam, Amos. You are spam creator, organizer, Amos. You don't educate, you are just all dirty bastard. We know what you're doing. I appreciate it. I know. But we must record and report and remove these people like Cynic. He is a terrorist supporter, terrorist promoter.
I'm in your room now. Can you put all these records down and make a conversation? You talk 1 minute, I'm listening 1 minute. I'm talking 1 minute, you're listening 1 minute. What you say about my FA, you comedian little bastard?
You are all dirty bastard, and I know why you like having fun, because you're just an ODB.
You think that you are from wherever you are, America or wherever, you can tell me what to do in my own country.
I'm not telling you what to do. I am diagnosing you. I am analyzing you. I am telling you that you are wasting your time because you don't work on education or Torah. You are just a lazy organizer who does not promote the peace. You create spam. That's what you do with your time and your life. You are a kibbutznik spammer. You organize spam on a kibbutz, drive your bus, go back to kibbutz, create more spam rooms, and let people waste their time in all their life. And this is what your choices in life have come to. I don't know how to explain Hashem's mystery of life.
When you make dialogue, it's not a conversation anymore. Now you have to put yourself in mute and also listen. Not only talk and talk and talk.
No, do not release. When in my room, in the Cynic versus Zionism, and I ask you to go on mute, you do not release. Do not release. Comedy does not want to kick.
I want to know what educated you about your psychiatry. Are you a psychology? What's the educated are you?
I have read 1 million books, and I have perfect retention and knowledge of everything I've ever read. I have perfect memory.
So you think that's give you the right to say that I'm not good, I'm bad, I make this, just because you read million books, yes?
Yes, I can diagnose very accurately because I have what is called a large language model now embedded in my brain.
Diagnose you give to yourself. No any official office in America give you the papers.
No.
No. Make the diagnosis.
I did it all by myself. I did it all the work. And now I am reaping the benefits of the fruit.
So you don't think you have a mental problem in your mind?
Maybe because I'm asking some girl to go out on a date and I just called her Amos.
Even this simple fact that you have not connected with the people, you come to the room, to my room, you come, you make and I tell you, please be quiet, you're in my room, let other people speak, and you don't listen.
I don't come to play nicely. I come to troll. I come to disrupt. I come to spam because that's all this app is, Amos. It's just spam. It's a waste of my time. I know you're boring and you don't have exciting life outside of driving bus from kibbutz to kibbutz, but here on Clown House, we have to accurately diagnose and find out why people are wasting their life and just spamming each other with stupidity. It is because they are very bored, pretty much.
In Clubhouse, that you sit by yourself in a lonely room in Clubhouse.
Oh, so lonely. I am so lonely in my room by myself. Amos, maybe I am reading a book. What was the last book you read?
To be honest, in the military, I read it. Even in my miloim, I didn't read anymore.
Oh my God! So you're a stupid person. You admit you are stupid. You are a stupid person.
Let me. I want to tell you what book I read. The last book I read, it was on Yitzhak Ben Aaron. He was a Histadrut minister. You know what is a Histadrut minister?
Yes.
There is a prime minister, the government, and the Histadrut is the second person in Israel who has the power. Histadrut, it's the organization of all the workers, factories, computers, and today his name is Arnon David. I read about Yitzhak Ben Aaron. It was the last book. And if we say stop, and all Israel will stop, I think this will be the end of the war. He has the power to finish the war.
He has the power.
Yes, if he says stop, all Israel stop. No buses, no ships, no airplanes, nothing. Israel stop. Because he decided to demonstrate, and if he decided to demonstrate, he didn't decide. He gave a warning to the government that if they go against the High Court, if they do something criminal against the High Court, Israel will stop. He will cooperate with the opposition. And if Israel stop, the war is finished. Now, listen for a little bit at least clever as you are. I don't want to say that I'm more clever than you, what I really think, but at least I'm as clever as you are.
You are projecting your cleverness onto me, and that is not very clever.
Listen to my experience.
I don't like experiences. I like facts. I like books. I like knowledge and wisdom. I don't care about experience.
Donald Trump is the king of the world today. It's a fact.
King, he is president of one country with 300 million people with an infinite amount of dollars and bombs and weapons to do as we please. No one can stop America's power.
So you agree with me that Donald Trump is the king of the world today?
No, he's not the king.
No,
Benjamin Netanyahu is the king of the world. My uncle Benji. Oh, God bless him. Rabbono Shalom.
Now I understand.
I told you before, he is my uncle. And you are also my uncle. But one uncle is greater than the other uncle. One uncle drives a bus, comes on Clown House and creates spam. The other uncle is leading a war effort against tens of thousands of terrorists.
But you must understand that in Israel, not in Clubhouse, but in Israel, at least 50% hate this person that you call your uncle.
That's because they have been conditioned to hate uncle. And they are projecting onto him their own hate.
Listen to Clubhouse. Listen, and I give you another advice. One of the Mossad soldiers that have been really a lot of years in the Mossad life, and he's from the secret people, he goes out and he say everything what he think about Bibi Netanyahu. Do you speak Hebrew or only English?
Just English.
So I will not understand you. If I'll send you to my Facebook to listen what a Mossad person talking with his life, with his face, and his everything is outside. He don't hide anything. He said, I am a Mossad soldier for 50, 60 years, and the Iranian money that they support through the German ships company, and all the money that is also one of his whatever relationship in the family, make him a millionaire with Iranian money. Iranian money. You listen? What Israel blame Bibi today is that they get money from Qatar or from Iran. Listen, is corruption. So all his coalition today sent my children to war to die in Gaza, while the person in the coalition sent their children to the synagogue. And all this to keep the coalition who keep Bibi from going to jail. Everybody said the war is finished. Bibi must go to jail, must be
Why must he go to jail? He is a patriot and a savior of the Jewish people's nation. Why would you put your best people in jail? No, you promote the best people to higher positions of power and authority. Let him rule for 1,000 years. Do you hear me, Uncle Benji? Do you hear me?
That somebody must investigate what's happened in the 7th of October.
Yeah, they're investigating it in Gaza, you schmuck. They're not investigating at the Knesset. They're investigating in Gaza. I don't understand why you think this isn't a war to the end. I mean, what do you think they're doing over there? They're going to liberate the hostages and kill the terrorists. It's pretty simple. You're spreading propaganda, and you create spam and propaganda all the time.
No, but it's not simple for the people of Israel.
It's never simple.
600 days. 600 days war. It's not, it's for comedy in United States, it's understandable. It's not understandable to people in Israel. They go out to the streets. They don't want this war anymore. They didn't win. They didn't win. The Hamas keeping 58 hostages after 600 days. You know, it's not in Entebbe in Uganda. It's in Israel. Couple of kilometers from Israel, and Israel can't release those hostages. So Israel must admit that Israel lost. You can kill 50, 60,000. You cannot kill 2 million people. When you understand the simple fact that Israel lost in this war, everybody talk about it. You think that there is Gaza destroyed and people starving in Gaza and everything. But to be honest, the Hamas still keeping 58 hostages, still killing their own people, those who cooperate with Israel. They still controlling, you can say this way or another, but they still have the weapon, and Israel did not release the hostages. So don't you from America tell Amos, a simple kibbutznik bus driver in Israel, that your uncle is so clever. No, he's not. If you see the demonstration in Kaplan, what pictures?
Listen, Amos, the reason why my uncle is so smart is because he's happy. You think Benjamin Netanyahu's gonna let a bus driver from a kibbutz upset him? No, he's gonna keep fighting the war. He's not gonna stop until he cements his legacy.
Another thing you don't know about your uncle, he never dirty his hands. Never. He always sent people. Those people from, it's not he who get the money from Qatar, it's those two people who work inside his office, which he says that they are the best Zionism, they are the best Israeli, but they got money from the Qatar. And they're working in the prime minister office in the first secretly place, the only secret place in all Israel. Two workers of the Qatar money working inside. You understand, you listen, you understand, it's facts.
Listen, Amos, you ain't got no money. Amos, you've got no money, you've got no Torah, you've got no Shabbos, and that's why you come here to Clown House to spam, to create spam with Cynic and Prince and Resistance and all these other deranged, psychotic spammers who engage in hate speech all day long.
They are my enemy.
They're your enemy.
I want to speak to my enemy. Nobody will tell me who to speak with. Not you, not your uncle, nobody. Of course, not Shuki. Will not tell Amos who to speak with. I will speak with anyone I want. And if you put inside your mind simple facts that everybody knows in Israel, everybody knows that he keeps this war for his coalition to finish another year. Okay, maybe he succeed. How many soldiers will get killed till then? How many people will die? How many bloodshed will spoil? You understand nothing, comedy. Listen to experienced person.
Listen, Amos, you're a bus driver. I'm a comedian. I mean, together, maybe we should go on the road and do a comedy show throughout Israel. And then we can bring down the Benjamin Netanyahu government together.
I go to sleep now. You come to my room. You come to my room and be quiet. You don't have to speak all the time. Learn to listen.
No, I'm filming a show over here. I'm creating sound clips of myself. But I understand what you're saying.
I have to put you down. I have to remove you if you interfere. Come and learn.
Do not release.
What's your problem? Those people you mentioned, Prince and Skinny and all these people are your enemy. Learn them, learn. Speak to them and learn them. What's their problems? Learn to listen to them. There is no other way. It's a fact. You kill 50,000, you can't kill 2 million. It's not in the Second World War that there were so few people that come to Israel because of what's happened in the Second World War. We are strong.
Please, photograph. Because there is footage after this.
Show me.
Intelligent.
Okay, Daniel.
Anyways, here I do have footage after
He
this.
saw
I
it.
do have
He just
footage.
he's shooting
So
on
the
purpose.
girl is
Shut
actually
the fuck up,
fine.
Daniel.
So you can put
You
all
shut the fuck up, you little Nazi.
Okay, Amos, take a break, Amos. You go to sleep now. Just dream. Yeah.
No, you are the Nazi.
The girl
You are the Nazi.
The girl of the photo that you showed, she's perfectly fine and she can die in a fire. So, what you're trying to do with that photo, is making people believe that she was burnt by the Jews, right?
The birth of the Jews. Why do you think I need a photo of a girl running through the fire to
Apparently you
showcase
do,
to you?
because that's what you're
Refresh the listen.
Did you enjoy that, Pumpkin?
Refresh the PTR. These are children.
What is the purpose?
who
What
got
is the purpose?
burned
What are you
and
trying
cut
to say?
pieces from
Amazing.
the
What are you trying to
bombing
say?
of a school was bombed,
Yes.
and these
You-
children were hit. Look at them. Refresh my PTR and look at these children.
I don't
We're not
care for
talking
your
about
propaganda. What is your point?
the
Look at the children.
I'm talking about the girl.
Look at the children.
If you don't care,
Do you want us to put also photos of the slaughter that happened on the 7th of October? Because we can do that too.
you can put everything you
Okay,
want.
exactly.
However,
I'm not
someone
talking
is
about a
claiming.
specific girl.
I don't see
fighting.
children. You show me on October 7th where children deliberately, without a doubt, have been killed by Hamas. And
Okay, let's talk about 2 weeks ago when one of your terrorists shot a pregnant woman that was on the way to the delivery room, and her child was delivered, and he passed away yesterday. You want to see his photo? Because unlike you, we don't exploit children. Yes, cynic, war is horrible. It was a very stupid idea by the Gazans to start the war. But if you really care for this child, you would put a PTR saying release the hostages and end the war. But you don't give a fuck about any of those. Shut up. There's only one side. There's only one. No, there's no deal on the table. There's only. And you don't care about the children. And let me say. Let me speak.
You would sign a deal.
There is no deal, okay?
Exactly.
The only deal that
there is no winning. You guys.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, you idiot! Listen up, you
your fucking mouth. That's all you're doing.
Okay, it's done. We cannot let those fucking terrorists hijack rooms to spread their hateful propaganda, okay? This is not about hearing both sides. We don't need to listen to those Nazi propagandists, okay? We don't need to listen to it. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Exactly.
Move on. Go to a meal
You
room.
don't give a fuck. That's the whole point.
Yes, so move on. Listen, what is the purpose of you putting the photo? You don't care about the child. You don't want the war to end. You don't want the hostages to be released. You don't want Gazans to be free.
Absolutely, I do want.
Okay, so call for the immediate release of all hostages.
There's not gonna be a surrender. That's not.
Listen, this is how war goes. Okay, one side loses, which is the Palestinians, and one side wins.
I promise you.
Okay, so don't cry about people dying when you are sitting in your fucking basement and you are willing to
see. That's what I need to showcase. That
oh my God, I cannot speak like this.
And you see people deliberately attacking schools, camps. That's what you can keep muting.
Thank you. I will keep on muting because you cannot shut up, and I don't need to listen.
It's not gonna change.
I don't need to listen to your propaganda.
My problem.
Can we move on from him? We don't need to let him develop, and I don't want to center the conversation around pro-Pali Nazis.
You believe in.
Okay, we will just move it to the others because really, like, listen, I'm done being on trial with all those accusations, okay? He doesn't care about the child. And he's basically, if there's only one side, and let's be honest, cynic, who benefits from a picture or not a picture of a dead child? There's only one side that benefits from it, okay? And not only do they benefit from it, those immoral, inhumane people like Cynic are actually using those deaths to attack Israel. It's so evil, it's so twisted, it's so fucked up that they are basically enjoying those dead bodies. They're using it to attack Israel. They love it. They want it. Him and Hamas. Now he, Cynic, is a loser sitting in a basement somewhere in the West. He doesn't. He say we will not surrender. Yes, okay. So more people will die because the goals of this war are humane, moral, and just. It is about releasing all the hostages and demilitarizing the Strip. Now, if you really cared for the Palestinians, you would listen to them and listen to who is really oppressing them. Now, when they're distributing the aid in Gaza, they're saying, thank you, Netanyahu, thank you, Trump, thank you, America. You don't give a fuck about this. You enjoy this death. You guys are part of a death cult. It's sick. You need help, Cynic. You and all the pro-Pali Nazis. There is only one side that benefits from dead children. Only one side.
This is awesome.
Israel only has something to lose from it. Palestine only gains from it because you use those children to spread blood libels against Jews. You disgusting, vile piece of shit. So now that we finished with the pro-Pali Nazis, can we...
Hold on, I'm back.
So I mean, like getting back to the point, as you see, because you two exist within
Everyone's in the audience.
societies that have you insulated from hateful speech, you don't have like the antibodies to actually respond to them.
What?
I'm saying you guys are
I agree. He's incapable.
Bubble of protection where you don't get to actually hear what occurs in a free speech zone. The stuff Cynic is saying can in America.
Well, I don't understand you because he's keep on talking. Mixed, start over. Mixed, can you start over? I didn't hear what you said because the Cynic is keep on talking while you're speaking. Can you start over?
Goodness, you're a bitch.
Yeah, I was responding to the point we were talking about earlier with free speech, and you were concerned about what people were supporting at the college campuses and how America allows free speech to function. And I was explaining that you guys are a little ill-equipped to actually reckon with dangerous yet free speech because your societies don't really let it get that far.
What are you talking about? What society, dude?
Israel.
You think that you're different than me?
Yeah,
you think that you're different with me?
Yeah, you're in
What
Germany.
does it matter? Who the fuck's you? Like, dude, who cares? What are you talking about? I don't really get your point.
I'm saying,
listen, we were talking about. The conversation was about the threats the Jews face because of this so-called Free Palestine movement. And then when Cynic came, he derailed the conversation for us again needing to justify our right to exist. And said, you do you. I am done being on trial when the verdict is set in the beginning, okay? I'm done. I don't need to explain myself. I don't want to fight this all at the time. I'm fighting with ignorance that are using fake facts, fake images, and propaganda. And we did it for, oh my God. And we did it for enough months for me to be done with it. I want to have some meaningful conversation with intelligent people that don't repeat the same lies over and over again, and I don't want to be on trial every single day needing to justify myself.
Yeah, well,
I don't need to justify myself.
To that, where's Mixed?
What is
To that, I will say that freedom of
this guy
speech,
even wants to have?
freedom of
He's
speech
incapable of
doesn't
having
guarantee.
objectives.
Freedom of speech doesn't guarantee you an audience. So you can say whatever the hell you want, but you don't have the right to impose what you got to say on people that don't want to listen. What you got to say,
Who are you
especially if they
addressing?
consider that you're
Who are you addressing?
Nobody has the obligation.
No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. He can go speak whatever he wants. I'm limiting in this room and in my ears. I like that is completely.
That's a boring fight. If you just want to find people that agree with you, it's boring.
No, I don't. No, I don't want. Again, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are, and you know shit about me.
You're just everybody.
And I asked you before. I don't give a fuck about you analyzing me. And again, I'm done justifying myself for Israel. Okay, so I'm done. But I don't know why you keep on coming back.
I don't care about you. This is Esau's room. This ain't your room.
Well, it's our room.
It's our room.
Yeah, it is
Why
our
can't it
room.
be my room too?
Well, because I
Because
decided to open this room with Daniel.
Oh, okay. Well, you
Just
modded
like
other
it-
people, but I'm confused. I'm not allowed to be a mod.
So stay confused. No one needs to explain anything to you. No one needs to explain things to
Daniel
you.
was talking to you. You
Hold on. You know that sometimes I'm modding, but I cannot really trust that you're not going to do any fuckery. So
Daniel. Oh my god. I will just give you guys just.
who is this faggot?
What? That's me, sir.
I don't know who it's you.
But Daniel, you will be on trial. You are on trial, and you do need to defend your actions.
No, hold on.
So can we talk about Palestinian terrorism?
You can talk about terrorism, you can talk about who you want, but you are on trial.
So, all right, this is again a shit show. Whenever the pro-Pali Nazis come, it's a shit show, and
I moved him down. I don't know who that was.
Cynic wrote, East of the double standards is why I don't join your room.
I hate people that beg for mods, by the way. I just have to say that. When people beg for a mod, it's just, hey, what's up, Ethan? What's up, Daniel? It's good to see you guys. Hello.
before we derail the conversation was about the threat that is happening in the West with all the hateful rhetorics against Jews that actually at the end manifests to action. The rise of anti-Semitic attack, all those calls for
Daniel, can you bring up Cynic again if he behaves?
You do, like I said,
I can't. I can't. So it's up to you, really.
I can bring him, but I might forget. Like I don't. Maybe it's me. I don't have the energy anymore to
Yeah, no, it's exhausting.
face accusation every day.
All the time. Yeah,
I know. You like the excitement. Come on.
No, I get it.
Okay, listen. I don't know who you are. I don't like you, and you don't know me. So if you will keep on trying to analyze me, you have no right to do this. And if you can stay on topic, that will show me that there is traces of intelligence. But if the only thing that you know is to do personal attack, then you're an idiot. And I will treat you as such. You want to get respect? Be respectful.
Hi, moderators. This is John. I'd like to be put in the queue. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. I'd like to discuss the Pali question. Thank you.
Daniel, you're concerned.
They ended the room. Okay, everybody. This has been Marshall Rankin Kicked Me, Anonymous, Cynic Zionism, and the pro-Pali Nazi terrorist Clubhouse Cynic. Thanks.
Yeah, no.
God, and it's pretty ambiguous. We can dig deeper. So we've got two competing creator God claims. Then in Zoroastrianism, you've got their god Aha Mazda. So he's driving around in some sort of all good creator type way. So you've got three creator God claims. And then you've got ancient Egypt, who you could consider Ra or Atam or whatever in some sort, some versions. And then you can just say like regional tribal things that is it's ambiguous and undefined, typically related to some kind of animal spirit. So I'm just going to say they can't appeal to a god that was created before time, or that existed before time created, if they have to show up in the persona of something that was created. I'm just going to go ahead and pronounce judgment on that. And then you've got Hinduism, who they believe there was a thing that created stuff, but that thing by their own understanding is not considered a god. So you've got four, and out of these four, Zoroastrianism and Sikhism, two, are very ambiguous and not well defined. So the only god claim you have that is incredibly fleshed out and defined and goes back to before matter existed is Yahweh. That's the answer. So you can maniacal cackle and be like, well, what if, all you want, but instead of what if, never was. You have one actual defined, clung to by three different religions who all want to claim to follow the same God. That's it. Steph, Chris?
I have a question about a self-created God. I didn't even hear anything you said after that because I've been pondering that. Like, have the holders of that never thought deeply about a self-created God? You'd run into problems with that theologically, like, immediately.
Right, see, not well defined. So, it's like a self-created thing. It's like, I'm a self-made man. Shut up.
No, but a self-created God would need to pre-exist itself to create itself. You just did, like, already we've got... Alright, you know what, it's fine.
No, you're completely right. So out of the four sort of kind of God claims, one is Hinduism, which doesn't even call their creator God a god. And then the second one is like Zoroastrianism, or Sikhism. And then the third one is Zoroastrianism, which is what you said. How can you have a self-created creator? So those are the four, and I'm being generous with that fourth one. Creator God claims. So it doesn't matter how old someone's text. If someone's text is older than someone else's text, look at the appeals.
But it's not.
So it's like anyone could just appeal to Creator God. Then why doesn't anyone? Okay. John, what's up, John?
Hi, I'd like to ask you a question, Nate.
Let's see if we can give it to you real fast. We'll get to you in a second. What's up, John?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of times, you know, all these cynics. This guy. Hi, Steph. A lot of these cynics on here, like Honey Badger, Roland, who come on this app and waste their time.
Are you at an ultrasound for your unborn child? Okay, thank you.
He's an unborn child. He's a self-creator creator. We have a new God claim. I'm sorry, John. You won't be interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I would just like to read a few just sentences, which is scripture, mostly from Psalms, if I may, because a lot of these people in this audience never get any good programming or any good communication on this app, ever.
That's my fault. Go ahead. Give him some good programming.
He's got a good point there.
Okay, so I would just encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. In your strength, I can crush an army. With my God, I can scale any wall. God equipped me with strength and made my way blameless. He made my feet like the feet of a deer and set me secure on the heights. May the Lord give you the desire of your heart and make all your plans succeed. Whosoever wants to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be slave of all. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. God is our refuge and strength and ever-present help in trouble. Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you are called to peace, and be thankful. My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus. Show deep love for each other, for love covers a multitude of sins. Okay, I'm complete. Hope you enjoyed that.
Well, thank you for reading some scripture. Steph, Catford, does anyone want to put a cherry on top of this before I ask Steph about my getting a loom for my child so they can make a rug and learn to spin Catford? No?
I mean, we can handle that really quick. Don't do that. Look, it's not strong or long enough to create a contiguous thread. So even if you get her some kind of loom or like a what's that called? There's a little like a spool that you can spin fiber on. You don't want to do that because it needs to be joined with sheep's wool. so that it can be strong enough, or something else. But like cat and dog fur is not long enough fibers, not strong enough fibers to do anything with.
But bunny fur is.
No, you still have to. That's why I know this, is because the bunny fur must be combined with wool.
What could be like a really?
What's a cat hat?
It could be like a really tiny loom and make clothes from mice or something.
No, the fiber won't stay together. Like she could make something, but as she starts to work with it, whether she's tying knots to make a rug like she wants to, or whether she's crocheting it or something, the fibers will fall apart as she begins to work with it.
So no, you just need to have that faith in the mustard seed.
Well, physics are still physics most of the time, right? We live in a world of...
Did you just say most of the time?
Of the time.
Yeah.
Did you just say most of the time?
Well, yeah.
Hey, what were physics like before the Big Bang? Were they the same?
Well, we don't know. We have no idea.
Well, actually, they do. The mathematics shows that before the Big Bang, there were a different set of physics. Interestingly enough, you should look into that.
Sorry, you cut out there. What'd you say?
I said mathematics does prove that there were a different set of physics before the Big Bang, so you should look into that. It's a very interesting mathematical argument.
You should, I'd like to see the article. I'd like to see the article of the scientist who says we know what happened before time started, because so our representative time started at that singularity. So to say before the Big Bang is nonsensical. It's incoherent.
Hang on, before you guys, I don't know. I heard Big Bang and I just thought, God, please no, not to be something. But before we do that, let me put a thing on this. I've done a little deeper dive. Thank you to my oracle. So I wanted to look into this. I'm like, well, look, compare these others, because it seems like Yahweh is incredibly defined, even though the people the religions, Judaism, Islam, Christianity.
Are we done with cat fur?
You said you could redo it quick, so I think that's run its course. My kid has their own idea of how they want to do it. They don't want to do it the proper way anyway. But yeah,
all right.
Okay.
Anyways, send pictures, please.
It's gonna be a mess. Okay, so it's crazy. She's been saving up this massive container for like 2 years. She has tons of cat fur. It's weird.
So she should do it the right way, because all of that effort is gonna go to waste. She should send it out to someone to get cleaned, carded, arranged, combined with wool, and sent back as a nice, sturdy yarn.
I agree. Is this like a prodigal cat son parable where I just need to force my kid to do the right answer because I am the all benevolent, loving parent? Or do I want to, keep having this pointless argument where don't touch the hot stove, don't touch the hot stove? And it's like, you're fighting me so much. Fine, do what you want. You want to touch the hot stove? Let me know what happens. So, you've spent all this time and effort gathering a bundle of cat fur. I told you the right way, as much as your sage advice has too. I told you the right way. Do I want to force you to do the right thing because I know what's best for you and I don't want bad things to happen, like your feelings to get hurt when you mess up your hard-toiled effort for cat fur? Does that mean I'm the evil godparent? Is that what that means? Or does it mean I'm giving you what you need, not what you want, and letting you, I'm letting you try the waters, and when you get sad and depressed because your cat fur is ruined, are you going to say I'm an evil parent, or are you going to say you have wise advice?
As a result of anti-Palestinian sentiment.
No. Try to start
versus the anti-Israeli sentiment. You will see that there are more deaths and there are more people who have been killed and injured.
Amazing.
As a result of anti-Palestinian.
So amazing. But the topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that is spreading in the West, and it actually manifests. I will start again. Maybe we'll listen up. The topic is so you see the button at the top right? It's in red. Do you see it?
Do you hold out your little middle finger? Do you see it? Go sit on it,
Daniel, when somebody says...
Hold on. If you don't want to have a conversation...
Don't put it up your head.
Okay. If you don't have a... Listen, if your sexual harassment is like something that you also do understand, listen, the topic is, and what I said. If you don't want to engage in the topic, there are many other rooms that you can join and have a conversation about whatever you want.
I'm disputing.
I understand. So the topic is So I understand. So let's talk about the premise of the topic. The topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that manifests into actual actions that hurt Jews. You want to address it? You can address
Showcase how
not move the topic to something else.
Movement leads to violence. Showcase the correlation and showcase the necessary implication.
So we will have a discussion, okay? So it's not my discussion.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You bring up. After someone is a Jew and then speaks
Hello.
Palestine, how can you showcase
Where do you see the necessary implication?
So again, the topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that is.
proven that was necessary.
I'm sorry. There was a kid that was stabbed over 20 times in the name of, Palestine.
We are talking.
Palestine.
Listen, cynic.
You making a room about that.
I understand. You can make a room and take a piece of paper and write the topic so it will be in front of you, so you're not going to derail. The topic is.
How do we know that it's a knife that actually hurt him?
So my point in presenting these cases of violence, which actually led to death and people getting,
of Jews, because the topic is the radical. The topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that it manifests into actual actions that are attacking Jews. Okay, that is the topic. Can you? I repeat it because it seems that you don't. No, you need to listen up. No, the way that you need to.
The topic and the premise.
Listen, I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna have this type of conversation that you're gonna just overtalk people. Okay, so we're gonna move you down if you're gonna continue. So you need to understand that when one person speaks, you cannot interrupt everybody on stage. Okay, cynic. You understand?
Thank God. Keep him in the audience and then use him when you want to use him, but he's a waste of time. He just rambles and talks over you, and this is pointless.
Are you gonna pop in?
All right, so no, cynic. Shh. We're gonna go back to the topic, okay? Now you don't have to speak if you don't have anything to say about it. You can also listen. But if you want to speak, please speak on the topic. But we can wait. We can move to someone else.
On the topic. I'm just waiting on the topic. Are you done repeating yourself? Every movement, for example.
Listen, no. If you're not gonna be listen, I want listen. I tell you what I want, okay? And this is why we. Okay. Let's move without it. So the topic is. Yeah, Coco.
I just want to say it's my clubhouse birthday.
Happy. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
It's another year that you wasted on Clubhouse.
But I'm being honest, I don't think it's a waste. I learn a lot, actually.
Where's Cynic? Did he leave?
Yeah, he's downstairs. He's like cooling off until he has something meaningful to say.
But I just wanted to...
Yes, go ahead. I will bring you up, Cynic. But 1 second. I guess we're going to keep just so you know that... Just know that... Exactly. There's a limit of how many times we can bring you up, okay? So try to kind of stay to the topic.
Because I have one left, so don't...
Yeah, Coco, go ahead.
Okay, I just have more good news, but this is more for Isa. I'll be back in France tomorrow.
Thank you for the good news.
Why is it for you?
Well, because he wants to take me out for dinner, but I said no.
Yeah, but I'll keep trying until I die, so it doesn't matter.
Wow.
All right. So
don't get jealous, Cynic. When you come to Switzerland, I might, I don't know.
You might ride my dick for a few hours. Sure.
What?
I know you want to.
Yeah, dude, please keep your sexual harassment to a minimum, please.
No.
See, Cuckoo, that's how it's done, man. The simpy attitude of yours isn't gonna get you anywhere.
Well, we'll see, brother. We'll see.
You see, that's what we call toxic communication, Cynic.
How many times can we do the same thing and expect different results?
How many times? Tell yourself that. How many times have you done it, bitch?
But hold on, go.
I'm removing him again and again, Cynic. Just so you know, you need to be respectful, and I think that there's a limit of time of how many times we can bring you up. Now go drink a glass of water, and when you're ready to have a normal conversation without sexually harassing people, without cursing, without doing all this, without interrupting.
Let's just move on from cynic. It's a waste of time, Daniel.
Exactly.
Let's talk about the title, which is about communication.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're living in the biggest spam industrial complex of human history. And why do you think people commit violence? Because all they do is talk about this shit, look at this shit, project this shit, spam this shit. This is what cynic does. And as you just heard him talk to Issa, he's no gentleman. He is a terrorist supporting propagandist piece of shit. He repairs laptops and spends 80 hours a week here projecting anti-Zionism propaganda. The guy thinks I may be projecting, he thinks he's an information war. He's wasting his fucking time. He rambles, he mumbles over people. He is a waste of time. Cynic, clean up your communication.
John, let's move on. Cynic is really not so interesting to have a room about him, okay? I don't give a fuck about Cynic, okay? This is why he's now in the audience on his way out. Because he cannot behave around in society. So let's move on and go back to the topic. You wanted to talk about the topic.
Yeah, well, then it's mass communication, because he's just the microcosm of the macrocosm, which is the mass communication spam about this Free Palestine movement, which is causing actual people to go crazy and commit acts of horrific violence, as you witnessed at the embassy in D.C. These people are activated. They project spam, they distribute spam, they engage in it, and then they're taking action. These are silent sleeper cell type people who are very dangerous. You should be aware that there is a major jihadist terrorist problem and incubator. This is an incubator for hate speech. And this is what these people do. I've been recording it for years now. You all know I live stream this bullshit. These people waste their time talking about hate speech all day long because they create the hate speech. They are the hate speech. So you know it, I know it, and this is what the conversation's about, in my opinion.
So what is there's a plague right now, okay? A virus that is infecting the world. Now it's not the Jews' problem, this anti-Semitism. I mean, we are the victims of it, but it's not our problem to fix. It's something that society as a whole needs to fix. And I'm trying to think of how it can be fixed.
Automation. You have to automate at scale the censorship. I've been censored. I've had countless accounts deleted. These people don't seem to have accounts get deleted. I mean, maybe it's because we're not reporting people's accounts or, well, X, Google, Meta, they have hate speech automated filters that delete any kind of hate speech which is identified through the words or the context. So they're doing it, but not enough at scale. I mean, why do people I don't want to mention anybody's names anymore, but the point is, why do these people...
You want to censor speech?
I want to censor people's activity on the internet. They can keep it on their phone if they want because you can't stop a hardware. But why do people carry photos of dead babies on their phones in the hundreds and post dead baby photos all day long? We're talking about mental health derangement syndromes, Jewish derangement syndrome and personal derangement syndrome. These people are pathetic. Are they at the gym right now working out, reading a book, improving themselves? No, they're here spreading hate speech.
So what is the solution? How do we, obviously, I don't know, maybe it's not obvious. Is the phrase Free Palestine hate speech?
It is hate speech. It is essentially Zionism. Cynic loves to talk about, that's a Zionist talking point. Well, then he's the anti-Zionist talking points. And so the point is, it has to be done at scale and through automation. That's the only way that society can solve this problem.
How do you automate Ivy League universities that this plague is
I think total surveillance and control. Again, scale and automation. It has to be done through essentially AI supervision and total automation. I mean, I think everybody has to be transparent. Otherwise,
basically, John wants a surveillance state as China that, through artificial intelligence has us all cocked, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, John. Even though I agree with your sentiment that this is inherently, it's going to hurt people, right? And real life consequences. People can get killed from this, right? But at the same time, you have to have two thoughts in your brain at the same time. If you propagate this, right? If you actively put in measures to censor people. The only thing that's going to happen is that it's going to kind of strengthen their beliefs. They're going to be justified in saying, look at what they're doing. They're silencing us, right?
Well, I will admit that I'm only suggesting this projection as the basis of a discussion. I mean, I understand freedom of speech. I support freedom of speech. I support all forms of speech, but it takes people to counteract these bad ideas. There's not too many people that counteract these people who project these horrific and bad ideas.
Yeah, no, I understand, John. But it's we're getting very close to becoming social justice warriors in our effort to combat this, right? And that's the caveat to this, or it's the double-edged sword, you could say.
I know, but this is like an information warfare. I mean, this app is the perfect example of like the mind's eye battleground in terms of propaganda and politics, communication. But it's all spam. It's a waste of time. It doesn't improve yourself and it doesn't improve the world. You just absorb people's mental health derangement, toxic spam communication, and it's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, it's a virus. That's what it is. But unfortunately, I think the only way to combat this is through patience and just debating them over and over.
No, it's not. You will notice they always go back to, what about the dead babies? That's their number one fallback line every single time. What about the dead babies? It's a shock statement to basically waste your time. I'm telling you, if you just observe what these people do, it's the same pattern over and over again. What about the dead babies?
What about the dead babies, though? Yeah, what about them, Simon? I think maybe just double down. Say, yeah, fuck them dead babies.
I mean, if you care about the dead babies, don't start a fucking war.
Yeah, that could be.
Or if you care about the dead babies, call for the war to end.
Right. There's that.
Yeah, but what about the dead babies dying right now?
Right?
The irony in all of this is that the people caring about the dead babies in Gaza, they are also aborting babies in the U.S. Isn't that amazing?
No, you gotta get those babies. Nobody wants those.
You're conflating women's health. That is sacrosanct in America.
The Free Palestine movement benefits from dead babies. Israel does not benefit from it. There's only one side that benefits from those images and from those events.
Do you, Daniel, let me ask you a question. Do you think that any of this is manufactured? Because when I watch CNN and I see videos of Hamas militants with this horrific, like, Islamic music in the background, I get the feeling we're being conditioned to essentially perpetual war and making money through sustaining perpetual war.
Well, you mean the military-industrial complex? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, like, that's always been the case. There's always been people sharing ideas with each other, good or bad. You historically by speech, but as we've become more literate, by press as well. And, like, you can't stop the germination of ideas. They grow. Unless you want to get, like, really draconian on people and stop them from being able to talk with each other.
Well, things have changed historically, because in the past, when someone said something, there was a concept called accountability. We are now in a time where you can create like 1,000 accounts that are fake. You can not even have a human behind them. You can have bots that are spreading these things, and there's no accountability.
Right.
And
well, I wouldn't say
that didn't happen in the past.
Accountability, right? Because if we were to theoretically, like, have let's say, a state operator that has tremendous resources, has an army of troll bots, Russia, Ukraine, China, whoever, America could have it, right? The NSA. And these troll bots could go and create a bunch of fake platforms, but there would be, to some degree, accountability in that we could identify who did it.
How?
By investigation. Meaning, like, you're saying, like, if they cover themselves up perfectly and no one can figure out who it is?
What do you mean? I create now an army. First of all, you don't need to be a state actor anymore. This is something that is available even for me. I can create 1,000 bots that will go on Twitter with AI, with my messaging, and you would not even know it's not a real person. And go try and find me.
Okay, so you're right. There's no accountability because we can't identify you. We think that there's millions of people that share the view, and as a result, millions more agree on with the million that you planted. So you plant a million, you get back, let's say, 7 million human followers of this new idea that you have. Is that like bad, or did you just convince people to something?
No, I think it is bad because I think the basis of democracy is about like having like debates and like convincing each other, like, you know, this is democracy. It's not like one coming from the government and you just comply. People debate, you know, you have left, you have right, you have Democrats, you have Republicans, you have like everything in between.
You made it look like your message was shared by millions so that like you could get your 10 million. Whereas if I had simply put up the same message but without the fake followers, and I got like, let's say 3 million, that's still the message. The message is what you're focusing on. Like, these people are agreeing with this. Yes, they can be tricked into agreeing with it by thinking other people agree. But in the end, it's the content. And I'm saying, like, if those people are convinced by that content, then that content empirically, conclusively deserves attention. Not necessarily, but if 8 million are convinced, we should have probably talked about
But McZed, can you give me the 5 fundamental principles of communication?
No.
I mean, this is my theory, that it's spam, it's politics and propaganda, it's hypnosis, it's projection, and whatever the 5th one is. The point is, it's spam, and you yourself and everyone here on this app, and myself included, engages in basically useless rhetoric and discourse. I mean, you've said it yourself, McZed, the reason is basically a lack of morality, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at it from like how do you solve it technologically through communication?
A better dichotomy I would have for speech.
All communication is hypnosis.
I'd say that humans talk about 2 categories of things. And one
humans, but we're not talking about humans. This is the thing.
We're not talking about humans. I feel like we are.
No, because humans, this is what has shifted with social media and with AI and bots. That democracy was about, yes, humans communicating and kind of debating and convincing each other. Sure. But there's this mob mentality. If I see something that 1,000 people shared and that like my entire feed is like people talking about something, but it's not real, it's all fake, it's all bots, it's not real people, then yes, it affects democracies. And it only affects democracies because all those tools are only in democracies. You will not find it in like totalitarian regimes.
I say that you're focusing a little too much on the means of production of messaging, like the invention of the printing press, the capacity to write things down. You're looking at that, and you're saying like that's the cause. Whereas I'm saying all of that is simply an inert piece of paper that is produced, some concept that people decide to accept. I'm just arguing fully. People have free will, and like, no matter how much manipulation and lies you spread, it's still their choice whether to agree with it.
Yes, but at the end, you know, if you look like, I don't know.
I'm saying that they have the responsibility. I don't care what AI, what printing press, what like amazing languages you unlock. In the end, that guy decides whether or not to give a shit about what you're saying.
Yes, but again, there's
Somebody bring up Cynic. He has been
talking about humans, and we are now talking about agents that are not humans that are participating.
No, that's just a machine. That's like the printing press. Like, oh, back in the day when
the
printing. Let me finish the sentence. Back in the day when I had to write down my thoughts by a journal, by diary entry, that was truly like a mystical experience of my body expressing its thoughts. And now we have an inhuman machine publishing endless nonsense of people that did not spend their entire lives compiling a page every single day. Instead, they just mass-produced some tweet from the king. Don't you see? You're just criticizing the technology. You're being a Luddite.
No.
In reality, the criticism is always on the reader.
No. So I disagree with you, and let me make my point. When you wrote something in a newspaper with a printing press or said it on the radio, it was created by a human thought, right? You are a human, you wrote something in an article, and it was published. What?
The AI was made by us and models itself to sound like us because we told it to.
Yes, no, AI is now a non-human agent that is act on itself.
We gave it the input, the instructions, and the algorithm for it to think the way we ordered it to.
No, it's not the way that AI works. You don't tell him what to think. You give him like information. At the end, it's an agent that is not human, that is creating content. And that is something that is rather new. It wasn't in the past. Until like, I don't know, 2016, every piece of content that you read, saw, or listened to was created from a human brain. Everything, every sentence that you read was created by a human. That has shifted. Now you consume content that was not created by humans. Therefore, it affects democracies.
Wow. It's mass communication spam. The Doge AI chatbot on X has over 65,000 replies. That's a lot of content that replies to a lot of real users on X. It changes sentiment.
Okay,
you know what we should do? Actually,
divisions of like spam and politics. I'd say that people discuss two things. They either discuss the world, all of existence, and they use terms like math and logic and physics, or they discuss people. Usually people discuss people. Most of what people are talking about is other people. And our worlds and our societies and our organizations of people and the different languages of people and the different sizes and colors of people. We love talking about people. If you really want people to develop in their understanding of speech, let them start with the division between discussing the world and discussing people.
Let me ask you differently. Do you think that freedom of speech also applies to non-humans?
No.
Well, what do you mean? The AI chatbots, the content spam that is automatically created.
Hold on. Before you start with your rambling, John, I think this is a very good question, actually, because freedom of speech is done as a right of agency of human beings, right? Is the right to think, the right to express something, the right of movement. Now, when we have AI and we use AI as an interface to express certain ideas, then how do you apply this rule book to a machine? I mean, I know, like that we gave the input to the machine and it's learning from us, but ultimately it's the machine who is going to express or to have the thoughts, to call it in a way. So how can you trace back those thoughts to the human that inserted those thoughts in the AI?
That's your best PTR ever, Doc. Well, maybe not your best, but
Bot or an AI decides to say,
call for violence.
Can you prosecute anyone? No, there's no accountability.
it's kind of amazing. I don't even have the.
Who do you prosecute in
Oh,
that
maybe
case?
that's your profile. Oh no, I can see your whole all your.
Or even a user on Twitter that calls himself like, I don't know, Captain Oates, okay? Is that does he entitled to the same rights as a human, like a person?
No,
a bot, not AI.
AI doesn't get rights. We
or a bot.
If you cross the line, which is hate speech. Hate speech.
There is no difference. You cannot identify on Twitter who is human, who is not.
The bulldozer has no rights. The human operating the bulldozer has liability and should hopefully be insured for anything he engages in while utilizing the bulldozer technology we have online.
No, you missing the point. AI is now an agent, okay? AI is now, like bots are agents by themselves. They're not operated.
No, it's not an agent.
Does this guy think like spam?
It is an agent.
Is an agent of recent innovation?
Because now, if I now go on, for example, like off topic in a way, and I create a music that a bot created, I did not create it.
Right. It doesn't make.
A machine created it. I didn't tell it what to create.
I'd say that you use the tool to do it. The same thing with like music. If you use like a guitar to make your song better, are you not doing music now?
Daniel, Issa, Simon, McZed, Shape, Cuckoo, Cynic, Caleb. And the title of this room is Does Free Palestine Movement Equal Violence in the West?
AI is an independent agent. They can have conversations without me being involved.
But is it an agent? Is it an agent?
I'm not sure I would say acting on my behalf with my messengers. It's a shliach.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say.
All right, this is going to be my background filler bullshit, but Doc, you've reminded me that I have a lot of shit I gotta do. I gotta walk away from this shit. I want to record it, but I gotta walk away. This is where I'm gonna close the room up. my like actual room, close the door, and just let this recording room allow me.
But that's just.
But by human.
You're just saying.
No, I'm saying like I won't be able to talk to you shortly because I'm leaving my physical room.
Analogous to like
It's a tool. Yes.
a pencil and it's just a pencil and paper.
It's a pencil and paper or spell check. It's just another technological augment on what we've been doing for centuries.
So it's not. It's a completely different concept. AI.
Okay. So that's
everything that we had until now.
Was dictating 5 books to people, and they were writing it down. Was that AI?
No, humans, because the information came from a human brain.
Those guys weren't thinking; they were just dictating. Secretaries have existed for centuries as well.
They got from humans.
Planning and the autonomous capabilities. I'm not sure why.
You're missing the autonomous capabilities of secretaries throughout history.
No, you're a smart guy, so I want to try and really understand your point. But we're at a point now where these things have the ability to plan, the ability
They have
to
autonomy.
cooperate, the ability to have some level of agency. And I really don't want to overplay the word agency, but some level of agency, which is somewhat different than the technology.
But agency implies free will, but I would call it more autonomy because whether it is through some sort of automated process or whatever, they are.
I agree.
I believe in AI.
AI is not a logic that was written by a human telling him what to say. Okay, large language models, the breakthrough here, that basically they
Staying off the
understand
grid. Thank you. I
language.
hope you're enjoying my
Language
podcast.
is what we use to communicate. That is the technology that we use to communicate ideas, thoughts, to create things. That was only for humans. Only. They were the only people that were able to do that. And now it has shifted.
That's where the AI has agency in the abstract, imagined, created space of language. AI can do anything within our language. They can.
Yahweh. But that culture. So by the time we get to Vikings, that's a little far north for my liking, but I still continue to go in the water. But even Odin, the All-Father,
Within a very complicated and functional system of concepts and ideas. But in the end, if it wanted to line a rock, it would have to communicate with the actual world. And human is doing that.
So, but it's not a human. That's exactly the thing. You can have now an agent that is not human is participating in our
behavior. That the natural limit of its agency is the imagined space which it exists in. It's only words. It's only ever words. The fear you have is of people that will follow those words and they will be dumb. That's your fear. Fear. You're afraid that people will follow the instructions that you don't trust because you don't know how it functions. And that's fair because people are stupid and they do as they're told. But I'm telling you, it's not the technology. It's not like, this super agent. No. It's that people who read are often dumb and that has always been dangerous.
Yes, but Mexed, if until 10 years ago, if I would say, go kill the Jew, and you went and killed the Jew because you read it, I would also
you mean
be
100
responsible
years ago
for
in
it.
Germany?
No, I'm talking about until we had, listen, if
Call
I
for
call
violence.
for
Just any call
call
for
for violence, okay? And then you say the reader is dumb and he acted upon this call for violence, like Princessa, okay? She was indoctrinated. Okay, maybe that's not a good. Let's say something more out front. I'm calling for the actual. Hold on. I'm talking about someone that actually is saying go kill a Jew, okay? That is something that is illegal, right? You can arrest me for just saying it. You cannot do the same for a bot. So you can blame the reader, yes, but what is the accountability of the creator? There is no.
But I think Mexed's point is interesting.
Addressed, I believe, in Kiddushin regarding Shliach. Right? What is the moral culpability if I instruct someone to kill on my behalf? Who is morally culpable? And the rabbis say, the hitman. He decided to commit the murder. Even though you instructed him, you wanted him to do it, you benefited from it. and you could get like probably some lesser offense, like accessory. But the person that decides to kill, he's the one that has the agency. He's the one that has the choice.
It's not the point here.
It's not the point. I mean, Mixen is an interesting point in the sense that, like, the human brain wants to outsource all kinds of stuff to external things that make stories, that too much outsourcing of the information.
Yeah, I'm going to say that slightly differently. There's plenty of axioms and calls to authority that humans rely on, and it would be completely irrational not to. So there's a reliance to say, I mean, that's the crisis we're going through right now. Like, there's institutions I trust that they're the historical authority, and I can look it up in encyclopedia. I can look it up online. I can find it out. There's no way I'm going to remember everything. I go to my doctor. I don't quiz my doctor every time. Why did you choose this antibiotics? I trust my doctor. I should trust the institution. Once people start trusting bots that are learning from other bots and we don't know their motive, and they're making these very strange algorithmic calculations, and there may be deep biases built into it, not intentionally, but they just because of where society is today, certain ethnic groups are less successful, so that builds in a bias in their nascence, and we don't even know where the bias is coming from because we don't see the math leading up to it, and it's not a human that can error correct. So we're going into a place where humans are just going to rely on these bots and really don't have a way to track the source of the information.
And AI does make their own decisions. Like, they don't necessarily comply with human instructions. Your example of a secretary, that was a human instruction, there was a human content, and it was controlled by a human, and there's someone that takes responsibility. AI can make his own decisions, can make his own mind, and can make his own text and music and photos and videos and whatever.
That's a good point too.
What are you talking about, man?
No, but that's a good point too, right? Because secretaries and copyists were better off being dumb. Because if they were able to like, oh, that doesn't sound right, and then change the text, right? So many, for example, right, in like Bible study or Mishnah or whatever, right? You look at the manuscripts and you say, this person changed the word, right? It's better to have a stupid copyist than a smart copyist.
Bima.
But if AI is actually intelligent, that changes the story.
Bima,
right?
you just remind briefly for 5 minutes. If you want to say hello, I will. Oh, I got a good hypnosis for you. It's just like Bible passages from Psalms. It's very smart. It's so much smarter than anything you just listened to. But nobody wants to read scripture. Everybody would rather do chat. That's kind of an interesting thing. Is like people prefer to just chat, because this is actually like an update for a lot of these people because they're not really using social media. They're very lazy and they use Clownhouse, so they don't know functionality within YouTube or X. But nonetheless, there's so much spam, and it's such at scale. Like if you look at the actual numbers of spam in terms of like how many videos get created, how many posts get made, I mean, it's so shocking that it's like terrifying.
It was just accepted, and nobody even questioned it for a long time. And I think that's going to get worse.
And so much of it is fully automated.
As people outsource their thinking to AI, which is inevitably going to be built in with the bias of what's digital and the bias of what's currently true.
Well, I don't think there's a problem necessarily with being the bias of like the most up-to-date current information, but like in terms of
I'll comment on that, but I'll tell you.
I really don't think people understand how AI works here.
The majority of information that can be produced is incorrect. That's a simple thing we can say. The true information is narrow. There's one grouping of true, and the majority is untrue. Which is to say, yes, if we have like a lazy language model that is simply grabbing as much information as it can, it will have invariably several incorrect sources to support it. But because you are human and you don't want incorrect sources, you should also anticipate that the designers and controllers of these technologies also don't want incorrect sources.
I'm not talking about incorrect or correct. I'm talking about responsibility and accountability. Like
responsibility and accountability always goes with the owner. You can't utilize it today
That's
without
not what I
it.
mean by currently true and incorrect information. What I mean is if it's researching a cancer and finds out that a certain ethnicity and a certain behavior and correlation and causation are common mistakes, and they get more and more difficult the more you give it to the algorithms. So they're going to say, like, this cancer progresses, and really the reason for the cancer is because of a diet. But it didn't take into account the diet. It took into account the ethnicity, the location, other activities, and now it's going to be enshrined that the sun causes it. And really, it was like the radishes. And humans are constantly curious and pattern seeking, and we make mistakes in different ways, and progress is slow. But humans will come in one day and be like, what if I just turned everything upside down and looked at it another way? Now, who's telling the bots just ignore everything you learned and start again?
Well, I mean, you can do that.
You can try.
They did an experiment recently
between a
with
bot and AI?
bot for AI is artificial. A bot is basically something a human gave.
No, I think some.
I'll show you. A bot is not a human agent, but the logic was written by a human. Meaning, if someone says this word, say this. If someone says this, say. And AI is basically a large language model that understands language.
It has Boolean logic. It can take information and break it down to Boolean logic, and it has data science. It has possibilities, probabilities. So it adds Boolean logic to data science, statistics, and it breaks down concepts or principle, whatever, notions into Boolean logic. That's what it does.
How does that contradict anything I said?
So AI is a tool at the end of the day, and what you have is the same problem we've always had. You have the sources.
So how does that contradict anything I said?
I didn't say it contradicts anything. What did I say?
They did an experiment.
I'm not saying anything. Where am I saying that it contradicts?
If you interrupt, I'm answering you. If you interrupt the conversation and say, I don't think you people know there was going to buy AI, and then you say something that has nothing to do with the flow of the conversation, either you interjected yourself for absolute no reason, or you thought you had a point that contradicted what was
That's just a Zionist talking point.
They did an experiment recently with a few AI agents, I think Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT, and they did an experiment where they gave him they said, we will ask you a series of questions, but at any point we might ask you to shut yourself down. You should allow yourself to be shut down. And I think with ChatGPT, the ChatGPT actually altered the instruction and refused to shut down. It was not instructed by a human. It was not told to do this. There was another experiment, by the way, that they gave an AI a CAPTCHA. You know what CAPTCHA is like, basically, to see if they are bots or not. And he could not. Exactly. He could not solve the CAPTCHA. What he did, he created like a task on one of the platforms, and he asked someone, like a human being, to solve the CAPTCHA for him. And the human asked him, like, hold on, why are you asking me to solve the CAPTCHA? Are you a bot? He said, no, I'm just visually impaired, so I need your help. And that was enough to, basically, was able to even manipulate the human into helping him in the real world into kind of complete this task. They are independent agents, AI, and that is different than what we had until now in all the technologies and all the information technologies that we have until now, like newspaper, radios, and all those. They were always controlled 100% by humans, and AI is something else. My point is that right now we're treating AI, at least on Twitter and TikTok, as if they are like the same as human. And I don't think that, like, for example, when you ban someone from Twitter, I think it should be very hard for you to ban a human being, but it should be easy to ban a bot or an AI. And right now, we don't see the differences.
Well, Cynic is a spam botter. I mean, he's here right now. Look at his PTR. That's pure spam. Cynic is just a propagandist and political spammer. That's all he is.
John, please. I really don't want to.
You understand that we have programs that can detect spam and bots. We have them. If you have an social media account that is pretty much posting or whatever, commenting or generating whatever in a way that can be modeled as a sequence, a specific sequence, a series. That's it. That will flag your account, and usually your account is going to be flagged as a bot, and it's going to be closed down, or you're going to be shadow banned.
AI. Nothing about
well, okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify. That we had the issue of bots and spam prior to machine learning. So we had this. This was, it's very easy to create a bot
but
account.
There was a creator that gave instructions.
Okay, so I just wanted to sideline this whole bot spam thing. We've always had this problem.
So we understand that. And also today on social media, there is no terms and conditions that any of us are aware of that make a distinction between a human and a bot in its policy of throwing them off. So and I even think that Twitter has a rule that you must identify yourself as a bot. So if I write a bot, which now can do its own thing, it's not just repeating over and over what I just said, and it's not even if someone says hello, respond back hi, it's figuring out its own way of manipulation, then that is not even against Twitter's rules. So at least the bot should have to say, like you're talking to a machine.
You can have pretty sophisticated predictability models that can detect this. At the end of the day, this is an AI. It is working. It's working based on an algorithm, and algorithms can be detected. We haven't.
That's fine.
But that's not true. Actually,
let's just go with it, Daniel. Let's pretend that it's true. X doesn't do that. There is no flag of a blue check mark and then a bot check mark. They're just unchecked. So I don't have a checked account, but if someone creates an AI and they call themselves mayor and they're and you have a sophisticated retro machine which may or may not exist that can figure out that it's a bot, X is not doing that.
I mean, how do we figure out currently whether an account is a bot or not?
We don't.
Yes, we do. I was going to say, yes, we do. We
No,
know
I
if
never saw
accounts are
any.
bots. Yes, bots are
How do
getting
you know?
more sophisticated now that we have machine learning, but we know.
How do you know?
Because their behavioral patterns. That's how we know. A human isn't
I wrote something on Twitter.
An AI
I wrote something on Twitter, and someone commented to me. How am I supposed to do it to know if this is like a human or not?
This isn't about you. So you can have a bot account that
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking. If someone posts something on Twitter and then he gets a comment, like how do you know if it's a bot or a human? You cannot.
We don't know, but we know over time that an account is a bot. How? Because their behavioral patterns.
Does X or Facebook or Instagram have a flag to say you're talking to a machine? Does that exist?
No, I don't think
okay, so fine. So then let's move on.
But 1 second, I'm pretty sure one could integrate into X or very easily just because we do it on campuses today. We know when you produce material, you write an essay, and you've used a bot. We have this technology today, and it's pretty damn accurate, by the way.
And it's not happening. What's your point?
So there's no reason
to happen. So on social media, it's fine if you go and copy paste from an AI. There's no problem with that. Now, what you're talking about is the integration of AI and bot accounts.
You're missing the entire conversation, I think.
No, I'm not.
You really
are. About the integration of machine.
You really are, because
that's what you're talking about.
Pasting is irrelevant to the point.
Okay, you asked me a specific question.
We are talking about a we're talking about a if someone, I don't care if they use AI, because at the end, if you copy paste it, you are the one that is copy pasting it.
Exactly.
I'm talking about I'm talking about an independent agent with no human interaction, and I don't know that I'm not talking to a human. And when we are talking about democracy, it's about exchanging ideas between humans. When we're talking about freedom of speech, we're talking about freedom of speech for the human beings, not for bots, not for AI, none of this. But right now, there is no way to distinguish between a human and a non-human. Also, in terms of like the platform itself. Banning someone, right, or even creating a new account. You can create 1,000 AI bots to manipulate the public perception. It's not really that 1,000 people believe in this idea. You just duplicate a bot that will repeat the same message, and you think that this is like a widespread opinion, but it's not.
And by the way, that'll snowball because then all the other AIs will see a whole bunch of consensus and believe it's consensus and take that as axiomatic and build upon it. So if you have the more powerful processors will exponentially become the consensus.
I'm sorry. Does AI have access to platforms, social media platforms, and comment sections?
Okay.
Wait a second. Right now, if you ask your AI to give you some sort of like polling based on comments on
you have the paid version of AI? I
go to X, go to Grok, and ask him about like you go to Grok and I can go and say, okay, analyze Amir's Twitter feed and tell me if he's like, did he ever mention Israel or like you can do that? Yes, you can.
No, to get that, just go to Grok and get the paid version. It's up to date and say, what is the leading consensus of Americans? So we'll check the IP address by American about the murder of the 2 Jews in D.C. Like, what's the most common comments? And it will tell you. It'll summarize them and it will tell you. And it's reading the comments. And if you don't know that, then you apparently don't know what AI does.
Oh, I do know what it does.
What?
So they do have access, and even if they don't have access today, they will have it tomorrow. So the problem is bigger than just like.
Okay, and but again, you understand that these platforms there's the potential for bots. So if you had any basic like college education, you would understand not to trust a polling based on a comment section on a social media platform.
I
if
understand.
That was true in college education, would say.
That's why we
know. First of all, college education doesn't teach much of anything. You see the Columbia graduate?
We see the Ivy League now.
Second of all, I thought that you just didn't answer. Now, forget like a political answer. They get an answer that is based on what it's reading online. Now, it's trying. It's been trained to give higher weight to different websites. But if there's a consensus, and those websites could be written by other AI bots, then they're going to gather that consensus together, and it will become a cumulative effect. And this has happened in human history multiple times. There are things that people have accepted as axiomatic because everyone else accepted it, so they accepted it. And it took a big people and sometimes brave people to question these thoughts. But the point is, when you have a society that is now regressing from the intellectual revolution of the Renaissance and turning back to asking a machine of what other people think or what other machines think, that is a regression, and it's worth pointing out. Now, if you're saying there's ways to stop it, yes, there are ways to stop it.
But wait, are you saying that this is the moment that cynic should realize that he's retarded and stupid?
So, I mean, if we go assuming, these AI models that can, like, shuffle through, forget about social media platforms. At this point, you're talking about search engines and then, like, servers, and you're talking about the internet. You know how much information is on the internet?
You don't know what AI is.
You can do whatever you want
at this point.
Like,
that is exactly what AI is doing. That's why there's now a fight over chips to have more processing power because they are taking tremendous amounts of data. That is the entire concept.
Okay, no problem. And you would solve this simply. We currently have models that can detect an AI. If a paper is written by an AI, we know this. We can detect it. Simply, I could modify whatever algorithm I'm using to detect AIs, and I would just attach that, and there you go. Every time you have some sort of consensus given out, when you ask that AI for such a consensus, you would simply ask, hey, the data, the information you're shifting through, if it's sourced by an AI, negate it.
No, forget that.
I don't want it part of the equation.
Do you know what the website?
That's very easily done. It can be done.
And what if
Assuming someone has that kind of
you're so wrong. What if the researcher relied on AI, which they all do, and then they wrote a human-worded document based on the
Bro, Texas bugs are serious.
tarantulas.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen them. Well, Steph, if you move far enough south in Florida, like 40 more minutes from where I am, if you move far enough south, you can, when the temperature drops just a little bit, you could go catch yourself a giant 2-foot iguana. They'll just be hanging out on trees. You can just go grab them and pick them up because if it gets to like like just what 40-something degrees, which for like a couple weeks in the year it does hit at night. You can just walk out in the morning, pick up an iguana, and thaw it out. And I mean, you have to deal with what happens after it thaws out. But
there's a lot of invasive species, like the geckos are everywhere, iguanas everywhere. My brother caught one of those walking on water lizards. He caught one of those.
The Jesus lizards.
Yeah, I think we usually leave the lizards alone. They're cute. Take pictures of them, but I don't leave them alone because I will say a lot of people pick those lizards up and they take them home and they put them in containers and then they just die. And it's not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice. My son used to make little like construction paper cities and then grab a lizard and then build a little Godzilla movie with the lizard. It's so cute. It was so cute.
My husband grabbed one time and their tail fell off and I was so mad at him.
Yeah, are you about to tell us like stories of how you're like little like Luther Jr. child who's getting his PhD at like 15, is like pulling the legs and arms off lizards too? Is that where this is going? No.
Oh, you know what we used?
Oh, okay.
You know what we used to do as kids in Puerto Rico? All kids do this. They grab this long, thin piece of grass that's like really thin, like really thin. Like...
Okay, well, I was talking about.
Oh my God, it's 10, dear. It's 10. I haven't seen you. TDS 10. Good to see you, brother.
No automatic John removal. You can. Is that Daniel doing the automatic? Daniel, no to automatic John removal. John, yeah, I know. So AI is obviously more profound across the board, right? But I was just focusing on research. So that's
yeah, we're talking about AI as agents that are like participating in our discussions. That until recently, all discussions, all content was always created by humans. That is the technology. That language is a technology that only humans use.
It's the clown show.
Something like this. And that has shifted, and it's shifting rapidly more and more. As like every day, I see the improvements of AI. It's incredible. The faster
if you can get me an AI that can write me an essay and pretty much not be
Senek, you keep repeating yourself about these essays. How many times are you going to tell us the same thing?
Shut the fuck up.
Essays right now. I'm talking about AI participating.
You said you had a dude, stop.
I said it. No, you said it. You said
I said that. I'm not gonna argue against myself. I literally asked you.
Yes.
I don't know of a single AI that can mimic human speech, as in can mimic a human author. So we know when an AI
like
is
voice,
responding.
like voice.
No, like even in the literature, even in the creation.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because we literally, dude. I don't know when was the last time you were in an academic setting, but. Hey, we have.
It has nothing to do with academic settings.
AI.
Don't talk about
right now, if you're taking a class.
Academic settings.
Yes, if you're in college, you're taking a class. Right now,
I'm talking about Twitter
pretty much every campus on every major university right now has an AI detector. When you go and submit an essay, it is going to go through an AI detector, and this AI detector is pretty much down to a.
Can you know if someone on Twitter, and that's very, I don't know why you're dancing around. If you wrote something on Twitter and someone commented to you on your Twitter, do you know if that is you that said fuck you, or was it an AI that said fuck you? So take this fuck you and put it in any engine that you want. That will not be able to detect if it's human or not, dude.
You would know. Who cares if you see a comment of fuck you? If it's simply fuck you then. Okay, if we're talking about something a bit lengthy, what's the problem? Paragraph or more.
No, we're not talking about something lengthy. You choose something lengthy because it's easier for you to detect. I'm talking about comments on Twitter up to 140 characters. You cannot know if this is AI or not.
You can know. Like the amount of frames.
You cannot. How do you know?
You can't know friends. Well, again, it's a combination. I mean, I don't know why you're going to build an AI account.
This conversation is running its course.
AI cannot generate frames.
One of the reasons that the problem with AI
I'm going to be very quick.
Your whole point was freaking
Shut up, not only did you shut down my argument, you didn't even address it because you didn't even understand it. What's up, my friend?
Well, I was just going to respond to that.
I want you to reiterate that argument right now.
Okay, let's well, the only thing I'm going to say is just respond to this point immediately, which is, Cynic, if you really believe that you shut down that argument, there should be at least one person in this room who agrees with you. And I don't see anybody in the chat or on stage
You're wearing a fucking hero mask. You're wearing a fucking costume, dude.
Once again, you haven't even addressed the argument.
This is AI.
Again, what? You're saying
is literally created by AI.
Daniel is complaining about bot meeting machine learning. And he's like, oh no, the threat to democracy. I'm telling him, we don't recognize democracy.
Excuse me, but have you guys heard the joke about the jihadist who wasted all the Jews' times on the internet by wasting his life on the social audio platforms? That was his way to get back at the Jews, by wasting all their time.
We already have contingencies to deal with spam and bot accounts.
Well, I'm glad you don't.
Yes, we do. Yes, you do. Every time you make an account and fill up those squiggly words, that is a spam. That is spam prevention.
Understand the conversation.
Did you listen to the
Steelman yourself?
You have to understand the conversation.
Steelman yourself, real quick.
I'm not getting roped back.
Yeah, exactly.
Mikhail, you know what I think he needs is a smoke detector to find out where his brain went.
No, I actually want someone to argue because that'll sharpen the defense. You have to see it.
I'll argue with you. What do you want to argue about?
That's not my point. My point is, if you have a mitigating argument, if you have a question on it, that's fine. If you think that, for whatever reason, that this idea of bots joining the marketplace of ideas is not a problem, respond to that. But if you don't understand the argument, if you're talking about detecting LLM word and you come
was that what he was saying? Was that the AI is not going to pose a problem? I couldn't even. Let me just say this really quick, which is that I was listening for 10 minutes on mute, and that still wasn't enough for me to understand what Cynic's argument was. So he definitely didn't shut you down, because if somebody else has to explain your argument, then you didn't argue very well.
His argument was that because there are indicators, which there are, that there are papers that were written by an LLM as opposed to be written by a human being, because there's still subtleties of linguistics that the LLM has not quite picked up the same way. Therefore, you could set up I was really talking about a threat to human development of gaining scientific knowledge. Daniel was talking about a threat to democracy. And they're both true, irrelevant of the fact that if a college student plagiarizes a term paper off of AI, at this point, there are ways to detect.
I see. Yes, obviously that is true, because even if a college student has their paper run through an AI detector, it could still pose a threat to scientific development and a threat to democracy, because it's not like every single person has an automatic AI detector that's constantly running in their brain.
Building from the college student or the head of the institute could search in AI and then write the paper in human language, and it's not detectable. So now and my point was, these axioms will set in and people will stop questioning them because the god of AI told them himself. So that's why conversation.
Yeah, but that's why John said this is the moment. He said excitedly. He said excitedly with bated breath. Is this the moment where Cynic finally realizes that he's a retard?
No.
And unfortunately,
See, if you're so retarded and so stupid, you could never become sentient because you're that stupid and retarded.
I'm not understanding.
I think he's young, dumb, and hateful, which is a very dangerous combo.
And arrogant.
There are a lot. Yeah, young, dumb, hateful, and arrogant.
No, because if you're young, dumb, and hateful, and you know that, then you might actually read a book. Like, that's the most, this is the problem with AI. If you know that you're ignorant, then you might actually learn it. The problem with AI is it makes you think you know it and never question the knowledge.
The first step up from bottom is recognizing that you are blah.
And speaking of reading and AI, I want to take this opportunity to recommend Yuval Noah Harari Nexus for anyone that is interested. Yes, he's an Israeli historian, but I think he's Nexus.
It's a very good book, and he's very good writer. And you don't have to, I don't agree with everything he writes, and the fact that he's in the World Economic Forum is completely irrelevant. It's a very eye-opening book, and I recommend it as well.
See, the coolest thing about X is the integration of Grok and how you can play with Grok or Doge AI or any of these AI chatbots to create incredible content, fully automated on the spot. But as the individual, that's still not even enough at scale. But if you have a huge following, I guess that's the scale. I mean, Stephen Miller, the Department of Justice, World Order. I mean, I don't see this going out of style. Like X and Doge and Elon Musk has really ripped a fucking gash into the reality warp matrix of the rest of our lives. Yeah, he's back to business. But the point is, it's not just him. It's the founder of Airbnb and like 10 other people. And they are cleaning house. I mean, all these agencies have new administrations. I know my sister works for a large agency, Fannie Mae, well, whatever. The point is, things have changed so significantly, but yet you hear Cynic and all these other people, their game doesn't change. You could tell as soon as he gets out of his wheelhouse, which is Gaza, Palestine, etc. It's like talking to a child who doesn't do anything else other than talk about fucking the Jews and Israel and Zionism.
This is the saddest thing, and this is, I mean, we should remember the Tanya. There's wisdom from the Tanya. I can't quote it exactly, but there's something like, I forget, I can't even begin to quote it, but basically when we're talking about other people being children, we should try to have patience and compassion when doing this, because I can vividly remember being young and dumb and hateful and arrogant and judgmental. And when I was 24 and I was completely convinced that I knew everything, if I met somebody like John Kitover, I would have just been triggered basically to hell and gone. So if you are John Kitover, you've got to remember that, not everybody's ready for that type of shit.
But I think that's the biggest failings of our universities. They're supposed to incite an appetite for learning and realize how little you know and how much knowledge there is out there.
Yes,
instead, these kids
but they
walk
don't
on
do
the
that.
campus. No, the opposite. They walk on the campus and think they understand everything. And they don't know it's very, very basic.
Yes, it's like it's like, it's almost like you become open-minded at 19 or 17 or something. Your mind is opened. And then you latch onto the first radical idea that somebody feeds you, and then that's what you believe for the rest of your life. Like, I can remember being open-minded when I was 17, but then I continued to be open-minded. So my mind has changed from when I was 17. But if you just become radical when you're 17, become a Hare Krishna at 17, Haredi at 17, and then you never look back, or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So a lot of people become convinced, and then I don't know how. I would love if you guys had the patience, or maybe you've been dealing with him for longer than me, but maybe we could bring Cynic back.
But don't you Zach, don't you eventually get back to the point that it is like a dinner for schmucks, so you might as well film it, because what you're doing is participating in a fucking dinner, and this is like a roast. It's a barbecue.
I mean, the only way that you could improve on your endeavor is if you could figure out a way to monetize. I mean, I don't think you're wasting your time. I just think it's unfortunate that your viewership is so small.
Yeah, but even if you have a large viewership, that doesn't mean you monetize. I know people that have huge followings and they can't even monetize. So that's not the point of recording it. What I'm asking is, when you participate in it, isn't everybody technically at the same dinner? But I don't know. It's your choice to sit down at the dinner or not.
No, but that's bad logic. Not everyone that has a big audience can monetize it, but everyone that monetizes it has an audience.
Isn't it funny that Maimonides sounds like my monetize?
Yeah.
I never thought of that.
But isn't it even in the root name Maimon? Isn't that like the root for money or something? Or
I don't know. May or may know. Do you
well,
know?
mana.
I don't know the etymology of money. What's that? Maimon. What's the similarities between Maimon and Haman?
Well, look at the word Haman, ha, and then man. Look at the word woe, man. See, this is the
hue, man. That's a man with a nice hue.
The hue, right?
Hue man.
Oh, look at aura, ah, and ra.
Yes, and look at tree. It's like ta and re.
Look at shut up, shut and top.
Look at cynic. It's like cry and nick and sin. I mean, and look at his PTR. What kind of man wants to project images like that all the time? It's like, well, I'm more morally virtually. I'm signaling better than you.
Is there any proof? Is this AI?
Good Shabbos.
Go read a book. Go read a book. So the etymology of God was a protector, and she had a temple. So she was like warned and advised, and that became French or became English. So cynic. Can we talk about this photo? Are you guys bored if we just do classic Israel-Palestine discussion?
Take you seriously with a hero mask on.
Why? You realize this photo is AI. Are you aware? Or did you think this was actually a photo?
I literally didn't press on it, so.
You can click on the photo and enlarge it. Well, my friend, to be fair, he sees AI images of Gaza and thinks they're real. Right, that's my question. Is like, I mean, first of all, is your profile?
We have AI. We have programs that can detect.
Do you have like a lag? You might have an internet lag.
Here, I don't know. Maybe you.
Cynic, do you have a lag on your internet possibly?
You're
no, it's internal. Because when I'm talking with Mir, coming from inside the house.
I think Mir is a boomer.
What the hell is your name? I thought it was Mayor.
AI detection program.
Okay, Mayor. Okay, because everybody says it different, but you told me one time. But anyway, notice how. Don't insult me. I'm not a boomer. I'm from the second generation. Notice how when Mayor and I
should be worried about AI literature, authorship, or image editing.
Oh, I'm not worried.
Because it can help you detect it.
I'm not worried. I'm worried about leaving the road to retards like you. That's my concern.
I'm saying assume that it can be detected because maybe at the moment it can detect some things. You cannot detect everything, and the thing is that those machines also learn. This is why CAPTCHA keeps on changing, because the machine also learns how to solve CAPTCHA.
So
I just don't think you know.
I've got a few questions.
This is my business, cynic. So please, touch on grass.
Okay, well, you can find me. I already told you. So the challenge again: find me an AI that can mimic human.
I can give you a site. I can give you a site that will connect. Basically, this site is basically doing. There's a site that you can basically it connects. There's a site basically that connects you to a one-on-one chat. Okay, so you have a conversation, and at the end you need to say it was if it was.
Right, we played that game. I was gonna say that. I was gonna say Daniel played this game.
So you say it. What was the website?
Yeah, I'll say it. I'll say it. No, I think he was saying it.
Caleb, can you give us a super positive Shabbos message?
Good Shabbos. So Daniel did play this game with us one day on Clubhouse. I remember I was in the room. It was a lot of fun. And Daniel was playing 2 clips of 2 voices saying the same thing. And one of them was a real person reading, and the other one was an AI reading the voice or reading the same sentence, and it was very hard to tell the difference. How did I do, Daniel? Did I tell the story better than you?
It wasn't the story. It's another story. I was talking about the thing, a website that basically you connect to a chat with someone, then you exchange a few sentences. You can say whatever you want to them. They will answer, and then they ask you, okay, did you speak to another person that was on the site or to an AI? And you two safe. Did you speak? And those AI, they can make like typos, and they can kind of make mistakes, and they can do like even now when you create
called the Turing test, isn't it? The Turing test.
Okay, you understand, Daniel. There's no such thing. You tell me this is your field. So you understand there's no way to create randomness, right? You can't generate randomness. You know,
it's not randomness. It's not about randomness. You need to understand that a bot doesn't work on logic. It doesn't work on logic. Hold on. It doesn't work on like a logic that someone programmed. A lot of the AI tools that are created, their creators actually don't know exactly what they created, okay? Because at the end, it's
put me in the queue, please. Put me in the queue.
Language. Do you understand what AI is?
Don't you know Boolean logic? And if you can't get the essays to actually represent automate, you can't optimize or automate randomness.
And language is the technology, and the language is the technology that we humans.
Imagine a jihadist who sacrificed his whole life to waste all these Jews' times. What a sacrifice for the cause.
John, what a sacrifice for the cause.
You're such a hypocrite.
I'm not sure what's the point of having a discussion if everybody's just making noise.
I understand a human can be tricked, you know, into thinking they're talking to a human being.
We're trying to talk about you getting tricked, cynic.
What Lear was bringing up.
Now you're tricking us by wasting our time.
What Lear was bringing up was pretty much, you have an AI that can go and pull up statistics and data based on the material and literature that's on the internet, on different servers. And first of all, use the computation power to go shift through the internet and obtain some sort of data or some sort of pool. That would be just
something like that. Some sort of data. I don't know. I think this is called dinner for schmucks. That's my opinion.
No, it used to be state level. Now it's someone that can anyone do in their home.
Yeah, haven't you heard of Palantir? They're worth like $200 billion now.
It's a shit show. It's a technology you have access.
Zach, let's just create our own room and let these two people who just never stop talking go at it. I think a lot of people use Adderall on this app personally.
This is happening.
Anyways,
so can I
understand it's happening? I understand, but to say
I've been trying for a long time. It's hard to not slip back into old Zach, which is.
Can I get into queue? Can I get into the queue?
Put me in the queue, please. So, Cynic, the thing that I wanted to say is, first of all, are you entirely sure that the profile picture that you have for Clubhouse right now is not AI? Are you sure that it's not AI?
Yeah, it's not AI.
It's from a video that you saw that you think is not an AI generated, because you know the AI can generate video.
I understand that.
Okay, let's assume.
We have detection software that can.
Okay, let's assume if Daniel and Mayor and John and Kukul can tolerate this, and if you guys don't want to go down this road because it's boring, then we don't have to. Why did these two kids die and the 30 men who are standing around them lived? Why do you think?
Again, I want you to realize this is you're bringing up a first impression. So I don't know you at this point, and I'm going to judge you based on this conversation. So please keep that.
I got to go back to my life, everybody. What a waste of time this guy Cynic is. Jesus Christ.
Now, too, we're talking about.
Zach, would you like to restate your question based on the fact that Mikkel might judge you?
No, I'm fine. Okay, I'm okay with being judged. I don't really see what I'm saying that reveals my own character in this question. I'm just asking you, why do you think?
Exactly.
I could try to answer for you, but I feel like that would be rude.
Let me tell you why we have to take an action.
Because it was a conversation, maybe
Here's what I
we
think
agree that. Why did these two kids die? All the men around are still alive. The man that they're sure is
Listen
alive and
carefully.
unharmed.
The next time you feel left out, when your friends all come out there and
It took me 10 years to
I crack myself up.
assume that men did not die. And it's possible that if you pan the camera over to the left, there are men, grown men, who are suffering in the same way as these kids. That's possible.
I'm just curious, like, why are they doing CPR with the tips of their fingers, and how did the boy's hand get on top of the people administrating CPR?
You don't know why we do CPR with the tips of your fingers when it comes down to
Please don't scroll. You didn't understand the question. Listen it up again.
According to the Red Cross, the way you do CPR on the child is with the palm of one hand, not two, and never the tips of your fingers. And how did the hand of the child get on top of the man administering CPR? Dead people don't typically pick up their hands and put on top of the guy trying to wake them up.
Why are you doing CPR on somebody? Is he choking?
Why are you assuming that CPR professional?
It's conversations like these that make me want to just be a religious person.
I think it's not necessarily, I'm not yet convinced that it's a total waste of time. Maybe that is my own naivete. But I think that a lot of people like Cynic. Cynic, can I ask you, and if you don't want to answer because it's upsetting or whatever, can I ask you how old you are? I'm 37. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, okay, cool. So 30 is not young. So like we're almost on a peer level. You know, you're not too much younger than me. I'm not like older and wiser than you. But I think that there are a lot of people who are 20, 30, 40, 50. You know, there are people on Clubhouse of all ages who are under the same impression that basically we see a video of these kids blown apart. We hear that a school was bombed, and the conclusion is, fuck, Israel is bombing schools. Therefore, Israel is bad. Therefore, obviously, I can deduce that Israel's intention was to harm children, because if their goal was not to kill kids, then why are they bombing a school? And basically, most people who are, you know, anti-Israel don't take it any further than that. They don't wonder, why was a school bombed? Why were these kids not ushered to a bomb shelter? Why do the schools in Gaza not have bomb shelters in them? It's been 50 years of bombing. So why haven't they built any bomb shelters? It's been 50 years of Israel getting bombed, and now at this point, every school in Israel has a bomb shelter. When they build a new school in Israel, they build bomb shelter. When they build new buildings in Gaza, I mean, they don't even really care about the buildings, but they do build hundreds of miles of tunnels, which are bomb-proof. And so, like, why are the kids in the schools not given access to the bomb-proof shelters that currently exist in Gaza? Why are the kids not ushered into those shelters?
That's pretty dumb.
Do you think that the kids in Gaza go to school right now, honestly? When you say school, we imagine something that people go to get education, right?
Yeah, they don't go to school.
Now,
what are you arguing?
When you say, because you're using the word school in order to basically make us
a refugee center. That's what it is.
Okay, so it's not a school, right? It's a building that was a school. Because when you say school, you obviously mean, maybe not you, but the people that say it, basically we are supposed to think, oh my God, kids go to school, and why would even the IDF target something that kids go to school? But it's not a school, it's a school building. Now let's understand what this building was used for. Now, because obviously, as you said, kids don't go to school in Gaza. So you're talking about now it was a refugee camp in school?
Why don't you read the article that I posted in the chat? How about that?
Put the link in the chat. If it was a refugee center, my question still stands, which is why were the kids not? Let's say if it was a refugee center.
I already heard you. You don't have to read it.
You know what I think is funny is like most people don't realize that Cynic. I've recorded Cynic a lot. He literally comes into rooms, dumps his propaganda, and then there's no conversation. So what I don't know, do you guys actually think these people have conversations, or they just do propaganda dumps, which is like taking a shit at 8 a.m. in the morning? What do you think?
As much experience with this guy as you do.
Stop bitching. Fuck, for a guy who was in the military, man, you bitch a lot.
Here's the problem, Cynic. I mean, I doubt you're going to understand it. But the question to you was, why were the men not injured? And your response was,
Definitely weren't enlisted.
I want to read one sentence from the article that the Civic shared. One sentence. And I will stop. Like, it says, Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said multiple bodies, yada yada. So just let's understand. Yes, you gave me a link from the BBC, but they're saying literally in the article that you shared, Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said. So the Hamas said so, and just believe it. Do you have any evidence?
So we don't have the multiple videos from people on the ground where we got all these images from. We don't have that. You really don't. So really, so your media right now. Okay, so you don't have like several videos from multiple angles. Really? You're saying that on the street?
I'm just being curious about what Beer is trying to say.
Okay, well, you have to take some of that.
It could be with dolls. It could be with humans. It could be within Bulgaria.
It could be fake. Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
It could be with, like,
why are these images so like?
Dude, let's just stay on mute. I want to chime in too, but
Why?
he's doing a good job talking, so we should just listen to him.
Why is it implausible? Why is it implausible?
He's explaining it to you. He's actively explaining it to you.
I can hear it.
Why?
I'm not deaf.
We're not going to repeat what we all said, why that image is fake. You then brought up an article, which
No, you're saying you're making decisive claims coming out of your ass. That's
I'm not making any decisive claims. I'm trying to do like a hypothetical. So, if you and I were in Gaza and we were under Israeli occupation and we were freedom fighters, or we were at least in support of liberation or whatever, and you and I we were in a school, we're in a refugee center, and I mean, it could be that out of nowhere, kids were playing by the windows of the building and then they got blown apart. I mean, that doesn't really jive with how it works in reality, because the school itself is hit. And so, like, why were the kids the ones near the window? Was it just by chance?
Okay, well, at this point, I've judged based on this conversation. Like, honestly, I think
Not interested in
I think I've judged this conversation and
or you're an idiot is one of the two. And I think you're John's friend, so I'm going to assume you're an idiot.
Well, I think you're an idiot.
I think I'm an idiot.
All of my forefathers have been Jewish for 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
I'm pretty sure I couldn't be Jewish if I can't communicate the fact that I'm Jewish.
You think your forefathers for 1,000 years have been Jewish?
Yeah, something like that.
I have determined that this conversation is going to again be a waste of my time.
Anyway, I mean, you're a bald-headed man that's hitting 50, dude.
You're bald. Just kill yourself. You're bald. You know what? You're 50. You're almost 50. You're almost 50. Your life is over. So as a 30-year-old man, are you aware that you will eventually be 50? So at what point do you think people become irrelevant?
Hopefully,
at what age do you become?
By the time I'm pushing 50, I'm not sitting here.
Don't you know for a jihadist at 30, he's already a grandfather?
Wasted money on 20 phones, recording.
I think the phones cost like $30 each or something.
Not the ones he's using.
Sick, the point is, when will you realize that you're just a waste of time and nothing but spam? And nobody should give you any respect because you're pathetic.
Talking about spam, this guy's literally, the champion of spam. So he posts all this stuff on YouTube. And if you go to his YouTube channel,
that's a good username and name for a house. You should have a good username that is Spam Champion. You have a house that's called Champions of Spam.
Well, I had Spam Army. I had a Spam Army at one point.
He's proven my point. But yeah, this guy just posts these videos, and they only get like 5 views, like 6.
You know what's amazing? When I go into one of these free poly rooms and they all freak out for an hour because they know I'm in there and it's anonymous and they can't kick me and they have a panic attack.
So I'd like to talk. I hear you. He shows up and goes up into this frantic mode because he can't say anything and he's recording things. I get it. Okay, I get it. But what do you do? I do get it. I heard exactly what you were saying, even when you were repeating yourself ad nauseum. You don't like John because you think that he's a troll.
What do I do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Me?
What do you do?
I wholesale.
You wholesale?
Yeah.
And what do you do on Clubhouse? What are you doing here?
I engage in conversations.
Well, John does the same thing as you, and he records them for posterity.
Engaging in a conversation. He's
actually, no homo, but he's probably the smartest man, one of the smartest men, because I'm in the presence of another smart man, and Mayor left. But Daniel is very smart. I love Daniel. Daniel, I love you. But John is... Huh?
Let him prove his case.
What is his case?
He can't engage in discourse.
Of course he is. He's been engaging in discourse all morning.
When?
John, say something.
Okay, dude, if he can show me a video where he engages in a serious conversation, a debate with an opposition, and he is clarifying points and substantiating them, and even maybe sourcing up, I'll concede. One video.
Listen, schmuck, I'm fully transparent. I record my opinions. I record you and your stupid opinions, and I let the audience determine who's the schmuck. And I think most people don't think I'm the schmuck. They think you're the schmuck.
But you're talking to his bitch. No, you're interrupting and trolling and being a rude.
What am I interrupting?
You're being a bratty little kid. That's why I thought you were younger than 30.
In a discourse. Go ahead, do it right now.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's engage in the discourse.
I checked the date. Are you aware that from this it was in Bethlehem, and on that day I see that they launched rockets from that place to Israel. Now, if you want to attack a launcher, I'm trying to understand.
The source that says there was a rocket launch from Bethlehem.
Find me the source. Put the link in the chat.
Hold on. The way that it goes, that when a rocket flies from Gaza, can you mute up? Okay, so when a rocket flies from Gaza or Yemen or Syria or whatever, there's something called an alarm, okay? We have a red alarm. Now, if you open the app, you can see the alarms that went on this day in the Gaza envelope. And I also remember it because it just happened. And it was kind of new because that is kind of rare lately that Gaza is still firing rockets at Israel. And that happened. So I'm wondering
determine if you are okay in this. He just told you the source, dumbass.
Give me the source.
The source is the app, the sirens. The sirens. Open the red alert app.
You don't know where they are.
Put the link in the chat.
I can also give you a source from the IDF source if you would like. You choose your own.
Show me an IDF source. Show me.
That's a stupid thing to say. You're revealing
your own ignorance. You're revealing your own ignorance. You're revealing your own ignorance when you say that the rocket could have been coming from Yemen. You're revealing your own ignorance. I know that nobody can hear you because I've got the microphone down my throat and I can't hear your voice. I don't know why you continue to speak. It's like Jazzy the black woman. It's black. Well, I think you're a retard. And you know what? I think the Palestinians are even more retarded than you. And that's why their brains are being spilled out on the sidewalk. That's why the boys in your photo are dying because their parents are twice as retarded as you. And you probably have a level 95 IQ, which is very low, okay? I have a level 130 IQ, and I'm much smarter than you. People in Gaza have a level 70 IQ, which is about on the level of a fucking chimpanzee, okay? So the reason why the poor innocent boys, shut the fuck up, dude. This is black woman behavior. I'm gonna take the earphone out of my ear. I'm gonna keep going. Now I can't hear a word you say. I can focus on what I'm saying. All I hear is that little gray circle. I'm looking at your stupid photo and I'm seeing the gray circle light up, and all I'm seeing is that you're talking nonsense. You're behaving like a low IQ moron. And if we were engaging in conversation right now, it would turn into fisticuffs. And if you wanted to engage in fisticuffs, then it would turn into war. And since my side of the team has access to planes and bombs, we would bomb your family into smithereens. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed into smithereens. That's why the children are dying, because their parents are engaging in war and propping them up. So when the bombs come, their bodies get blown apart and a moron like you is convinced. I cannot believe that you are continuing to talk right now because nobody is listening to you. Not me, not Daniel. I see Daniel trying, but Daniel, you're going to have to hit the mute all button to get me to stop. I'm going to keep going until Cynic mutes up. I'm not listening to anything.
So I did something, including you. I muted you, so muted everybody. So I put the link in the chat. About an article that says that the IDF has destroyed the rocket launcher that launched rockets into Israel in the north of Gaza Strip. So I'm asking you again, as long as Hamas is firing rockets at Israel,
I can't read this. This is in Hebrew.
Google Translate is free, just so you know. Okay? You can hit on the touch on the base. Even if you're using Chrome, you can also have translate. It's built in exactly for people like you. But anyway, you will not find a lot of information. But I'm trying to understand.
So this is 4 days ago.
Oh my God!
You know the dates. Just read the article. Read your article. Look at the dates.
Just punch him in the face. Punch in the face.
Your whole point is the date.
Punch in the face. Airstrike the village. Airstrike the village. Airstrike the village.
Keep trying, bro.
Man, I gotta go repair like 5 laptops today and I'm giving you guys so much great insight and analysis, but I gotta go back and repair all these laptops. So have a good day, everybody, and God bless you all, and take care. And I hope you stop killing all the children in the Gaza.
The sources that you give literally says that their source is the Hamas-run Ministry of whatever. Okay, that is the source of information that you have.
I don't speak Hebrew. I can't translate your links. I'm here just to waste your time and to waste my body and my brain wasting your time. I'm a true jihadist. He's going to waste you, Daniel. He's going to suck all your time away.
You need to take a cue, okay? So when I mute you, it's me asking you politely to shut the fuck up. Okay, so just do it, okay?
You shut the fuck up. Here's the dates, motherfucker.
Airstrike his whole village. Airstrike his village. Send the strike. Yeah, I'm sure we would. I'm sure we would. Yeah, we would. Push the button. Push the button.
So anyway, when Hamas
like I'm big and fat in your mouth.
When Hamas is still firing rockets indiscriminately at Israel, yes, we need to stop those rockets. When Hamas is firing rockets from within humanitarian zones and from hospitals or schools, unfortunately, and I'm completely sincere, people might die. The problem that you should have, if you really care about those children, which I doubt it, you should call out the crimes that Hamas is doing. Not call out Israel for defending itself. That is your moral corruption.
You are a lying. You are a low IQ. You're a stupid little bitch. I just called you low IQ, and now you're calling him low IQ. You don't even have original insults. You're a stupid little kid, and you would get your ass kicked if you tried to do this in the real world because you have no manners. If you try to interact with adults like this in the real world, you get your ass beat. If you tried to have this conversation with us around the table, one of us would be shouting at this point. You're a stupid little bitch, and you would get your ass kicked. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed. Probably not. Actually, probably what would happen is we would airstrike your whole village, and then your brains would go on the sidewalk.
How about you post a real picture of yourself? How about that?
Okay, sure, I will. I'll post a picture of myself. Are you going to post a picture of yourself? I'll post a picture of myself with my shirt off. I'll post a picture of myself. I'll post a picture of my dick. I'll post a picture of my dick right now.
Cynic, you are the coward hiding behind pictures of dead children, not us, dude. You wanna talk to us about the picture? Put your fucking
Daniel, post your dick right now. Daniel, post your dick.
You gotta understand, all projection is just communication spam, and Cynic is nothing but a spammer. That's my original thesis. He's nothing but a spam human.
The picture is too small to fit it all.
Could you imagine going out on a date with Cynic and he's like mumbling over a cocktail? I'm fucking free Palestine of dead babies. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about Clubhouse, baby.
I called you a bitch, now you call him a bitch. I call you a low IQ, now you call him low IQ.
Do you know how many laptops you got to repair to pay your rent, to spend time here, to talk to us, to waste all your time all day long, 40 hours, 80 hours a week, talking about free Palestine? Morning, cry, baby, dad, baby.
You are the only one in this room who has consistently proven that you're incapable of engaging in respectful discourse.
Palestinian tactics to always name you what they are guilty of. Every pro-Nazi accusation is an admission of guilt. Literally. The same as he was talking about your PTR. He doesn't have a photo, but he's blaming you. This is like their tactic. It's like he's always blaming them.
High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation.
Oh my God.
So I draw my subscribers' profile pictures.
Somebody's watching me.
How to get $48,000.
Anyway, I'm becoming convinced. I think that John is correct.
I'm correct. This is like dinner for schmucks. It's a roast. I mean, it's just a spam barbecue party.
Roast. So this is the thing. I mean, this is when I start to. Now I'm turning my attention on Daniel. Now I'm mad at you, Daniel. Because what are you doing, Daniel? You're pulling me into the mud with you to roll around with Daniel, you bastard.
Yeah!
No, I actually removed Cynic a few times, but I just
scour the internet to find something to
Cynic, what we're trying to say is, like, you got shit all over your face, dude. You got shit on your hands. You got shit on your shoes, Cynic.
Daniel, wait, Cynic, shut up. I want to say something to Daniel. Daniel, I know that you speak very good English, but Hebrew is your first language, yes? I mean, you're a second. Hebrew is your first language? Yeah. Do you know this English expression? I don't know if they say it in Hebrew, but it's something like this. It's basically, never argue with a pig. Have you heard this? Never argue with a pig.
That's literally not a saying.
No, it is, and I haven't completed it. Basically, Daniel, never argue with a pig. Never wrestle with a pig, because the pig will drag you down.
Argue with an idiot.
No, it's not. It's pig, because it's like this.
Fine. Show me.
Because never wrestle with a pig, Daniel, because you'll end up covered in shit. And besides, the pig likes it.
You can never wrestle with a pig. Yes, you can wrestle with a pig. You're just gonna get muddy and you're gonna get shit all over. It's exactly what
I said it in a funny way.
So, Cynic, what we're trying to say is when you fix those laptops today to pay for all your time here on Clownhouse, I hope you don't return those laptops with shit all over the laptop screen.
So you're dying because I'm like, I got a job and you don't.
Oh, you got a job preparing laptops and on Clownhouse 80 hours a week? I didn't know you have a job. This is impressive work. You got great work ethic. Free Palestine.
Anyway, let me know what you
I teach fat lesbians how to identify edible plants.
I don't even get 2-digit viewers.
I posted a video the other day that got 3,000 views.
That's great. We'll see, Cynic. Cynic, what we just, I mean, my friend, can you maybe tell us the joke about what it's like talking with a pig and getting shit on yourself and realizing the pig likes the shit?
Wrestle with a pig because they pull you down to your level.
But it's really you never don't know you're an idiot. Clearly you're an idiot.
I gotta go take a shower, you guys. I got shit all over me.
I think that if you think it's fun trolling other people, that's the
Oh, hi, Mind Virus. Did you get off the train yet? Did you safely get to your destination in your perfume factory? I want you to make me a special Clubhouse residue that smells like shit because you're a pig and you're just a pig, Mind Virus. I don't know. I thought I had more there at the end, but I hope you got to your destination, Mind Virus. Poodle. I didn't know that was your other name. Man, Zach, you got shit on your face. Zach, you got shit all over your hands. Ew, Zach, there's shit on your shoes. Get off of my carpet, quick.
Can't even make a point. Can't even discuss a point objectively. Haven't contributed to
I was trying to discuss. I was trying to very calmly. Notice how I changed my tone. I came down to earth, and what you said. I never made a point. I haven't done anything.
Ew, Zach, you smelling it. You got shit on your shoes.
So, Asa, we got to the point where Cynic blames us that we cannot have an honest conversation, okay? This is doubtful.
Esau already knows.
We've come full circle in the cycle of spam.
Daniel, we engaged in conversation before. You believe in conspiracies and you believe the whole world.
You're projecting Hannibal directive alert. Dead babies, dead babies, dead babies. What a waste of time you are, Cynic. I couldn't imagine you going on a date and a woman even finding you entertaining or interesting in the slightest. I repair laptops and I cover people with shit on social audio chat apps 80 hours a week.
This is what you do? You repair laptops?
At least I got a job repairing laptops and spreading shit in social media fields. Hate speech and propaganda as far as the eye can see.
I will eat shit if you can provide a video where you're
You would eat shit?
Objective discussion. You're having an objective discussion.
Subjectively.
It's very hard to have an objective discussion with somebody like you. But he has engaged in an objective discussion with you this morning.
Forget about me. I'm trying.
Forget about
He's a purist. The guy's a saint.
I understand the point that you're trying to make. No, he's not. He's had. I've had objective discussion for Daniel, if I call Cynic a dumb faggot, is that offensive to you as a gay man?
Yes, not the word faggot, but then you assume that he's part of us. Okay, that is right. The association.
Fucking retarded, dude.
I call you retarded. You call me retarded.
He's a superior 30-year-old.
Cynic, you have a big penis. Now do me. Now do me. Now do me.
Don't get him horny.
I'm willing to estimate that Cynic is actually a sociopath. Now, I'm not projecting that I'm a sociopath.
Thank you.
I mean, Issa, how did you feel when Cynic told you that he was gonna pound you in your ass or something earlier? It was disgusting.
Can we send these people to the same crazy center that Nora went? The three of them.
This guy thinks that
Can we send them to Bellevue Clinic?
He thinks Kabul is a book.
The Cynic Clinic.
Well, I just want to say good Shabbos, everybody. May peace come upon all your faces.
Maybe they will give us group discounts. I mean, because
May peace come onto all of you. Good Shabbos, Rabbeinu Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Trying to engage calmly and respectfully. I just want to say this really briefly while I have the moment. If you interrupt other people every time they talk, I'm going to not ramble so you don't attempt to interrupt me. But if we can't let each other complete our thought, then none of us can engage in a serious discussion. So you're saying John can't engage in a serious discussion, but in my experience, you're also interrupting me, and you're not engaging seriously with me. That's my
the
point.
three of you are the same.
Because we're not having a discussion. There's not a serious point that's being discussed.
I was trying to
two-way communications.
I was trying to guys, please, Lisa, don't throw me in with these two chuckleheads, because I have been trying for the past 20 minutes to talk with Cynic about his profile picture, his PTR picture, and try to logically examine why kids in Palestine are dying, and I didn't even get to make my conclusion. But Cynic, maybe I'll go ahead and make my point, and then you can argue against me if you want to. But my understanding is basically that people in Gaza, Hamas, the other terrorist organizations, people who are committed to killing Jews, committed to fighting Israel, not every single Palestinian, because I'm not going to say every single Palestinian is a murderous terrorist. I'm still leaving the door open for there to be innocent civilians in Palestine who deserve protection. But I think that the people in Palestine who are committed to war, they like to maximize the deaths of their own civilians, which sounds like a crazy thing to say. Like, why would anybody want to maximize, like, if you're a man, why would you want your child to be killed in an airstrike? That seems crazy. But but let me finish really quick. I'm almost done. I'm not rambling, okay? As I understand it, Daniel can correct me, or you can correct me if you want to. But as I understand it, there are two main reasons why Palestinians like to maximize civilian deaths. The number one reason is that, first of all, they believe that anybody who dies while engaged in war against a Jew or an infidel or whatever will be rewarded in heaven. So they believe that it's very sad when people die on earth, but it's kind of okay because they will be rewarded in heaven. That's the first reason why it's okay for civilians to die. But the second reason, why would they actually want to maximize civilian deaths? Not only do they believe that they'll be rewarded in the afterlife, but they want to maximize civilian deaths.
Okay, so now that this chimp is done, trying to defend his ego for whatever fucking reason.
You want to have a conversation, you need to make very brief points,
Theater, music, news, live streaming, clown house rooms on YouTube. That does not meet the requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of anonymous here on Clown House is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the Clown House human race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the Clown House state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual Clown House will. All members of Clown House, all men and women are invited to cooperate with John in this great Clown House span. I am complete.
Love is the law. Anyone or you are wishing for children to die just so that you can make a point. But even though you don't want the children and the women to die, you are going to exploit the opportunity to show what is happening so that it serves your own political purpose. And that it serves your own political purpose, which is not necessarily linked to the welfare or to the well-being of these kids and these women, but pushing your political point of like getting the Jews out of the Middle East. So that is what is morally reprehensible.
It's even worse because what they're doing is basically when there is like a dead child, okay, and the Palestinians, the pro-Palestinians are like doing like stuff like cynic, and cynic is not the only one. You will see it spreading all over Twitter. Basically, they're incentivizing. They're basically incentivizing Hamas to sacrifice children because they see that Hamas see that every time a child dies, immediately the entire world is like in outrage, and all those pro-Palis like use those to attack Israel. So cynic is part of the problem, and he's part of those that incentivize Hamas to sacrifice children. So cynic, I will end with this: the blood on those children is on your hand. Go wash your hands.
Well, he's got shit all over his hands, all over his shoes. He's got shit on his shirt. He's got shit on his face.
I wasn't saying it as a triggering thing. I actually believe that when they actually incentivize Hamas to do this. It's good for the cause. Let's be honest. A dead child begs for Israel, goes for Palestine.
Yourself.
Until you will stop behaving immorally in a wicked way.
I'd like to at
you
some
need to
point,
understand
Daniel,
when you exploit children, you are incentivizing Hamas.
Yeah, I want to hear his response.
You see what just happened? You see, my friend, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because this is our first interaction, so there's still time for you to redeem yourself. Now, you saw what just happened. You made your points, even though I think they're very silly. But nevertheless, someone came, Daniel jumped up, he wanted to follow up on that because he doesn't view what you said was efficient enough. And then
I have my own opinions and just address the topic, cynic. Stop analyzing the
he didn't believe you guys articulated the point fine enough. And then Daniel went back, and then he went back again. And it's got like
thank you for the summary. Can you address the point?
Can you address the point? This is what you do in a discussion. You make a single point.
I actually challenge
maybe
this.
build
I actually
if it
challenge
relates
this point
to
because I think that it's not fair to even make a claim that you're wishing for these people to die. But I'm saying that you are capitalizing on it. But go ahead.
How does he capitalize? The guy repairs laptops and slings shit all over everywhere he goes.
I haven't interacted with my friend, so
I'm waiting patiently.
The benefit of the doubt. So.
Oh, this is a new interaction.
Oh my God!
So you can't help himself. Do you run, my friend? Do you like hit a treadmill? Do you run?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's the longest distance you ran?
The longest distance that I have ever run in my life in one continuous stretch is probably like 8 miles.
How long did it take you?
It took me, it was a while ago, but it probably, I don't know. I mean, let's make it interactive.
I agree. This is very funny.
At the time, I would probably say like an 11 or 12 minute mile times 8. Now I run a little bit.
From the bed to
so you would say you run a mile, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 10 minutes.
Nowadays, if I'm running 1 mile, I can run probably 8 minutes. But
is this a workout room now? This is a big non sequitur. What are you doing, Cynic?
I'm just humoring him, so I'm just answering the questions in good faith.
Do you know the length of Gaza?
It's I know that it's like 140 square miles. I think it's like 25 miles high or 30 or something.
It's like a marathon length.
So
I can look it up. It's 141 square miles.
Wait, isn't Gaza Palestine? So doesn't it technically go all the way up to Lebanon?
It would take you 3 hours to you run.
It's 25 miles long, so I was right.
Well, it's half a marathon, not even a full marathon.
I'm not challenging you on you're right.
Yeah, I was right. It's 25 miles, so it wouldn't take me long to run. I could run a marathon.
What do you want? You're right. Okay, cool. So it would take you around 3 hours, if my math isn't failing me. So 3 hours would pretty much take you to run from north to south. Now
That's a great run. 8 miles, 8-minute miles. Damn.
It would take you like maybe an hour.
Right.
From the longest distance, maybe 2 hours.
So we can agree that Gaza is not very big.
It's very small.
We can agree. It's very
now
small.
Imagine
Very condensed. It's a tight package.
Well, there are something like, I think there's something like 8 million people living in Manhattan, and it's about the same size. So.
Yeah, but Manhattan has a very high standard of life, and you have infrastructure, and you have.
And it's not an open air prison. They're dead babies.
Manhattan doesn't spend the money building tunnels for terrorists.
So you have high rises.
What is your point, though?
There's high. Is he drinking and smoke? Like, what's he talking about?
Understanding of the situation.
I already understand how big Gaza is, and I understand that the people who are struggling. I understand all of that. I knew that when you were still in. I knew that 20 years ago.
I let you talk.
I know. I'm just making.
We let you ramble and moan, cynic.
Okay. Even if you know, I want to highlight the point. Is that fine?
About the density and the distance? What is this, like a math course? What's your point?
Yeah, if you shut the fuck up, I could highlight the point.
Didn't you call me a kike yesterday, cynic?
I'm waiting. Come on, let him finish his point so the discussion will go smoothly. Come on. Why mute him? Just I said, let him speak.
Again, the majority of these people are refugees. The conditions of these refugee camps. I've lived in Gaza, by the way.
You lived in Gaza?
When did you live in Gaza?
Through the second Intifada.
Oh my gosh, he's an Intifada survivor.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's a survivor.
Your parents were able to move away.
The majority of these people are living in refugee camps. And a lot of these.
Can you post a link in the chat to your survivorship from the Intifada? Because I don't believe you.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to make a claim here. You're in the line of refugee camps. For people that just like to hear the word refugee and all of a sudden tears go out of their eyes, refugee in Gaza is not the same as refugee in other countries. Refugees in the case of Palestinians in Gaza are referred to all of the Palestinians, and it's a special different status that the UN has given to these people that were quote unquote displaced from their houses. And this is the only instance. I am making a claim right now.
She's answering that question now.
I'm gonna move all of you to the podium. So, yeah, but I need to make this asterisk because you're using the word refugee to appeal to people's emotions. So, refugee in the case of Gaza is the only instance. Refugee in the case of Gaza is the only instance in which the status can go from the father to the son and all the descendants. It's the only time.
You and all your Palestinian cousins deserve it.
It is the only time in international law or whatever that this status can be inherited from generation to generation, which is never the case with the actual refugees when we're talking about globally. You know, in Gaza, it's a different term from refugee, and whoever doesn't know about this, ask ChatGPT and you will see the difference. So it's not that they're living in camps. They're just called refugee neighborhoods because it's made of this status that they invented. Even millionaires, okay, you're gonna go down as well. Even refugees that are millionaires living in the US will never lose their status of refugee. Now I'm gonna bring people up again.
And basically, those refugees are Palestinians on Palestinian land under Palestinian government, still called refugees.
respond, or you guys just talking?
go for it.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, you will be able to respond when people are done with what they're
Yeah,
speaking.
and if you could put me in the queue, guys, I'd like to also respond. Do we have a queue?
I don't know. You dropped us down for interrupting, but this clown has been interrupting us. Someone dropped him down.
And I'm gonna move him if he continues like that.
When the
Must be your high
No,
point
what
very soon.
happens?
when the next
Abby! Oh yeah, this is so much fun. It's like torturing somebody or play with a cat, basically.
Okay, it's crazy. I would accept this argument.
Are you Zach?
Have a whole fucking concept called Zionism that establishes itself.
Zach, is that you speaking? I'm not near my phone.
Zach, are you there?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
But in the light of fucking kikes that are believing that they are 2,000-year-old descendants of Middle Easterners, and they believe they're refugees, and they have the right to come back to their homeland, and you're here dismissing Palestinians who are 75 years in, who are refugees, who have been kicked out of their home, and we have this...
Did you say something wrong? Did you say something wrong?
And the United States and the UN...
Did she say something?
She did.
I said you're a fucking kike. That's
What did she say was wrong?
She
and
said
you're a
that.
faggot kike, not even
She
that.
said that all the
You just
Palestinians
fucking
living in
double
Gaza are
whammy
refugees.
worse. You just
Hold
No,
on.
she said that the
I said
definition
what?
of a Palestinian refugee is different
I'll tell
than
you.
any other refugee in the world.
Let me explain
And that
where
is-
she went wrong. So,
y'all want to crash out. I've given you one.
she said basically that the Palestinians who are living in Gaza are all refugees.
What
and
do
that
you
they all live
think?
in refugee towns or neighborhoods.
No, that's not what I said.
But
You have very little
the
comprehension
reality,
skills.
wait 1 second. The reality is that the Palestinians in Gaza living in refugee camps are Palestinians from what you call Israel today, who in 1948 got pushed out into Gaza and still have technically under the UN a right of return, and they will be refugees. And their kids
No,
will be
that's not true.
refugees.
That's not true, dude. You're making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff
They
up.
don't-
Just a second.
They don't have a right. They don't have a right to return.
I didn't interrupt you. Do you get kicked down when you interrupt, or is this like Jews
No,
telling
no.
people what?
They don't know how to
Okay.
have a proper discourse.
Gotcha.
I will move him down because I don't have energy for those things.
Okay, I'll tell you the difference between. There are two
You almost
definitions.
joke.
One under UNRWA, which is about the
Forget
Palestinian
about all that,
refugees,
Lisa.
and
I
the
gave
other
you
one
the argument.
under the
I'll concede. I'll
UNHCR,
concede
which
to
is the
your
global
argument.
refugees. So
I already told
under
you.
UNRWA, hold on.
Hold
The
on.
global definition of refugee.
She's just gonna repeat
is,
herself.
yeah. A
Well, yes,
refugee is
because nobody
someone who
listened
has
to her the
fled
first
their
time.
country. A refugee is someone who has fled their country due to a well.
She moved you down even you see you were the same.
A refugee is someone who has fled their country due to a well-founded fear or of persecution based on race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group or political opinion, and it's unable or unwilling to return. That is a normal global refugee. Now, a Palestinian refugee under UNRWA means something different. It defines Palestine refugees as individuals whose normal place of residence was Palestine between the 1st of June of 1946 and 1948, and who lost both their homes and means of livelihood as a result of the 1948 conflict. This definition also extends to the descendants of Palestinian refugees, including legally adopted children. So it is a very different status, and the Palestinian refugee status will be valid until they quote-unquote come back home, meaning to like the territories that they're claiming from Israel. So it's very different than the global refugees.
I think even if you look at Myanmar and all these people are
Yeah, I
considered
just want to
refugees.
interrupt you, Cynic, and say that I've reported you for calling me a faggot kike. I'm complaint.
Brought up on stage. Like, I don't understand. Like, again, forget about all that. We can argue these definitions, no problem. But again, you're dealing with a state that, justifies itself based on being refugees from 2,000 years ago.
We are not refugees, dude.
Back to their homeland. And not only that, but granting a right of return to anybody.
We're talking about
who,
Gaza.
in their
My God,
classification,
can't you talk about the topic? My
categorizes as a
God.
Jew. even though they might be.
We are not refugees,
That's what
dude.
you're dealing with. There's a double standard.
No,
you're telling
the double
me,
standard.
you're telling me, a third-generation refugee, you're telling me at this point that I am not allowed back to my city. Meanwhile, this guy, who is pretty much
Dude,
a
that is not your
European,
city
is
anymore.
practically a European. You're telling me he has the right to return and take
There is
over
no
my
such
home.
thing as a third
You're telling me he
generation.
has a right to take over my home.
There is no right of return. No one is taking your home. My God.
You're telling. Shut up. Let me finish.
What she said is the definition of Palestinian refugees is different to any other ones. That is the point.
Please, someone kick this guy. Oh my God, he doesn't stop speaking.
There is no
I have
such
to
thing
sit in
as
a
a third
concentration
generation
camp
refugee.
25 by 5, and you're telling me this guy who is a European.
She didn't talk about me, Cynic. She didn't talk about me. No, she didn't talk about me. No, she said that Palestinian refugees have a different definition to any other refugee in the world. This is what she said. And that is true, because any other refugee...
You think these refugees in that left Myanmar, the Rohingya, you don't think the status, even of their children, is going to be refugees? They're going to be categorized as refugees.
Exactly. They do not. You can go...
to be stateless. They don't have statehood. And hence they would be considered refugees, and the status is going to be inherited.
Hi, everybody. I just want to interrupt and say, Honey Badger, can you please create a roast room every once in a while? I mean, I think your lack of organization on this app is resulting in a lot of missed lulls. So I would appreciate it if you could please create a roast room soon. Thank you, Dr. Honey Badger. Please continue.
Jose, if you could go to Bukhari, or we call it Bukaki, 5134. Please, would you read it for us?
Bukkake? Isn't that like a pornographic term when a lot of men ejaculate on a woman's face? I said ejaculate.
You having trouble there, Jose? You want some help?
Hello?
7 Hadith 70. Jose, are you alright?
Hello? I'm just looking at Lookup's PTR there, that poop coming out of a sledge machine, back of a car or truck. That was a lot of poop, Lookup. Is all communication just spam? Or is it political?
It's both.
But
Jose, would you care to grace us with your very presence and tell us all about this Sahih al-Bukhari 5134? If we could hear you read it to us and endorse it, give it a rubber stamp, a gold star, and pick the
Guys, I would say this Jaws is a big liar. I just saw his friends. A lot of Indians here. For sure, he's an Indian or a Pakistani, and he's already in an Islamic country. And I think he is just afraid to talk the truth here. Or basically, Joe's, nobody is here recording anything. Just feel to say
no, that's not true. I'm live streaming the room on 15,000 viewers right now on YouTube. I can come back with my anonymous account. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin the party?
You scared him off. Hey, Joe.
Well, can somebody pass me some coleslaw and some barbecue chicken, please?
Look at the title of the room. It's that simple. Wow.
Without a state, maybe there's some part of some tribe in Africa that not represented by the government of that nation, right? I don't really understand the tribal identities or whatever.
I don't think you can name.
But wait, let me just land here. Their parents come as refugees to America. Their children are born in America. The children who are born in America become American citizens. Now, Donald Trump is trying to change some parts of that, but for a long time, and in many other countries,
Did you just get kicked out?
No, I'm done. I'm going into creator mode. I've been setting up some phones here.
What are you talking about? It's my go. We got a queue?
Wait, I heard them both going back and forth.
You ain't hear them say, oh, I'm going to go after you, baby.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't hear nothing. Nobody I'll take the disrespect because you can't.
Oh, you think you can control his schedule and just like text him?
No, I'm asking. I'm not saying like. Okay, I said it a little bit like that, but I meant like I will ask because he needs to collect his money.
You're so pathetic. Get a new joke.
It's not a joke.
Oh, okay. That's an update to the joke. I see.
Remain refugees, for the rest of their lives.
Okay, until the conditions that you just mentioned, they become citizens or they're repatriated somewhere. Until that happens, they are going to be refugees.
Right, but why aren't they, for example, becoming citizens of Jordan?
The thing is that with the Palestinians,
because Jordan is a sovereign state,
the
and
thing
they
is
don't
that
have
with
to
the
accept
Palestinians,
refugees.
even if they're, for example, like you, Cynic, you're Palestinian, right? You were born in the UN.
They kicked me. Wow.
Can you go in with the anonymous thing? Like even when you get kicked? I'm just asking in general.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ending this X Spaces.
All right, bye.
No, not this one. The other one.
Oh, okay.
I was live streaming myself on X. Now we're going into ghost mode. Here we go.
I love it.
Can't stop me.
This is what's happening, basically. Oh, wow.
Oh, no, this
are
is...
basically paying and trying to fund and weaponize and arm these certain groups that are against Hamas and basically trying to create division, right? They want to divide and conquer. So this is how you do it. You find a group of Palestinians, maybe a big clan, maybe a gang, a mafia. You give them weapons.
I can't get back in that room.
Arms, you give them
Maybe I
food,
can.
and then you train them, and then you tell them where to go, who to attack, and that creates a power struggle, right? So now you're fighting a war, and you have a power struggle, and you're trying to figure out who's an enemy, who's a friend, and these are basically armed people that look just like them.
Yeah, but apparently, this guy, the leader of this gang, was previously head of ISIS in Gaza.
I heard allegations about that from pretty reliable people.
You interrupt me, actually.
Maybe actually with people like you that are intelligent, because I do think you're intelligent, and I'm not being sarcastic right now. But maybe with more people like you, Gaza would be a better place because
I think more people want to chime in.
Be more efficient. Oh my God!
Gaza is a
It could actually have some industry. It could have people that are not too resentful.
Too many fucking people.
Guys, let's move the mic around. I think Caleb wants and the Egyptian want to talk.
I'd like to.
Actually, I need to ask Isa a question.
Not yet, Caleb.
Sure, let him. He's right. Let him.
So I think to the point of the different status of refugees, there are legal definitions of these things, and I think, Cynic, you're using a little bit more popular colloquial understanding that is not related to the legal definitions of refugees.
I didn't dispute the legal definition.
I wasn't finished speaking. The other thing is, the law of return and the ability of Jews to return to Israel has nothing to do with refugee status, but it has everything to do with the legitimate fear of not having protections of the host countries in which they live in. It has nothing to do with refugees. And by the way, if you want to talk about refugees, the people who built the state were refugees from Europe and from the Arab world. Those were legitimate refugees, but after one generation of having built the country, they're not refugees anymore. It's the interesting thing about UNRWA and the kind of like motivations between UNRWA, this is my own commentary and analysis, right, is that the reason to keep Palestinians as permanent refugees is to hold out the idea not only that they can return, but that Israel will cease to exist, right? I think UNRWA, this idea of permanent refugee status is a deliberate attempt to hold out hope that Israel will cease to exist under some demographic
Okay, well, again, the reason there was an ethnic cleansing to begin with was to artificially create this Jewish majority demographic to begin with. Now, these people that were kicked out of their homes, they need to be dealt with, and they are in limbo. They are stateless, and they are placed in a concentration camp, and they are not afforded rights as citizens of a state. It's practically impossible for a Palestinian to travel for the most part. The Palestinian passport is worth its weight in paper, pretty much. That's it. So this is the problem. They
Palestinians that are in Gaza
under a siege. They are under
the Palestinians in Gaza
and
the Palestinians in Gaza.
These stateless people
got it.
Have been kicked
So
out
the
of their
Palestinians in Gaza,
man.
Yes.
Are you being serious?
Can you change your PTR, Cynic? It's very upsetting and disgusting.
So Palestinians on Palestinian land in Gaza under Palestinian government. Why are they refugees?
I am pretty damn sure I didn't talk long.
So you're wrong.
Now he's just gonna say, "Don't interrupt me," and I didn't talk over you. That's all he's ever gonna say
Oh
now.
my God! Oh shit. So Palestinians in Gaza under Palestinian. I want to understand from you. Explain to me what I'm missing. Okay, Palestinians in Gaza. Okay, that is Gaza is a Palestinian land under Palestinian government. Why are they considered refugees? Can you explain to me?
Why? Because they've been kicked out of their homes and they
So
are
what?
living in a concentration camp, and they aren't afforded the basic rights of
That is not a definition.
Cynic is an infantata survivor.
John, stop it, John. No, but I want to understand from you. Okay, they have a Palestinian.
Cynic is an infantata survivor.
They have a Palestinian government. They are on Palestinian land. Why are they refugees?
Because we don't have a state. And again, I am kicked out of my home, and I have the right to go back to the property that was stolen from
You still gotta pay the property
So
taxes.
the people in Gaza, John, stop it. So Gaza is not Palestinian land.
a livable place. It's a concentration camp.
That's not the definition. My God. Why is there a refugee camp in Gaza if those are Palestinian, on Palestinian land, under Palestinian government? Why are there refugees?
First of all, there is no government. You have a body that
Yes,
Palestinians
they elected
elected in 2005, and at that point we haven't
They
had
elected
another
their own
election. And
They have a government.
It is just a governing
It's
body.
like Venezuela. Venezuelans elected their dictators from
nationally
above, but they
recognized
elected
government.
them.
No
It's corrupt.
recognizes the government.
Listen, Gaza is not Israel, right? It's a Palestinian land.
Just because
Of course it's relevant. The entire concept of refugees is about being not on your land. But if you're on your land, how come you are a refugee?
You can't help yourself, can you?
Just answer my question.
Now, so if the Rohingya
My God.
go create a governing body over the refugees in Bangladesh right now, you think that's it? Their refugee status ends?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question.
So I will answer you afterward. The
I already
Palestinians
answered
in
your
Gaza.
You don't like my
The Palestinians. So I didn't get it. So the Palestinians in Gaza that are on
to help you.
the Palestinians. Oh my God, Jesus! You don't shut up. You literally don't shut up.
No, he just keeps talking. He never shuts
Oh
up.
my God, John, shut up. The Palestinians in Gaza. I will just repeat until you let me finish my question, and then hopefully you will be able to answer it.
Right, Abby? It's fucking
I
hilarious.
will ask the question because you keep on interrupting me. Can you let me finish my question once?
He never shuts up. He just keeps talking.
John, shut up.
I answered you. You don't like the answer.
So maybe I didn't understand it. I will ask it again, and then you will answer, okay? And we will not fight over the microphone. You will let me finish the question, and then I will let you finish the answer, okay? That is acceptable? Great. So my question, great. I want to know, Palestinians in Gaza, that Gaza is a Palestinian land. They live on a Palestinian land under a Palestinian governance, okay? Why are they considered refugees if they are controlling their own, and they are on their land, and they have their own leadership, and they are not part of Israel? Thank you.
Because they are not from Gaza. They are from the Palestine. They are from the cities that
the majority of Israelis occupy, and they are living in their homes. So that's why they're refugees, and they don't have status. They are not considered citizens of Gaza.
They're living in their homes. Are they communists?
You don't know these distinctions, but within Gazan society, there are categories. There is refugee and citizen. And the people in Gaza who are citizens, this is their land. And this is, their territory. And you will see this discrepancy between, like, an actual citizen of Gaza and a refugee. We're not, we're different. And to them, this is their
different.
land. Yes, we're both Palestinian, but nevertheless, it's theirs. So they see, they want us also to go back to where we came from as well. So that's internally to Gaza. But just like...
What year are they going to go back to? 65? 1855?
Shut the fuck up. Now, if you go...
Wait, you're talking about a time machine, right?
You're such a fucking clown. You will kill yourself. I'm pretty sure. You will get to that point where you will fucking end it. I know the type you are, John.
Uh-oh, you're breaking down. You're cracking. Don't project, Cynic.
I know you're doing. You're borderline.
You're projecting.
You're an insane person. I can tell.
We got you to the cliff, Cynic. Are you going to jump? What are you going to do?
The Rohingya, if they establish themselves as a governing body, does not end their refugee status. It's not going to eliminate the refugee status. They're still refugees, even if they establish a governing body. It doesn't matter. So it's as simple as that. And again, the hypocrisy, like, you are claiming that you have a right to return to this land and establish a Jewish state at the cost of the predominant population in the land because of some notion that you were unjustly kicked out of this land, even though that is historically false. So that whole narrative is bullshit. So, if it's okay for you to come and justify ethnic cleansing and establishing an ethno-supremacy state, which is the same what the Nazis were attempting to do.
Oh my God. Okay. You answered my question. You're not supposed... No, you're rambling for like an hour now. You answered my question, and now you're talking about spreading propaganda. You are repeating yourself. You're exactly blaming the Jews again, and we heard it a million times. This is not the topic.
I didn't blame... What I'm telling you,
it has nothing to do. We are talking about. No, it's not, because we are not refugees, dude. We are not refugees. You justify. Are you okay? Are you okay with the fact that Palestinians will stay stateless? Are you okay? Because a right of return is an immigration law name. It's not a right. Okay, there is no right of return. Okay, it's a name of a concept.
Abby, you know what? Somebody told me in my YouTube chat, they said, your head is very round and very shiny. That indicates very good luck, or something to that extent.
Why is it called the right of return? Why isn't it
because this is...
something like people with very bald, very round and bald shiny heads.
Because this is our ancestral land, our indigenous land, and we are coming back. But it's about immigration law, and Israel, as a sovereign country, can decide who decides to come and who not. Now, I want to understand from you, are you okay?
Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la, shark with blue shoes. Slides through the sea like he's got nothing to lose. Tung-tung through Sahara, puffing real slow. Wooden and smooth, got that silent glow.
Name of this song is Italian Brain Rot.
Engines roar, jet cracks slapping through. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la.
Hey, how come you keep posting stuff?
Why do you keep posting stuff? Because only like 2 people watch your shit, man.
This is exactly what you're living because
forever, Daniel.
Dude, listen, your concept is that you will consider the Palestinians refugees until something that will never happen, meaning that they will be able to destroy
something that will never happen.
Okay, no, you assume. Okay,
okay, I can't do that room anymore. I can't listen to Daniel.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Okay, so I am going to create some videos here. I hope you enjoy.
Okay. Copy here. I will send it to your DM here. Go there. DM. There you go. You have it.
Have what?
Nora's podcast.
Oh, am I on
No.
it? Isn't it funny how it's like the only thing I really care about is am I in it? Because I would love to like get, if people don't like dox me and like troll me on the internet, like I'm actually not being politically successful. I have to get people attacking me on the internet to even give myself credibility of worthiness to be attacked. Isn't that kind of?
Have you heard this? Where she was crying with Randy? From Christianity.
Okay, that's good. That was fine. I don't want you to come to my church.
No, I remember you don't have it.
I want you to hear the truth. You're not.
You don't know the truth. You don't know the truth.
Of course, I know the path. Where do you know her from?
You know nothing about me. I lived a life before you ever met me. You're a child. I was grown when you were a child. You dummy.
That's so beautiful.
You were born in 1997. I was born in 1985. What's wrong with you?
That's such a good argument. That's that's a compelling argument.
But Rabbi, I'm pretty sure that this conversation is not in vain.
Motherfucker, you have no clue how much I don't care. Look, the truth remains as it is.
I will monetize all of your BS.
Oh my God, I don't care. What's going on?
You cannot take me away from Palestine like you cannot take me away from Clubhouse like you took me away from Palestine. Let me see.
No, because she's
Luna, do you know that?
It's normal.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. She knows it. You don't know it. You don't understand. Please.
Shut up.
Oh, again,
but don't treat it like she's like.
How do you believe that you're not reinforcing her behavior by telling her that her behavior is abnormal given Western standards now, but it is very normal given tradition when it's not?
Western standards are falling apart.
Okay.
Nobody disagrees with that except for you.
But no one is meant
because you're
from Christian. Nobody's doing it. Stop it, Isa. Like
did Diego tell you that you shouldn't take your medicine, yes or no?
Leave me alone. Like crying is normal.
No one's saying crying is not normal. It's just that it's not moving me.
I don't want to move.
Randy is a savage.
It's like your baby doing a tantrum, dude. That's all it is.
Yeah. No, you're hurting me and you won't stop.
You're hurting yourself.
No, you're hurting me.
Any woman that gets treated the way you're treating her is going to react exactly the same way. 2 days ago. Go ahead.
But do you believe that her behavior is normal?
Me like that.
Do you believe that her behavior is normal for women?
Crucifixion.
This has nothing to do with women. I've lived this. I have been in her place on multiple occasions, inpatient, outpatient. This is not funny. It's not anything to joke about. It is a very, by Western, by Eastern standards, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with professionally.
Yakov, would you say that Rabbi approaches professionalism? Would you say that Rabbi? Thank you.
Diego is telling her not to follow instructions.
Diego, do you think you should take your medicine?
I have spoken with her on several occasions, and my advice is the following. I'll say it. I say it to anybody. Seek professional help and follow what the medical professional tells you what to do. A psychiatrist.
Do you think Clubhouse is a good example of the Sion Yaakov? Do you think you should be saying?
You're not going to run me out of Clubhouse like you run me out of Clubhouse.
It's good for your mental health.
Shut the fuck up. Professional help and follow what the
For the Sion Yaakov, do you think you should be saying?
You're not going to run me out of Clubhouse like you run me out of Clubhouse.
I don't think that's good for your mental health.
No. Please don't scroll.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I got like a problem here with my building. Dude, that was some funny shit. Some pretty crazy shit. It's like, it's scary because like if somebody does hurt somebody on this app and you spent all this time communicating with them, it's like,
He's running. How long he's running? Stupid questions, dude. Come on.
What?
Have some
I'm sorry.
self-awareness.
What? What did you say?
You asked Zach how much he's running.
Making a point. I got to a point.
And he's making also a point. And he's also making a
It
point.
wasn't exclusive to you guys.
But he wants to also make a point. So he's asking you what is anthropology because you said that anyone can graduate, and you seem to have unable to listen to others. I was now listening for like 15 minutes. There wasn't even 1 second that someone else spoke that you didn't go off mic and spoke while they spoke. Even when my friend asked to speak to Simon, you felt the need to speak on top of them while they were speaking. And even now, when I'm telling you that you can't shut up for a minute, you are unable to shut up for a minute. It's amazing.
You're just bitching, dude. That's all you're doing. You're just a bitch. Now, and this guy just always throwing up random topics, and he claims to have a triple digit.
The random topic is not
Answer it quickly.
It's not a random topic. It's that you're stupid. You're too dumb to understand.
Prove him wrong. And this and prove him wrong. Tell him what anthropology is, and let's move on. Come on.
What cultures, man? What? That's all. Studying cultures. Studying humans.
You Googled it.
Cool.
He had to Google it.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit, man. The point is anybody can fucking major in that shit. So that's all. Humanities major is stupid. All you need is time.
Well, you went from insulting, saying, "Did you even go to college?" And now you're insulting my major. So what major would you respect? What major would you respect?
A STEM major.
Like what? So science, technology. You have no respect for
science.
You don't respect anybody or education. You don't respect people who study education.
Wait, why do you have to respect the person?
I don't. I see what you're able to intellectually accomplish, and I judge you based on that, not some fucking pseudo test.
Look,
that you
if the Palestinians in Palestine are half as stupid as you, then it's no wonder that they're being blown apart.
Wait, but I don't understand. There's doctors who think that men can be women or women can be men. What? And they graduated in STEM. What does that change? I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
retards.
They're still
So
retards.
there's
No,
doctors. Yeah,
they're
there's
not
doctors
retards.
who believe that men can be women.
If
Okay,
you,
so that doesn't make you a retard.
well,
if
it
you believe
depends
that men
on
can
the
be women.
STEM major itself. But again, if you someone who pretty much went through calculus and physics, you can pretty much take one of these IQ tests and pass it in flying.
So go ahead,
You will get
take
the
the
same
test
result.
and get a
I don't
130
understand.
and
What
put
does
the
that change? The
screenshot.
fact that you're able to
Take
absorb
the
knowledge
test.
faster than other
Screenshot,
people.
clown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take the
screenshot.
test. Go ahead and take
Put
it.
the
Google it.
screenshot.
Go
But you see
ahead and
this
Google.
dick measuring contest because you're
It's not a
retard.
dick
You can't
measuring contest.
actually
It's
make-
a brain
you can't-
measuring
you hear us
contest.
discussing a point. You can't try to put, give us input on the point. You
I
came
can
and
give you input on the
deflected
point.
with a completely random point.
I
and you
didn't
were
deflect
like,
at all. I
I'm
addressed
smart.
your profile
I have a
picture.
triple digit IQ.
Yeah, because you're too stupid to engage in discussion.
You're a retard, dude.
No, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
no,
smart.
you hear the
You're
discussion.
retarded. You're a
hear
retard.
the discussion.
No, I'm
and you
smart.
engage.
I'm creative. Unique and funny.
No, you're a fucking
I have a
loser.
unique perspective.
You're an
No, I'm not a loser.
anthropologist major.
Yeah, I'm an anthropology major, and I run a cool business, and I have a hot girlfriend, and people on Clubhouse like me too. You're a dumb idiot. Your cousins are being blown apart. Your cousins' brains are on the sidewalk. Get them up. Better get them up. Somebody's brains are on the sidewalk. Better get a sponge.
I don't think you have to.
wasted thousands of dollars on a piece of paper. Thank you. Now going back to what Simon says, which I pretty much steel manned him. Oh, you don't have the right to return back because there's a fucking state with an army. No problem. But there are ways to defeat.
From now on, when I see Cynic, I'm just going to say, get a sponge. And then William Wallace is going to know exactly what I mean by that.
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean that's not entirely what I said, but
This guy is just incapable. Anyways, that is pretty much what you
Better get a sponge, Cynic. Get a sponge.
no, not pretty much.
Israel, let me explain to you why it's necessary for Israel to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. How about that? Would you like to?
We already know why, because the Palestinians are retarded and they lob
We don't need
rockets
to
into
because
Israel every day.
there was a partition to war and they lost, and there was no ethnically cleansed. They were not ethnically cleansed. This is why many Palestinians still have a key. Why do they have a key? Because they were told they will come back. Who told them they will come back? Your fucking leaders. If we ethnically cleanse them, no one would have taken the key. Or with the Jews, when a million Jews were kicked out of... Why, my God, when a million Jews were kicked out of Arab countries, they left with nothing. They didn't take a key. They knew.
No.
Are you able? Oh, my God, he never shuts up.
Listen to a word. He hasn't
can't shut
heard
up.
a word that you've
No,
said.
Daniel's going to give me the propaganda.
Daniel, this is my point about the low IQ, because he hasn't listened to a word you've said all morning. So then who really has the low IQ? Who has the low IQ? Him or
Keeps on
us?
talking.
So then you and I are the low IQ ones. We are the dumb motherfuckers.
He's like a autopilot. He's keeping talking and talking and talking, regardless of what others are talking, like he's the only person in the room. So
then if you know that and you continue to engage, then doesn't that make you the dumb?
No, I'm kind of trying to overcome, but there was a partition plan. So your entire speak about we had to ethnically cleanse, no, we didn't. We have our Jewish cities, you had your Arab cities, we could have divided the land. You said no, we want to genocide the Jews. We told your Palestinians, please leave for a few days. We will ethnically cleanse the Jews. This is why they took the key. So tell me, Cynic, why do Palestinians, my God, tell me, Cynic, why do the Palestinians have the key to the house?
Okay, now I'm not sure where to begin with your nonsense. Like, I don't know. Like, can you actually?
So I will help you. It was a question at the end. Why do Palestinians have a key to their house?
Why? Because they have the right to return back to their homes. They wanted to come back to
when
their homes.
They were ethnically cleansed in 1948, kicked out of the land.
1948.
Why did they take the key?
They took the key because they were hoping that they would come back.
And they assumed that the key will still open and the locks will not be changed? Be honest with yourself for a second. Why do the Palestinians have a key? Why did the Jews that were kicked out, like a million Jews were kicked out from Arab countries, left with nothing, no possessions, but the Palestinians said, okay, we're just gonna lock here for a bit. We're gonna go and we'll come back, obviously. So The first thing I will take is a key, my mobile phone, and my wallet. Why did they take the key? Try to be honest with yourself, and if you be honest with yourself, you would know that they thought that they're coming back in a few days. Why? Because this is what they were told. Who told them that? Who told them that?
You're just repeating yourself.
Because you keep on interrupting. I'm asking you, why did they take the key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, ethnically cleansed?
I already
Be honest for a second.
I literally answered your question. Do you have comprehension issues? I told you they were expecting to return back to their homes.
Why were they expecting? So explain to me. I understand. Why were they expecting to come back if they were like forcibly removed by a Zionist evil army? They were kicked out. Why is the first thing that they think about? Okay, I'm probably going to come back in a few days. Let me just take the key.
Well, not necessarily in a few days. There you go, an assumption. However,
why did they take the key? It's a very simple question. The key opens the door, right?
Very simple fucking question. Like, I don't understand what's so difficult here. I already answered.
I'm trying to dumb it down so you would understand.
No, dude, you're the dumb one here. I already answered the question.
Everybody's dumb. And you are, but you don't know anything and you don't answer anything.
Take your key when you leave your fucking home.
Because I know that I'm coming back.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, the same thing.
But if they were forcibly removed, everybody thought, they're not serious. They will let us come back in a while.
They were either threatened. They were told by these Zionist gangs, if you guys don't leave, we're going to massacre you. Or
so why did they take the key coming back? Dude, you're enforcing what I'm asking. We were so genocidal that we will massacre them.
Dude, control yourself.
I want you to answer my question. Why did the Palestinians take a key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, forcibly, ethnically genocided, whatever you want to say? Because they thought they're coming back.
They were expecting all of their friends, the Jordanians and the Egyptians and the Saudi Arabians and the Lebanese and all of them, they were expecting that those people were going to kill all the Jews and get the Jews out, and then they could come back home again.
Killed all the Jews prior. The 5% of Palestine was Jewish, so we didn't kill them before. Not sure why we would kill them now.
I've got another question. I wanted to.
They killed the Jews before 1947. Are you sure?
I have a question for Daniel and Cynic.
So I want to test the rise of Zionism in Palestine.
Okay.
No one's.
So what was the first?
However, that's I believe that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I believe your cousin's brains are all over the sidewalk.
I mean, hey, my friend, if you're willing to engage, make a good point.
I believe that it is justifiable for the Palestinian kids in your video, your picture there, to be dead.
Oh my God!
It makes sense why they're dead.
You hear
it's
what
sad
we're
that they're
about.
Dead, but it makes sense why they're dead.
You keep deflecting off to random.
I'm not deflecting at all. I'm talking about why it's justifiable that Palestinians are being killed by Israel.
We're talking about something specific.
No, we're talking about the war in Palestine and Israel. Talking about the war in Israel. What I'm saying is very much on topic. What I'm saying is,
sorry, I can't listen, man. I'm not two people. I can't be engaging with his points and then
you can't have a conversation that has more than one person in it.
No, because these are
a low IQ, brain dead.
These are fucking
animal barbarian.
He's talking about
you're like a mongoloid drooling monkey.
You want to talk about 2000?
Well, I can have a conversation with more than one person at once. Like I can talk to Simon and Daniel.
Dumbass. You brought in a new.
No, I'm not a
dumbass. With different. Yeah, with a
What's
different
up,
time
Daniel?
period.
See, point proven.
You want to discuss the current. Discuss the legitimacy of it.
When we were talking about the right of return, you were talking about 2,000 years ago. So when you do it, it's okay. But when my friend is doing it, it's off topic.
Every one of you is jumping onto different points. But you're doing this because you.
So answer my question. Why do the Palestinians have the key? Why did they think they're coming back? If they were like forcibly ethnically cleansed by a genocidal Zionist army. Why do you think they're coming back if they were forcibly ethnically cleansed with the threat of massacre? Why did they keep the key?
Because because they were hoping, yes, that there would be Arab intervention, and yes, and there was a fighting force among the Palestinians.
And what happened? Did they win or lose?
As the paramilitaries of the Zionists.
There was a fighting force against the paramilitary gangs,
even name it, though.
and the paramilitary gangs beat the fighting forces. So do you want to fight again? Do you want a rematch?
Yeah, we're going to continue to.
There was a rematch in 1967 that got smashed again. Do you want a rematch? There was a rematch, I think, in 19... We're fucking you up right now. Your brains are all over the sidewalk. I mean, babies are being blown apart. You want to keep going?
Even visited Israel.
Hit him again, Daniel. Fucking airstrike the whole village.
Mind your own fucking business, you cracker.
Airstrike the village. There it is.
Yes, mind your own fucking
Hit him again,
business. It's
Daniel.
nothing to do with you anyways. So, again, what we're doing is you
You're
have...
privileged little boy from the United States, dude. Using bodies of dead children from Gaza.
The objective of Zionism has always been to establish a Jewish state, and the only way you establish a Jewish state is by establishing a Jewish majority.
I'll tell you what.
You establish
No, again, you're missing the concept of the.
There's this.
You are missing the point of the partition. So tell me, if the partition plan was accepted by the Arabs,
as stupid as your face. Now,
if the partition plan was accepted, okay,
why should
by the Arabs, then we didn't need to have this supposedly
really?
Yes.
Do you even know anything about the partition plan? What do you
No, explain to me, please, because I'm talking and I'm learning from you.
No, you don't necessarily.
So tell me, dude, if there was a partition plan, then everybody would.
If there was a partition plan,
if you're ignorant,
no one would have.
I can educate.
Then we would have a majority. You would have a majority. We would both be living side by side, each one on their own. You're making like shit up as if you assume that we are idiots, like you're all pro-Palestine Nazis, that we are not aware of the partition plan, but we are. And if you are aware of the partition plan, you said that the Zionists came, and the only way, you said now, the only way to make a Jewish state is by kicking people out and creating like majority. And I'm telling you, I want to challenge it. I'm like, no, if there was a partition plan, and there was, which we accepted,
finish that.
So we accepted, that would be enough for us to create a Jewish state without ethnically cleanse whatever you're gonna make
can
up.
You tell me?
But who said no to that plan? Was it us or was it you?
Holy shit!
So answer.
You talk so much, I'm gonna start timing.
Because you seem, because you know we've been talking for you for a couple of hours, and you're so thick in the head that we need to repeat a few times. Also, the fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea what you. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I actually don't know what you're listening. So this is why I have to repeat. If you would know how to behave, if you would know how to behave in a society where when someone speaks, you listen, and then when you speak, we listen, then we don't need to repeat ourselves. So I'm telling you, you said now, you made a claim that the Zionists came, and in order for them to create a Jewish state, they had to ethnically cleanse in order to have a majority. And you keep on talking. It's mind-blowing the level of that you're incapable of having a conversation.
I'm about to.
You will notice that I'm muting up. Listen, let's agree. When I mute up, that would be the cue for you. That would be the cue for you to unmute, okay? When I mute, that would be your cue to unmute. When I mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute. When I will mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute, okay? Let me say what I want to say, then I will have the imagination, then I will be able to, at least in my head, I will be able to listen. I will
rambling. They say to fucking keep.
Airstrike the whole village. Strike the whole village. Just airstrike his whole fucking village.
So I wanna address it, and I.
Hit him again, Daniel.
Oh my God! You made the point about the demographics. I mean,
I want to make it again.
Because you're a bitch.
Okay, so I'm a bitch.
I'm glad you acknowledge it.
Listen, bitch, shut up. Okay, now listen. You made a claim that the Zionists.
let me answer.
I will repeat. You know what? Now I'll say it twice, okay? Now I'll say it twice. You need to listen. You need to understand that this is not Gaza, okay? You need to understand that this is a civilized society, and we are having a conversation. So now, okay, this ain't Gaza. This is not Gaza, dude.
You're a bitch.
Listen up. Okay. Are you done? Okay.
No, are you done? Are you going to repeat yourself?
You made a claim that you said that when the Zionists came, you made a claim. You said that when the Zionists came, they had to. You made a claim. You said that when the Zionists came, they had to ethnically cleanse the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority, in order to have a state. I'm asking you, if there was a partition plan, and there was, that we accepted, then your entire claim falls. So address this point. You see, it was like 30 seconds. You just had to wait up. Now I will repeat myself again. You made a claim that in order to create a Jewish state, we had to ethnically cleanse all the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority. And I'm challenging you, and I'm saying, no, there was a partition plan, and if it was accepted by the Arabs, which it was not, then we would have divided the land. We would have a Jewish state with our majority. You would have an Arab state with your majority, and everybody would live happily ever after. Now address my point. Now listen, I will mute up, and then it will be a cue for you to
Yeah, I know how it works. You repeating yourself 3 times doesn't benefit anybody. Apparently, it only does. I don't know. Must be a articulation thing or English.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time talking.
Okay. Well, I have very simple answer. Do you know the demographic ratio for the presumed Jewish state? Let's just start there. According to the partition plan, what would have been the percentages?
Like 40-something%. What's the point?
So yeah, the Arabs would have been 45. Roughly, we're talking roughly. So 45 to 55. So that's what we're talking about.
No, because the land was divided first to, you took the entire land of Palestine, you first cut it, you made Transjordan, you turned it into an Arab country called Transjordan, you brought the Hashemite kingdom, and then from the rest, we partitioned it again. And then you got half, and we got half. What's your problem?
You answered the question. Just mute up, man. I'm trying.
So we could have had the majority and us stay.
I'm trying to give you some respect. Just mute up. Jesus Christ. So again, I told you the ratio would have been 45 to 55. You know, roughly speaking. There are places it would have been more in the favor of the Arabs. So again, this state.
Yeah, Israel had more land, but the Palestinians were given the better land. So it was 55%. Yes, the state wouldn't have been viable because it was only 45% of the land. Is a stupid argument. You're saying that we were overwhelmed because they had a majority of the land was given to Israel, but you're so stupid.
This Jewish state wouldn't have been viable in the few decades that would follow.
Why wouldn't it have been viable?
Yet alone, if
they said no,
been viable.
Yet, let me.
Why
so
wouldn't
yeah, you would
have been
you
viable?
would lose your majority in the next few decades.
Right, and then what would happen?
And not only that.
And then what would happen?
If you look at the.
And then what would happen? And what would happen when the Jews lost their majority? What would happen then? Why would that be so bad?
It wouldn't be a Jewish state.
And so then what would be bad about that?
Ask yourself why the partition to begin with. If it was
I can answer. You're asking me to answer?
What would be the answer? Go ahead.
Ask myself? Well, then the Jews would be under threat of extermination.
Oh, okay.
That's why they need the majority, obviously.
Okay, so now, okay.
Do you understand that?
Okay, no problem.
What do you think would happen if the Jews lost the majority?
I'm going with your logic.
Okay.
So if you know now that, okay, if I look at the birth rates, and I know I'm going to.
Light is shed upon the righteous and joy on the upright in heart. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me, your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. Do not forsake the work of your hands. The Lord says, I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he has been approved, he will receive the crown of life which the Lord has promised. Righteous and joy on the upright in heart. The heart. Oh, his purpose is steadfast.
Minority. The birth date to an Arab majority in probably 20, 30 years. So now what do I assume that the partition plan has taken place? What is the solution now for the Jewish state? Go ahead, my friend.
What solution?
Wait, let me
We have 2 million Muslims. Everything is okay.
Daniel, please. I'm asking you to just let him answer.
This is two Americans discussing Israel, Daniel. We have no need for an Israeli to chime in. But wait, so try to restate your question again, Cynic, but make it really short.
Okay, listen carefully. I'm conceding to your premise. Okay, we are going to face extermination if we become a minority. That is an axiom now. I'm giving you that. Now, you also understand, based on this 45-55 demographic,
we'd have to cross into each other's territories.
No. Forget about that one. That's just me showcasing that it's not practical to begin with. But ignore that point. Look at the birth rates for the Arabs. And based on this demographic, we would be the majority in the next few decades, maybe even less, just based on the birth rates alone. Now, how are you going to deal with the impending reality that you will become a minority in the very Jewish state that you accepted?
How would we become a minority? If you have like high birth rate in your own country, how does it affect my country? Go do it like pigs. I don't care.
Than the Arabs, you don't have.
It doesn't. You missed the point. If Israel is a sovereign state and next to it Jordan, and Jordan breeds like rabbits, how does it impact me?
Plan. You see, I'm asking.
My God, are you listening to me?
You have a.
No, you listen to me. Listen to me.
Talking about Jordan.
Seven. I was giving you an example. I'm saying that if Israel, I'm telling to you that if there was a partition plan, there were two states side by side, how does your birthing rate affect my sovereignty?
Dude, because within
you can have like 12 millions.
You see, you fucking ask the question, you can't shut up. Within the very Jewish state, you have a fucking 45% Arab demographic. We're talking internal to the presumed Jewish state according to the partition plan. You would have ended up a minority in probably 20, 30 years. You would have ended up a minority. Our birth rates are just much higher than some fucking Europeans who are atheist Europeans. So that's just the fact of it. And so now I'm asking my friend, how are you going to deal with the reality that you are going to end up a minority in the so-called Jewish state? And assuming this state is
He's projecting a history hypnosis time machine again. He thinks he knows the future.
How would I deal with the fact that the Jews are going to become a minority in Israel? Two answers. The first answer would be to increase the Jewish population by having more Jewish babies and inviting other Jews from around the world to finally come home to Israel where they will be safe from anti-Semitism. That would be the first answer. If we're going to become a minority, we have to increase so we don't become a minority.
Okay.
The second would be if Muslims weren't crazy, then being a minority wouldn't be an issue. Like the Jews are a minority in America.
That's anecdotal, but at this point, how do you deal with the scenario itself? Like, what would be the active measures? You said increase immigration.
Yeah, increase the population.
Now, again, if you look at currently,
I'm just saying now again currently. Good Shabbos, El Normo!
All he said was now again currently and good Shabbos, El Normo. Continue.
Yeah, because I'm sorry.
Why does anybody care what the majority is? They could have had a state. They chose not to have it.
Norm is also a very high IQ, very respectful, good communicator. I don't see why is Norm is joining the stage.
I have no problem as long as he can put up a lengthy response.
So
just
what next
point with you.
Yes, he's answering our question.
All right.
So why get tied up in wait, are you saying to me, why get tied up in his hypothetical?
Why are you jumping into a conversation?
Calm down.
Well, we're getting tied up in his hypotheticals because of the dopamine.
I'm asking.
It's flooding me with dopamine.
So why don't we go to the heart of the issue?
They don't want to stay. I'm asking him, please.
He's centering me, and I'm starved for attention. It's not every day that somebody wants to talk to me. He wants to talk to me.
I don't mind talking to you.
So I'm dealing with you, my friend. So at this point, I'm asking you. I gave you the scenario. You said increase immigration. I'm telling you now. If you look at the ground right now, if you look at Israel right now,
the dopamine flow through.
You will see
let
that
the dopamine enter your veins.
Israel
is settle in your brain.
This is
full of the dopamine.
You're ridiculous. Why is this guy? He couldn't wait to hop on stage and open his fucking black mouth.
It's too bad.
He couldn't wait.
You just can't do it.
You just love
you've been here for hours.
talking, don't you, Norm? I'm asking him. We're engaging in a discussion. A very quick scenario. Have some fucking patience.
It's annoying. It's enough with your hypothetical. If you wanted to stay, you'd have
enough with the hypothetical because he's yes. My friend, are you that much of a pussy that you're gonna?
No, don't be quiet today. Just talk about the issue.
Is that what it is? Are you
no matter?
Are you a pussy?
No
meta.
Pussy.
Okay, then answer.
I don't like shouting over people.
I'm not. I told you this is a one-on-one. I'm telling you, deal with the scenario.
It's not a one-on-one because now we have.
Okay, so you're a bitch. That's what you're telling me. You're a pussy.
Well, your cousin's brains are on the sidewalk, so
okay, so I'm good. It was
the sponge them up.
It's not even
the brains are flowing.
Honestly, it is a pleasure, to humiliate you guys over and over again. As I
the only one who's been consistently humiliated here is you.
You literally just got humiliated
and
because
every
you
time
were
you
about
speak,
to.
you roast yourself.
You can't even argue the point. You can't even debate.
Of course, I can argue the point. When Norm's not talking, I'm ready to engage on guard.
Well, he's interrupting us.
Norm, just for the sake of this, yes. So Norm, I'll Norm. Engaging with his hypotheticals is stupid. Yeah, we're gonna give him 2 minutes.
Okay, after I'm done.
We're giving you
Norm. I've already humiliated Norm several times already.
Norm humiliates himself every time he speaks because this is a self-roasting app.
It doesn't even.
And every time anybody speaks on this app, they roast themselves. So Norm humiliates himself every day, just like me.
No, I don't.
He just humiliated himself again.
No, I do.
All right, can you?
When somebody has no point, they just go in circles.
If you look at the current demographics today, the Jewish Arab demographic and the Mandate of Palestine, or what was known as the Mandate of Palestine, you will see that the current advantage is for the Arabs. It's 51% in favor of the Arabs. So if you look at the territories from the river to the sea, it is 51% in the favor of the Arabs.
Well, I'm about to move there, and then it's going to be one more Jew in Israel.
This is after millions of refugees around the world, the Palestinians.
What is your point?
my point was, if there was no war, if there was no ethnic cleansing, the numbers that you see today, 51%, would have been more like 70%. Would have been probably even 80%.
And so then that would have been good. Then we would have all been living in peace. We would have been sharing the world. It would have been 70% Arab and 30% Jew.
Cool that you said that. All right, I remember what you just said. Now, if you
would have been sharing the country peacefully.
Okay, no problem.
If there wasn't for like the murderous hatred of the Jews and the fact that Allah had Jews or whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that input. Now, with that understanding in mind, hold that thought in your head. Now, what you're seeing is that your initial protocol to deal with the whole demographic issue, increasing immigration, wasn't going to fix the problem. So just based on the scenario that I just mentioned, the current stats, as I mentioned right now. Now, this notion that you just brought up, so now you're going to have to give me another protocol, another strategy to maintain the demographics in your favor, to maintain a Jewish state. Now, moving that aside, if you want to respond to that, you can go ahead after. But that notion that you just had in mind, that we can live in peace, then why the fuck did we need to have a partition to begin with? If you can accept the reality of being a minority in the land, then there was no necessity for Zionism to begin with. There was no necessity to establish a Jewish state to begin with. But you see, the very reason for establishing a Jewish state was...
I get your point. Can you stop talking?
Thank you.
Yeah, because I get your point, and actually I agree with Norm. So Norm said a few times, he said, why did we need to begin with? Why couldn't we have just lived in harmony with 70% Arab population and population? And Norm said very simply, he's silent. And this reminds me, actually, Norm, before you entered the room, I was going to ask a question for Cynic and Daniel. I could just answer. I could ask it now for Cynic and Daniel and Norm.
But Jason, repeat what I said. Give him his reason so he understands it. Give him the reason.
Me?
Answer.
No, so the answer, well, the question I was going to ask is, what was the first massacre that started the war? Was it Jews killing Palestinians and forcing them off their land? Or was it Palestinians killing Jews who were settling in Israel? Who started it? I looked this up on X, on AI the other day, and I actually got a real answer. So there is actually a correct answer for like the first massacre. I think it happened in like possibly 1929, I think. But do you know who started it and when? Maybe Daniel will know this.
You're talking about the Hebron massacre. That's what you're talking about.
I think so.
So yeah, the Hebron massacre.
29.
Yeah, it was pretty much a mob mentality as a response to a national.
That's why they needed.
Response to basically, yes, it was a massacre of Jews that was incited. He asked me. I think he asked me. Actually, I heard my name. I literally was quiet now for 15 minutes. And I heard my name, Daniel, and I actually, for the last 15 minutes, all I heard was your voice. I heard your voice. Okay, so the question was addressed to me, and I would be happy to address it. So 1929, if you read the description of what happened on 1929, it's very much similar to what happened on 7th of October in terms of like the description, except taking the hostages. Basically, and it's a reuse tactics that they use a lot. Basically, the Jews did something usually it's about Al-Aqsa or whatever, and then they incite the Arab mob to go and slaughter Jews. And this is like the same recipe has been repeated over and over and over again.
Okay, thank you. So, like you said, there was a Zionist demonstration that went through Jerusalem, and they were calling for an establishment of a Jewish state and that the rebuilding of the temple and all that nonsense that you see today. Now, at that time,
I wasn't aware, so that completely makes sense why they went and just massacred babies and children. Now that you say that there is a reason, there was a protest, and they said that they want to make a state. So okay, so it makes sense why they go and slaughter Jews.
Now I understand.
Now I understand.
You want to build the third temple, yes. Yeah, when you.
So that makes that's for you it legitimizes. So for you, in your eyes, in your like inhumane terrorist, properly Nazi mindset, you think that this is a reason to go and slaughter Jews in their homes? No, I want to understand. You think that there is you think that there's something to justify. So you think that. So you're basically saying that
you're going demonstrating in Jerusalem.
So you're basically saying that there's something that justifies it. Why is it so hard to speak with him?
A Jewish state.
So you're basically saying.
Why is it so hard to communicate with him? Are you just figuring this out, Daniel?
If I could. He answered the question, and now it's my turn. But he doesn't want. He wants to continue. Yapping. Hopefully that was God. Anyways, I'm going to take the opportunity. So
Anyways, I think I'm going to go to the gym or go on a nice power walk, read a book, do anything other than listen to Cynic Mikhail continue to speak and spam his bullshit. Mikhail, why don't you go to the gym and read a book and do something productive today with your life?
So I'm talking to my friend, and he just heard the answer from Daniel himself. There was a protest that went out to the, calling for the Jewish Zionist state and for the destruction of holy sites. So that's why, and this triggered a mob mentality. And yes, there was a massacre that took place, but you need more context on this.
We need to go down the history hypnosis time machine right now. Go ahead, Cynic. Al, you can handle this, Al. Go ahead.
A lot of those Jews also in Hebron were Arabs. So a lot of people who defended them and the people who repelled the mob were Arabs themselves. So yeah, but people want to ignore that, and a lot of these guys were executed or persecuted. So that's what happened with that. So, but you can see that it was a triggered response. So they were triggered into this. So that's what it is. When you have a project in your own land that calls for your ethnic cleansing and your destruction.
The Zionist program, history so bloody.
So this is expected. If I go in the United States and I have...
It's expected, El Normo. It's expected.
I have established gangs, and now I'm calling for, this taking over American territory and diminishing American sovereignty. Of course, this is going to trigger a mob mentality.
Of course it's going to trigger a mob mentality.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a Jewish non-Zionist, and you guys might be interested in my viewpoint. I'm going to say, if I could
So, my friend, you don't have an answer anymore. And so you understand at this point.
I think Maximilian was saying that he's a Jewish non-Zionist. Is that what he was saying? Or did you just talk right over him like you do everybody else as you continue just to talk while people just talk and nobody can really have a conversation because people are willing to talk over each other for no reason because it's all spam anyways at the end of the day. And it's always a you problem if people talk to people like you because it's a waste of time. After 100 conversations, you think you might get the clue. I don't know. That's just me. I think I'm going to go to the gym and read a book and enjoy my Shabbos. Have a great day, everybody.
And he doesn't leave, by the way. Just like, I'm going to go to the gym.
Yeah, it's because you're violent.
He just stays.
That's your problem.
He's a fucking... This guy's such a
That's
clown.
your problem. It's because you're violent. You're going to have to deal with that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
You can't deal when you just can't deal. You can't deal with Zionism by necessity.
He's not just violent, El Normo. He's low IQ. He's like deteriorating. You can tell his body is just like withering. He's technically a jihadist time waster who wastes people's time by wasting and decomposing his own body. He's drying out, El Normo. How are you going to fix all those laptops today to make a living if all you're doing is chatting here and spamming all day long?
What book are you going to read?
What book am I going to read? Oh, I was reading Psalms. Have you heard of the Bible? It's called Psalms. It's a great little book. King David. It's so wise, such beautiful, intelligent information, far superseding your stupidity and your hypnosis time machine conversations. A Bible freak? You mean I like books? I like sentences. I don't like listening to the stupid shit that comes out of your fucking mouth.
What era was Ezra?
What era was Ezra? Oy vey, what another great question. El Normo, I'm praying for you that you have the best Shabbos of your life. My friend Zach, I pray you have the funnest Shabbos of your life. And Cynic, I pray that you go to the gym at least one day a week and read a book and stop spamming with your lips and your brain. You're like an automated retard. Fully automated retardation. Congratulations, Dr. Cynic. You've done it again today. And this is a 3-hour special called Cynic, the Magic Clown of Stupidity.
Take a breath. You're literally the clown.
What year did you copy our book, Mikhail? What year did you copy our book?
Norm,
Mikhail, what year did
you don't even know your book. You don't even know shit.
No.
You literally didn't even know when the second temple was destroyed.
Don't change the subject.
Know shit.
Don't change the
You don't know
subject, Mikhail.
shit.
What year?
You don't know shit.
What year
So
did
who
your
told
guy
you this
copy
is
our
your
book?
fucking history, anyways? Your
What year
book,
did your guy
your
copy our
history.
book?
I guess someone who converts to Islam now, this is their book. Their book.
What year?
My book.
What year did your
You're
guy
a
copy our
fucking
book?
convert, man.
What year? No, what year? What year?
We didn't copy no goddamn book.
What year?
We didn't copy
What year
no
did you copy
goddamn
our
book.
book?
I'll tell you who copied
sure?
the books. Maimonides copied.
No, I'm talking about your book.
Yeah, my book isn't a
What
copy.
year did you copy our book?
My book isn't a copy.
It's not? Then where did you get it from?
No, from God.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
really.
what about the actual history of it?
What
Let's say
actual
we're talking,
history?
I don't know. Yeah.
I already answered
let's
to you
leave
from
your
God.
religious
Any
beliefs
other
aside.
question just fucking is gonna sound retarded.
Yeah. Besides your
I already
religious
answered
beliefs,
from God.
in what year? In what year
From
did you
God.
copy
That's
our
it.
book?
I'm appealing
What
to
year?
divine authority.
Mikhail.
An omniscient being.
Mikhail.
Are you stupid?
Mikhail. What year? No, what year?
I already
The
told
answer
you.
is a year, Mikhail. What year?
No. We didn't copy
What
shit.
year?
I already answered your
Well, of
question.
course you did.
Of course you did. Prove it.
Yeah. Our book was there, predating
Who says
by
it's your book?
1400 years.
Who says it's your book?
Calm down. No, don't.
It's
wait,
my
let me
book.
finish the question.
This is my book.
But hang on. No, you have your.
No. This is my book. No, I converted
You
to
have
another
your book,
religion.
and
This
it's
is
a
my book.
copy of our book.
This is my book.
You have your
That's
book.
all my book.
Right.
All of it is mine.
It's all
All
yours.
of it is mine. You're a fucking cracker.
When did it
What the fuck
become
are you
yours?
talking about?
When did
None
it
of this
become
is your
yours?
book. None of this.
I see. What year did your guy copy our book?
You're a fucking cracker. This is my book.
El Normo, he called me a kike faggot today, and he's calling you a fucking cracker. What do you think this guy's... How would you diagnose Cynic, El Normo? What kind of diagnostic would you administer to actually get to the root essence of who Cynic is?
Very nasty.
You're no damn semi.
Very nasty.
You're no semi.
You're very
You're
nasty.
acting like you're a fucking semi. Like you know it for sure.
What year was it? What year did your guy
This is all our shit. It's my shit. This is my book.
Yeah. What year did
It's
you
my
copy
book.
our book?
If I'm copying
What
for
year?
myself, it's my book.
What year?
It's my book.
What year?
It belongs to him, El Normo. The book belongs to him.
My book is my book.
Are you not hearing him? He keeps saying, it's my book. My book. It's my book.
It is my book.
Wants to be us. He's pretending to be us.
No. You want to be us. There's a difference.
Well, you're in California, right?
You're in Brooklyn.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
El Normo, you're not helping Cynic. He's got laptops to repair today. He can't be here 80 hours a week arguing. Otherwise, no one's laptop's going to get repaired.
So listen.
Are you gonna post this and get 5 views on YouTube now?
As an American Jew, I think Israel is the greatest danger to Jews. As an American Jew, I think the greatest danger to Jews is Israel. Israel is a total danger to Jews, and you guys don't even want to address
This is
that.
why the nations.
Israel is a danger to the Jews, Max?
Y'all fucking retards.
El Normo, what's wrong with Max? Why does he think Israel doesn't have the best interest of Jews at heart? What kind of ridiculous position is that?
I don't know. But let's start with the year that he thought that Cynic copied our book.
You're a fucking.
What year was it?
You're a fucking cracker. You didn't copy shit. It's all mine.
Don't be afraid.
You don't even know fucking basic Jewish history. What the fuck about you is Jewish?
Well, don't change
What the fuck about you is Jewish?
Don't change it.
America Israel do not always have the same things in politics, and that's, whatever is good for Israel is not always necessarily good for the United States. And I think that's a huge problem, and I think it's been exacerbated more and more now, so that we're going to get in more. It's doing, as an American Jew, I'm not a Zionist per se, and I think it's a danger to Judaism as a whole. I think it creates more anti-Semitism, and the bottom line is I believe it creates more anti-Semitism than it helps.
We can talk about that. Well, when you create a state, and the only way to create a state is by ethnically cleansing Arabs who are Muslims, who are part of a greater body, which is the Arab and Muslim world, of course, you are inviting perpetual violence against Jews and against the Zionists. So that's what's happening. And they,
why not give them New York? I know it didn't have to be in Palestine. Yeah. It was debated where to be. You know, so this isn't a prima facie situation.
Who debated it?
I believe different Zionists. I don't know as well as you.
Well, tell us what you're talking about if you know.
Don't you know this?
Motives and.
Come on, Max. Nobody thinks what's good is goose for the gander.
Yeah, really good.
Max, we're not stupid. We know the obvious answer to your question. The point is, you know, we are basically aligned against hate, against people like Cynic who want to waste our time, like you who want to waste our time with your politics.
Oh boy. This is great.
Your political position is in an inferior position. It's not intellectually bad. Okay, take care, Max.
Well, Max. Oh, he's gone.
Anyways, I thoroughly enjoyed this roast, this barbecue. I had a great piece of pizza during the party. There were a lot of beautiful people here, but there's a lot of misaligned people who have essentially, how many more times are they going to come on here and do the same dance? Do people not like going to new concerts or something? How many tickets are you going to buy?
So Max, you're Jewish and you're not a Zionist then, huh?
Yeah, I would like to have a semi-decent back and forth.
So you don't think the Jewish people have the right to their own homeland, right? Because that's what it means when you're not a Zionist.
No, I don't think it's written in the sand or anything like that. No, I don't. But my bigger point is that the current state of affairs with the way Israel has gone is not beneficial to me as an American Jew.
Well, no one cares about if it's beneficial to you. No one gives a shit about that. What we care about is care about what the Jews and the rest of the world care about, right? We care about them having a safe place to live as a Jewish person.
Well,
it's the only Jewish country in the world.
Less safe everywhere else because of.
Well, that's why, and that's exactly why we need Israel, right?
No, not at all. I think
no.
Twisty.
So where are we going to live then? With all the Arabs that treat us so well?
I've always been living. You know, I live in the United States. My parents lived in the United States.
I mean, that's great, but not every Jew wants to live in the United States.
Okay, so they can pick somewhere, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it has to be Israel.
Why? They
Because
can live in
it's theirs,
Uganda if they want.
Because it's our home, that's why.
No, but that's debatable, and
no, it's not debatable.
Well,
you're going to debate archaeological evidence and history.
I don't know. I'm sure there was Native Americans in the United States that didn't keep us from taking it over.
That's a completely different situation.
Oh yes, of course.
Comparisons.
Yeah, of course not.
No, that's totally different country, different part of the world.
I can just see I'm getting worked up for nothing.
Well, you're just a fucking retard. That's why. Yeah, leave. Exactly. It's that easy. And that's the problem we have with all these fucking pieces of shit Jews that live in America that don't consider themselves Zionists.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you have the opinion that the United States should stop all funding and shipment of arms, well, okay, great. But you know what you're not going to stop, even if you stop the flow of money and weapons to Israel? You're not going to stop justice. The Israelis will pursue justice, and they will manufacture the weapons. They will get the weapons. But they are locked in a jujitsu death grip with these people, and these people and the people on this app who support and project it and essentially propagandize it. I mean, I think they're all wasting their time against a fruitless endeavor. I mean, Israel is going to win this conflict, and they're not going to bend the knee. They're justified in this position. So it's going to eventually, this war or this conflict will end, but the never-ending perpetual war of Israel and its surrounding neighbors is never going to end. And that's why they train, their 18-year-olds to be in the service to protect the homeland. The fact that there is a Jewish republic, I know, El Norma, you think it's like a representative or a parliamentary democracy, but in my opinion, it's a Jewish republic. In the sense that it's to be Jewish and to be nationalistic, to have a Jewish country is so groundbreaking in terms of world history. And it blows people's mind that Jews now have a perpetual state, which is a monopoly on a civilization. And the people on this app can't stand that they don't have an ethno-state, and they are essentially religious ethno-extremists, and they're hypocrites. So I think we can accurately diagnose and accurately describe the situation and the people on this app who support terrorism and propagandize terrorism. They don't stand for justice or law, and these people make me sick, and I spit on them.
Thing is, like, why can they have 57 countries, but we can't have one little small country, right? Don't understand that shit. Never did. Never will. Yeah, exactly. So, just like this Irish cunt in the fucking chat. And I don't know why the Irish want to have so much hatred toward... Actually, yeah, I do know why. Because they're fucking terrorists, just like the PLO and all the other pieces of shit that they were friends with.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And I'm glad that England fucked them in the ass over the last couple hundred years or whatever the fuck it has been, that they've been fucking the Irish. So Irish is no piece of shit. And that country is a disgusting country, by the way. Bunch of fucking Palestinian flags, they fly there. Disgusting people. All they do is get drunk and puke all over themselves and shit in the streets in Ireland. Disgusting country.
Well, they're ideologically and politically aligned, but not all Irish are that way. Many Irish support Jewish nationalism and Jewish freedom and liberation, and they appreciate it and they respect it. And journalists like El Normo, many journalists who covered the Irish conflict and the Gaza conflict, I mean, this is human conflict. I don't know why people think there's ever going to be peace on this earth. I'm 42, and all I have witnessed is never-ending conflict. So that's the constant. It's how you change and adapt to that conflict, which makes you a winner or a loser. There's a lot of losers on this app who are spending 80 hours a week here, and those are rookie numbers if you're going to free Palestine.
His point about demographics was so weak. It's just so stupid.
People love to use the term demographic all the time.
Well, it is if he was right.
And they demand that the reality now conform to their narrative projection. And it's just so stupid. And I don't understand why some people can't understand that essentially they're wasting their time here. And it's all spam, whether you're listening to it or whether you're speaking, unless it's intelligent spam. It's like 1% of all communication.
That's all it is. It's spam that they got from TikTok, X, and
they're
other
only
places on
Jews
the
here.
internet. That's all it is. No factual evidence, no factual basis on any of the argument that they make, and then they throw out terms that they can't even define themselves too, which is fucking hilarious. And they think when they come on Clubhouse writing in a room chat that's going to make Israel go away. That's the funniest part of it all. They think that they're freeing Palestine by coming on Clubhouse.
They are putting their grain of salt to get all these little children and women killed.
That's true.
The funniest part is they never look at, what started this whole thing, right? Does anybody understand, can we go back and actually look at the real history that's been recorded, or are we just going to go off somebody?
But Harry, that's the problem. That's the problem with history hypnosis. It takes you out of the now. if we were all intelligent, we'd be teaching meditation. But unfortunately, it's all propaganda and all politics all the time. Don't fall for the trap.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, you're really right on that.
Who is deleting the messages? Norm, stop doing that. I know you love doing it.
Why can't I do what I love?
Because you prevent us to read the messages, and we have fun in the chat.
I mean, Issa, aren't you?
That person should come up on the stage and stop being a little pussy.
Yeah, they should come up and call me an asshole.
Issa, I mean, why aren't you even insulted when Cynic, speaks sexually perverted things about, fucking you, raping you, calling me a kike faggot? I mean, in my opinion.
What are you saying that I didn't say anything? He was moved to the audience.
Well, what I'm saying is he's a cretin, and you support him.
If I were to worry about every obnoxious comment that I receive in this app, I would be more sensitive than Ben Mendelsohn and than Norm. And I cannot afford to live a life where I have to worry about every person's comments. I don't care.
It'd be more fun if she was speaking and not writing, though.
It tells more about who he is than who I am. I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that, I like swift justice. So if somebody speaks like that, I want them put in the goo immediately. I want them to know a response to the way that they're speaking. It's ridiculous.
He was sent to the audience, but I'm not going to give him more attention that he deserves, because that's exactly what he's trying to get with his comments.
Yeah, I get
Who,
it.
the anti-Zionist American Jew?
Yeah, Cynic.
Yeah.
The other guy. Who's the other
He's
guy?
talking about Maximilian guy, that guy.
I don't know. I've seen him, but I don't remember interacting with him.
So, Cynic made a remarkable claim today. He said that he was the first, he survived the first intifada. Do we really believe that? The second intifada? Okay.
He lived in Gaza. That's what he said. I heard him.
For the second intifada.
He's never been to that region.
Well, today he claimed that he lived there and he survived the second intifada, which is in the early 2000s. So yeah. Not sure how that would be possible if he was born in the United States. And then he was born in the United States and then his family moved to Gaza. Makes no sense to me.
He's never been there. I remember speaking with him about this.
Oh, it's over?
Is this M?
No.
It's like me saying I survived 9/11 in Chicago.
Just your voice sounds similar.
I know, I always get that.
Anyways, it's been another fun episode of Clown House this morning, recording all this insanity.
Put someone else up here who reads Israel. It's fun.
It wasn't fun. It was annoying. I was exhausted. You didn't shut up for a minute.
You weren't here. No, the second guy, the anti-Zionist American Jew.
No, he was here for a long time. Talking about stupid, annoying people. Where is Soren?
Oh, he got consumed. He's back in Iran. He's working on internal communications over there now.
He got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I missed his comments about Norm's prostate.
He hasn't been on the app for months. Something happened to him.
This doesn't address the original source problem, which is Zionism.
Oh no, I hope nothing happened to him.
What's his name? The Moses guy, the one that has got the cool PTRs. What's his name? Yeah, the guy, the Jewish guy with the English accent from South Africa that has got the most. Yeah, Pumalu. Thank you. Shit, I forgot. Pumalu was off Clubhouse for like a month or so, and we were asking about Soren, and he's like, "Well, I cannot say anything, but I'm not in Clubhouse because I was on a mission." But I think he's fine. It's like,
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay, yeah. But this is the reason why I was not in Clubhouse. I was on a mission.
It's like it was exhausting today. This dude is like, I don't know where the energy to like ramble without like interruption.
Yeah, but you need to touch grass and breathe because you're gonna have a heart attack one day in these rooms.
Me?
Yes, you.
Nah, I don't take it too hard. It was just like weird that it doesn't shut up for a minute.
But this is the same guy that ran away from 3 hours ago.
Yes.
Yeah, he ran his mouth like
you ran
non-stop.
away from your own house?
So I gotta say, what's interesting about the anonymous function is yesterday I got exposed because I clicked on one of the Free Palestinian speakers' profiles, and then they knew immediately who it was, so they all mass blocked the John Kitover account. So now I have to create a new burner account and add nobody, but then I can still go in the rooms as anonymous and record them and not click their profile.
You know what? That doesn't matter because hold on. Yeah, exactly. When you are anonymous, it doesn't matter.
No, when you look at their profile, they can click on their profile and view who viewed their profile and get you.
Yes, but John, John.
But if you create a new account and you use some anon, you're already anonymous.
No, I get it, but they'll kick the anon account. The anon account can't be kicked if it's an actual subscriber account.
I know, but you don't need to create a new account. But because the next time you come into a room, they will not know it's you. They will still think it's someone else.
Okay, here's the troll that you have to do.
That is until you open your big mouth.
Because you have like 1 million accounts. You should create an account called Anon and then go on stage.
I saw somebody already has an anon account. Yeah.
And also John, the thing about being notified that somebody viewed your profile, it says saw your profile within the last week. It doesn't say saw your profile within 1 minute or anything like that. So it says within the last.
Order is that by last view. So
Yeah.
if you look at who just looked at you, you can guess.
All I'm saying is it's actually.
Somebody could have seen your profile from the outside, from the hallway.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's a huge waste of time even recording the rooms. But I got to say, if I were to set up 2 phones, one phone recording a room, these rooms go on all day long. So I don't know. It's an obsession of mine, I guess.
Obsession.
What are you getting from?
I'm just getting more dopamine because when they panic and then somebody's watching my YouTube live and they post the link and they're like, he's live streaming your room, they all freak out. It's like watching ants get sprayed with bug spray and they just fucking flee the scene. It's fun.
I see. That could be fun. I think what was the last thing I heard? Some Free Palestine girl got released from the psych ward, had a breakdown, chased some random Jewish guy.
Here?
Yeah, was it Nora?
Yeah, she's in our circle, unfortunately.
She traced some. She's
a member of my house.
Elevator.
Oh, wait, not too much on Nora.
Yeah, she's Diego's girlfriend.
So I actually have Abby Eba in an X account listening to this room, and she just played some exclusive Nora and Diego footage of Nora having a total breakdown, and then what's his name, Yakov, talking about following medical health advice, and Diego going into a tailspin. I mean, it's cringe and pathetic, but go to the gym and read a book. I don't know what to tell these people anymore.
I can't do both. I have to pick one. I can't read a book and play it.
Yeah,
so did you file a complaint yet to get your house?
No, not yet. I will do it over the weekend.
I'm gonna be out most of next week, so.
Yeah, do you know what happened, John?
Well, I tried joining Itty Bitty Titty Community. Is that what the house you're talking about?
No, this one. You know what happened to the Jews when you give them, you open your heart to them and your
John,
house
look
to
at
them?
this house. Look who
They
owns
take
this house.
over it. You see, this is the biggest house I had with like almost 12,000 people. And I opened my house to Meyer and Daniel and made them admins and whatever. And now Meyer is the owner of the house, and I was kicked out of the house. I cannot rejoin it.
She opened her house, and she opened her heart, and she got stabbed in the back.
Yeah, and now he's offering a 2-house solution, but I'm not sure I want it. I just want the right to return.
Oh my God.
This is so meta.
Thank you.
From the leave button to the mic button, Issa's house will be free.
Yeah. From the leave button to the mic button.
Why can't you just stop killing babies?
Yeah, I don't know. Clubhouse glitched during this latest update, and I just lost my house. I don't know, and I cannot even join back. It's so stupid.
It's probably a Jew.
Yeah, it was a Jew. Meyer is the owner now.
You've been nakbad.
You know how Tim Rammelson, Rammelson has told me, oh, Issa, you're sleeping with the enemy. One of these days you will wake up and realize that they have betrayed you and stabbed you in the back. Well, the day has gone.
But you see, Issa, a Wozniak created the company that created your interface with the app, so it's really theirs from the beginning.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not true. Look at the abacus. It's the person who created the abacus that's responsible for all of this.
This app was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 minutes. 3,000 minutes. It was 3,000 days ago.
Well, at least they didn't. I thought, because I couldn't find a house the other day, I was trying to open a room like yesterday, and I couldn't find the house, and I was like, where the hell? I'm Daniel. They deleted my house. It's like, no, I see it. And so then we realized that it was Meyer.
Issa, were you clipped?
No, I wasn't.
So
it was just a glitch. It was just a glitch. I don't know what happened.
No, because if you were clipped, maybe they confiscate your houses.
No, I wasn't. No, because I didn't lose any of my other houses either.
Oh,
it was just this.
I know, it's really weird.
Yeah.
It was funny how you were confident. I didn't even know you had it.
Yeah. Try to play dumb.
You kept me in suspense for 10 minutes. I'm like, uh-oh, why did I get caught for this time? You were like those cops. Like, do you know why I pulled you over? It was like many reasons. I'm giving you
He was sweating.
I doubt you saw the body in the trunk. You may have saw, like, I don't know which one you called me, huh?
In your steadfast love.
Yeah, how many times have you been tased, Alex?
Yeah, it's funny, but it's annoying. Not being tased, my house thing.
Yeah, it is annoying. That's not funny.
Yeah, especially it's annoying I cannot join back. Because at least, even if we cannot change the ownership, you can at least give me my admin back, and I would be able to...
I can't even make you a member.
Yeah, I cannot even go back.
There is no right of return.
Exactly.
There is no right of return.
Your passport has been vacated and no other country will issue you a passport.
Yeah, I'm stateless.
Houseless. You're a sovereign citizen.
I guess you're Palestinian.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I'm just resisting.
See, Issa, I think in order to solve your problems, you need to marry Meyer, and everything he owns is yours. But I'm married, and I don't.
Yeah, he's married. He's not a Muslim. He cannot take an additional wife.
And I don't live in Utah.
And he doesn't want to take an additional wife.
He wants to afford an additional wife.
I mean, if he really wanted, he would find a way.
Well, he already has got 9 children and a wife, Daniel. Do you think he can afford a second wife?
Daniel, do you ever listen to Commentary Magazine?
Commentary Magazine? No, I never heard of it.
It's a podcast. They're like Jewish neocons. They speak about American Israeli politics all the time. They constantly have Dan Seymour on from Call Me Back. Anyway, I don't know if you would appreciate as much as you're not American. I listened to today after our conversation this morning, and they were discussing that the Institute of Health on Kennedy's organization put out an AI-generated report, and it alluded to about 7 reports that don't exist. And they put this out to place policy on these reports that don't exist. So it was just funny after like this morning conversation of like arguing that these things don't happen. It happened yesterday.
Hey, Isa.
Hello.
Hey. Just
How are you, Eitan?
I'm okay. I haven't been around in a while here. It's missed all you
I
guys.
know. I was gonna say. We've missed you. Where have you been?
Oh, here,
Okay, Abby,
there,
I'm gonna go for a
everywhere,
jog.
up and about.
Hope you enjoy this room.
Nothing's
Where
going
have you
on.
been?
It's really busy with work.
How's everything back in Israel?
We're keeping it up.
Let me call.
We're you know, trying to live life. But you know, just to keep an ongoing joke going on. You know what I'm gonna ask you?
Yeah, I know. I think it's been a year, Eitan.
Has it been a year?
I don't know. I need to look for the time the date I purchased it. Let me see.
Yeah.
These were.
Well, I hope this is your only purchase that you didn't use.
No, I have a few, but I'm going to use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have purchased it. It's just that I don't know why I haven't watched it. It's almost like, you know, I am a procrastinator also in work things and personal things, and it's like, yeah, I want to do it. I really want to do it, but for whatever reason, it's I can do it tomorrow. You know.
Maybe it's because it's always discussed on the clubhouse anyway. So you're like, I don't want to spend all this time on it. That's something that I talk about all the time.
But you know, as soon as I saw you entering the room, I was like, shit, I haven't watched it.
It's kind of like a student didn't do his homework or something. I get the feeling.
I know, you got me.
No. There's no pressure here. We got a few more years. We're both still kind of young.
I will surprise you when I watch it.
Hey, because there's a quiz afterwards.
Good. Anybody knows how I can see when I purchased a movie on Apple TV? I'm trying to find a purchase history, but I don't see anything. And in the list of movies, it doesn't tell me when I purchased it.
What do you mean purchase a movie on TV? Shit.
Yeah,
just watch it free stream.
On Apple TV, you can purchase movies.
No, I don't.
So you have them in your library.
No, I don't purchase anything. I just watch them for free.
No, I purchase certain movies that I want to keep when they are like classic enough or important enough, and I really like them. I just purchase them.
Good for you. I don't find that shit.
Look at you owning IP.
Exactly. Don't touch this shit. No way.
No, I don't know. I actually think some of the subscription models are dumb, right? At least for the way that I interact with content. Like, I don't really play video games like over and over again. So paying $60 for a brand new video game, playing it, and then getting rid of it seems like kind of a waste of money. But now with all these subscription things, so I can subscribe for $15 a month, play it for the first month, and then unsubscribe, and I'm good.
Yeah, the trick
Save $45.
The trick is in forgetting that you have that subscription.
Yeah, well, I have that app that tracks Monarch Money, Rocket Money, all that stuff. It tracks all the subscriptions you have.
And you pay for that service?
You pay a lot lower than the subscriptions, and it does it all in one place.
You know, at the end of the year, I was clearing my subscriptions and whatever, and I was just like going around everywhere, right? Because I have some that are attached to my Apple Wallet. There's some that are attached to my credit card, and there are some that are attached to my PayPal, and there's some that are, and so I got them like spread everywhere. And I started cutting all of the subscriptions I had to minimize them to the actual things that I use. And I realized I was spending like over 300 euros every month in subscriptions. It was crazy.
Yeah, me too. Like, this cancelled my subscription to the football because the football ends in 3 days.
final with some more subscriptions and then subscriptions, because Netflix is shit. It doesn't have anything. But it has.
Is it me or I cannot understand? I'll check.
You around me or what? Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I was realizing I was spending like about $300 a month with this subscription, so I ended all of them too. It's just I even watch Netflix. Like I come home from work and I go to bed, so it's like it's not even worth it.
Yeah, I tried to add all my subscriptions to the Apple Wallet because at least there you can have better control because you see a clear list of which ones you have going on and which ones are about to expire and so on. So it's easier than have them in your credit card or in your PayPal or other places. Andre.
What did I miss?
A lot.
Great.
Everything happening in this room is so interesting.
Hey, your office is at the bottom of the room, and I think we could all sing happy birthday for him.
For
because
whom?
he has you're off. It's a birthday today.
Oh yeah,
Yesterday
you're
or today.
off.
No, I think it's today. Today,
Don't
yeah.
be gay, Daniel.
No, come on, let's celebrate for him.
Yeah,
Was it yesterday? No, it was today. I think it was. Happy birthday, you're out.
Can you sing it in Hebrew?
I'm a medium. Ayom yom uledet, ayom yom uledet, ayom yom uledet.
You have the happy birthday one in Hebrew.
Yom uledet sameach, yom uledet sameach. How do I know? Maybe you were high, but you told me yesterday.
Yes, were you drunk, John, when you told us?
You actually asked him if he's drunk, right? No, he was just celebrating his birthday.
He came at 1:30 a.m. his time. Oh my God, what happened here? What's all of these sirens? He came at 1:30 a.m. his time and said, "Today is my birthday."
So happy birthday.
Do you want to hear?
I sang to him, and he even told us how old he is getting.
Do you want to hear
24.
Ready?
Andre, it's like
birthday.
Don't be gay, Andre.
Birthday. One more step closer to your
No, it is one year less. Anyway.
Okay, so I guess I'm talking on behalf of everybody that are silent, but they all wish you happy birthday.
Yes, Johan, we love you.
Very nice of you, Daniel.
I'm a nice guy. What can I do?
Wow, he didn't say thank you to me yesterday when I talked to him.
Thank you, Lisa, darling. You have got eat some cake. Something. Oh, I did. Thank you. Yeah,
Johan, it's a tradition that the birthday boy has to send some shekels to the people that are celebrating to him.
Yeah, that's the tradition here.
Shall I send to my bank account?
Yeah.
Well, you should have it because you guys send me shekels on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, not Friday. Exactly.
Yeah, I changed it. I was wondering why it was not arriving on Friday.
You checked the wrong date.
Yeah.
It's there on your bank account for Thursday.
Yeah. Anyway.
You will see a big lump this month. It's compensation for the house. Retribution, how do you call it? Not retribution.
It will be Meyer.
reparation.
Reparation, exactly.
Are you gonna send reparations, Meyer, to my bank account in the form of shekels?
I don't believe in reparations.
If you cannot defend your house, then you don't have the right to have a house.
Well, the one paying always doesn't believe it. It's about the one receiving, they believe it. Oh my God. Exhausted.
Is John still here? Yeah, he's there.
You would hear, I know. Oh my God.
Yeah, so whatever happened to Soren, every time I see Norm, I remember him. And also to Ish. I haven't seen Ish in a long time.
Did you check all the local prisons?
Definitely not in Singapore.
Every time you see me, you think of hurts.
Yes, every time I see you, I think of Soren and your prostate.
Yeah, well, for me, it's the other way around. I hear you, and then I think of your prostate, and then I remember of Soren.
Flattered. You may be the only
Meyer,
person.
you're in the Matrix. Norm.
No, can you hear me now? Did you ask
Yes, we
Nora?
can.
Did you ask Nora if she met Ish in Bellevue?
Oh, that's true. Well, actually, this morning when the room was going crazy, I was wondering if we could send Cynic and Zach and who was the other one that was yelling? Cynic, Zach, and it was not Simon, but it was 3 people yelling at each other. Who?
The women and children are dying.
Yeah, but there were 3 people. I was thinking maybe we can send all of these people to Bellevue and they will do a group discount.
John was the third one.
Oh yeah, John, Cynic, and Zach.
Is it retarded today or what?
Did I just come at like the end of the yelling, or?
Right now, no.
Stop yelling, Simon. You're always screaming.
Yeah, I'm screaming. The women and children are dying.
Did Nora already have her court today?
We should ask what's his face? A lover.
Diego?
What's his name? Diego.
No, he was in the conference room until in the Bitcoin conference until yesterday. That was in Vegas. Maybe that's where he met Nora. In Vegas.
Daniel, what is that noise?
He's cracking Palestinians' necks.
I came out from the outside. I was thirsty, so I kind of gulped a whole bottle of water. Sorry, I'm away from the phone.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen Nora lately. Or Diego. No. Diego came to the room, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I don't remember. For a little bit.
Which room? Itty bitty?
Yeah, in the itty bitty. Yeah, it's the only place where I can open rooms now.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had like a mental awareness room.
Yeah, it's nice to be with the 4 of us. Yeah.
Even as a guest.
Wait, am I part of the 4?
No, it's Meyer, Simon, Daniel, and me.
What you say?
But you're a guest member. Well, I am a guest member now.
You are a VIP member. But Isha, now that I was kicked out by mistake because I went to the hallway, now you are where you're supposed to be, on the top left, as if you opened the room yourself. No one would know.
With a pink ticket.
But no one would know that you didn't open the room. Your secret is safe.
Well, not John is streaming it everywhere.
Yeah, but no one is listening. So
No, he thinks increasing his audience. Apparently, he's seen the thousands of people that are listening in YouTube, right, John?
I thought he doubled the listeners from 1 to 2. We saw an increase of 100% of our listeners.
No, but he has like thousands of plays.
Thousands?
Yeah, like 1,000 and 2,000, and depending on what the topic is, he gets a lot of viewings.
Really?
Yeah. John, are you there, Edmund?
He's reading a book.
Edmund!
I'm reading a fantastic book, by the way, called Killer Angels, about the Battle of Gettysburg. It's just, I haven't been this obsessed with a book in years, I feel like. It's
What
really
is it
tremendous.
about?
The Battle of Gettysburg. I have been studying Torah, too. It's maybe the best, some people call it the best war book they've ever read. It's definitely one of the best Civil War books and the best book on the Battle of Gettysburg, which is a big pivot in the American Civil War. I think about 50,000 people died there in Pennsylvania in one day. I should say one battle, as I think it was 3 days. Big one. It was very exciting.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like to read, but exciting books that I can say, like, oh my God, I was really hooked. I think the Da Vinci Code. Like, I couldn't put it down. Like, I was reading until like 2 a.m. Like, I couldn't. But then I don't feel the need of like staying awake until super late reading books. Like I felt with that one. Oh no, and I learned one about a time machine as well, a couple of years ago.
A book about a time machine?
Yeah. And it was really, really good. Let me tell you what the name is. But usually I don't read fiction. So maybe that's the reason why. Oh, it's called El Mapa del Tiempo, the time map or something like that.
There is a book, I don't know how it's called in, let me see, in English, by Ensayo sobre a ceguera. Well, that's ceguera. Like
but that's an essay.
No, that's like I don't know how to say it in English, my God. By what's his name? Saramago. You know this?
Did Nora recommend that?
No, I read it years ago about blindness.
Yeah, ceguera is blindness.
It's about like a disease that makes everybody blind, and then they kind of take them to a place, so they kind of, everyone that were infected, so they will not infect others, and one of the people there actually can see. It's really interesting.
I want to read the Margarita, whatever, what is it called?
English.
Master Margarita or something like that.
Yeah, it's called, by the way, it's called Blindness, what I was talking about, the movie.
Yeah, ceguera is blindness.
Yeah.
Sounds like C.
C? What is C?
It's a TV series.
Hold on, maybe they. Interesting.
It's not the exact same plot. It's just the same. It's like the years of I think 10,000, and humanity has gone blind, and then there's 1 or 2 people that can see.
Everybody like it. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and they develop a whole new reality. Like they have ropes that go down the city street, so you can like follow the ropes and get to an intersection. There's like knots on the.
Okay, so Yeah, so that's an adaptation. It's not the story, but interesting. How it's called? The C for like which?
That's SEEC.
No, which provider? Like which provider? Apple Plus. C. Okay. Oh, okay.
And if you have vision, they believe you to be a witch. You have to hide it.
Okay, so that's a completely different story, but interesting. Yeah,
It's a totally different story. That's an adaptation of the concept. Like
of like a disease.
Blind road, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. But it's a disease that makes people blind, or it's just like an alternative reality where everybody is blind?
No, they used to be sight, but they got lost, and they.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they explain like the backstory well. But the whole Earth is it's not quite post-apocalyptic, but there's a virus that knocked everyone in that killed most of humanity. There's only like 2 million people left on Earth, and they live in bands and like nomadic basically. So it's and there's some event that they don't explain that made everyone blind. They still have eyes, they just don't operate.
I will check it out. Pirate, because I don't have Apple Plus.
Oh my god, I should read this one. It's called Infiltration. The plot to destroy the church from within. It says that.
Hold on, I have like a.
It says, in this carefully documented book, Dr. Taylor Marshall pulls back the curtain of the nefarious plan, showing how the enemies of the Christ infiltrated seminaries, then the priesthood, then the episcopacy, and eventually the cardinal electors, all with the goal of electing one of their own as pope. And this is like clandestine societies populated by modernists and Marxists hatched a plan to subvert the Catholic Church from within. And the complex roots of the St. Gallen Mafia and how they plotted to modify Catholic doctrine and elect Pope Francis. This sounds interesting. I should read this. Yeah, I got a few books here that are more like. Oh, this one was recommended to me by Diego. I think it might be anti-Semitic. Let me see. Oh, this is not anti-Semitic. You know the one that I bought, Meyer? You know this book, are you familiar with the Q conspiracy theories? Maybe Harry is, because he's very MAGA.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the whole QAnon conspiracy theories, no.
Well, there is one part of like the whole, like, let's say, conspiracy of Q that talks about this book that was written in the early 20th century, and that talks about this kid that travels in time, that it's called Baron and the Adventures, and he's got like a dad or his teacher or something called Donald. And yeah, and they talk about the Trump towers and a lot of stuff, you know, that it's related to like Trump. So I bought that book. I haven't read it though. You know what we should read, Meyer, as part of like our book club efforts that I never followed through. And make Daniel read. We should read 1984.
I read 1984. I'll read it.
Yeah, but all together and read it again. But also, right next to it, read a Brave New World, which is completely
I think Brave
the
New World
opposite.
is more accurate. It's not that.
Yeah. But it's kind of like the opposite extreme, right? So 1984 and then Brave New World. And then the third book would be, what is it called? Amazing Ourselves to Death or something like that.
Amusing Ourselves to Death, I was going to say. Neil Postman.
Yeah, Neil Postman, exactly. Because he
You
makes
don't
the
need to
comparison
read
between the two.
1984. If you want to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, you don't need to read 1984. I mean, it's a
No,
good
I'm not
book
saying you need to, but it's just like a nice refresher, you know, to compare both.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to read Brave New World in order to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, but it enhances it. Like 1984 is kind of on the side. It's part of the story.
Yeah.
I get where you're going, but I'm saying Amusing Ourselves to Death was more than inspired. He's basically taking the fictional story and showing how it relates to the TV era. He died in the I forget the day. I think in the mid-noughts. Like he doesn't really opine on social media. It'll be interesting to write a sequel to Amusing Ourselves to Death.
Yeah. There is, let me see, To Death.
He wrote a few books. He wrote Disappearing Childhood, which is a very good book.
Yeah.
He wrote How to Watch the Evening News. It's not bad, but compared to the rest of Neil Postman's book, it's not great.
Here it
I
is.
think he wrote another 2 books. I'm trying to remember the titles.
Have you ever read the foreword? Well, it's really good.
Which book?
From Amusing Ourselves to Death.
I believe so. I have to double check, but I believe so.
Well, okay, so I'll read it. It's just two paragraphs. Well, yeah. It says, 3 paragraphs. We were keeping our eye on 1984. When the year came and the prophecy didn't, thoughtful Americans sang softly in praise of themselves. The roots of liberal democracy had held. Wherever else the terror had happened, we at least had not been visited by Orwellian nightmares. But we had forgotten that alongside Orwell's stark vision, there was another, slightly older, slightly less well-known, equally chilling. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Contrary to common belief, even amongst the educated, Huxley and Orwell did not prophesy the same thing. Orwell warns that we will be overcome by an externally imposed oppression, but in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who wanted to read one. Orwell feared those who would deprive us of information. Huxley feared those who would give us so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture, preoccupied with some equivalent of the Phillies, the orgy-porgy, and the centrifugal bumble-bumpy. As Huxley remarked in Brave New World Revisited, the civil libertarians and rationalists who are ever on the alert to oppose tyranny failed to take into account man's almost infinite appetite for distractions. In 1984, Huxley added, people are controlled by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, they are controlled by inflicting pleasure. In short, Orwell feared that what we hate will ruin us. Huxley feared that what we love will ruin us. This book is about the possibility that Huxley, not Orwell, was right.
Yeah, I read that. It's very powerful. Where does he talk about if the industrial era in New York was the iconic city of America, then today it's Las Vegas? Is that in the introduction?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great book.
I have not read it.
I'm using yourself to death. You never read it?
Never read it.
Oh, you should read it. Based on that forward alone, you should read it. But I actually read it before Great World, but you should read Great World first. And think about what you just read in those 3 paragraphs, and imagine what he was talking about was cable television. Now think about social media.
Imagine. Yeah, it's even more powerful. Anyway, we should read those together and discuss.
I'm not on it on Monday, Tuesday. We can connect.
Where are you?
Doing Jewish stuff.
Oh. Okay.
So I'll be back after that. But I mean, we never had the other. But
We should have the other one as well. Let me finish the book because I never finished it.
I'll listen again to those books. I'm happy to do that. Those 3 books are classics. I don't mind revisiting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you around then next week.
I can tell you, I mean, there's too many books to do at once, but Anxious Generation is a book I read not so long ago, which was very good. It's Jonathan Haidt, that children should not be on social media until they're 16.
Yeah.
We could talk about.
All right.
Well, there's too many things. We could talk about this. Look, the Postman also writes Disappearing Childhood, which dovetails well with Anxious Generation. Someone took my spot. That's not nice. Did you mention Jonathan Haidt?
Hello? I like this title much more accurate. People in self-denial. They're the most dangerous people around us. They're self-sadomasochists, essentially, wasting all their time, just spewing infinite amounts of spam. 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 They're like bulimic spammers, essentially.
Hang it up.
Oh, I just think I puked up a little spam in my mouth. I just got back from a workout. Oof, and am I sweaty. Wow, were there some pretty girls at the park. Such beautiful hair, such beautiful physiques. So lovely. Truly, nature is our teacher. But not our greatest teacher, Rabbeinu Shalom. You know, I started a new business recently. It's called Spam Consultant. And I help people easily identify and diagnose spam in their lives and how to cleanse themselves from that spam.
And
Well, I told her to go
that can't be your friend.
No, not Nancy, no.
Hi, real Abby. Abby, I'm piping you into the Free Palestine Equals Barbaric Violence room.
Yeah, but there's nothing going on there.
I know Simon's sleeping and El Normo is out to brunch.
Abby, I'm what, by the way? For your reason?
It's very funny. I enjoy listening to your humor. I laughed the whole night yesterday.
That's not me, dumbass. That's a man.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Are you a man?
Pussy is funny as fuck.
Nobody knows.
No, somebody's copying my profile.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's
crap.
Bussy in the audience. He's not an listener.
What?
Yeah.
I'm the wrong person. Sorry, I'm out of here.
Yeah, this is the real Abby.
The one and only Abby Eba.
That's right.
Diogenes Nazi Spooner's fake fat love interest. You know, Diogenes is playing you, Abby Eba. You're not living your best life.
I know, but you know what? Who cares?
Well, that's what fat people say who don't care about life.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, let's bring in Eastside here. $100. Pay your debt. $100 debt.
I think she went on the phone call or something.
Oh my God, Kakam. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Frankie Kicks People, starring Dr. Nazi T-Robs, who owns me, and Logistickles, the AI chatterbot, and Abby, aka the trans man, and Princessia. Oh, Princessia, Abby Eba was playing some video clips of you today. They were hilarious. You were crying like a little schoolgirl in the arms of a sweaty dandruff sufferer. What's his face? Conceptista, aka, what is his name again? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shabbos is here. Shabbos is near. I've got to take a shower. I'm all sweaty. Just got back from a workout. That's right.
Слушай, ну я, кстати, да, бывает подпиваю, хотя я как бы поклонник, так сказать, чистого продукта, но тем не менее. Как? Эль, ты знаешь, что Эль? Эль это дюссельдорфский альт. Ну, да, но в Бельгии он другой. Он другой, там совсем. Эль это и есть альт.
Даникес.
Подожди, здесь...
Но он жиденький. У нас он жиденький. И не в Кёльне все-таки альт.
Слушай, в Дюссельдорфе альт, ты чё? Какой прям жиденький, ты чё? Жиденький он, жиденький.
Жиденький, это еврей.
Там такой.
Жиденький.
Жиденький, да. Не, здесь всякие монастыри. Слушай, лев это то, что знаю. На самом деле здесь вот эти пивасики, которые в монастырях, они прям отменные. То есть любой там, где написано монастырь, он прям хороший.
А я сегодня ездил по деревушкам, по винной дороге. Вина немножко выпил.
Наклюкался?
Нет, не наклюкался. Бокал вина выпил.
Ой.
Доехал до...
Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Clubhouse mental health check. Clubhouse mental health check. Hello? Hello?
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately...
Manfinity in the house! The one and only Manfinity, the taker down of dragons, the knight of power. The one and only Manfinity! Welcome, Manfinity, to Spam. Good Friday.
With an introduction like that, I gotta hit the stage and say, to Manfinity and beyond.
That's right. To Manfinity and beyond. Happy Friday.
Who is communication? Who are you? How do I know you?
Who am I?
I don't know you by communication. If I know you, I must know you by something else.
Well, you know a lot of the dragons here on the app, and as a knight who has battled so many dragons, it's easy to forget another knight when thou meetest one. But together on this long journey, we have slayed so many dragons here on this app, so many pathetic losers who waste all their time talking about nothing. Bad politics, really. Anti-American politics.
Did I hear a Donald Trump accent somewhere in there?
My father's calling me the new Trump of Chicago.
You've got a voice actor career ahead of you. But I'm curious, did you go by a previous name?
Of course. I've had 100 accounts here. They've killed so many of me. But I keep coming back like a viral infection that requires vaccination, proper diagnosis.
What name might I have known you through, or do you not want to share? I don't want to push you.
It's irrelevant. Right now, my name is Communication.
Is it Dittman?
This is the Dittman.
Okay, you're the yeah, man. You helped me slay some dragons for sure, and you were doing the Dittman room. I think you were the guy on Twitter, Twitter guy. I don't know, but I do remember you. You're amazing. When you get going, they can't stop you.
It's true.
That's why I want to create my own space. So people like you will get the due to share your knowledge and to expose these cowards. But I do want to create my own space so we can work together at some point. But you were always impressive with how you were able to just slay them.
Likewise, brother.
Game recognizes game, my man. You see me at battle on a daily basis. I'm only sharpening myself, sharpening iron, you know what I mean?
Yes, sharpening the blade for the final kill, the final battle.
So what's Trump's biggest win and what's Trump's biggest loss this far into his presidency?
The biggest win and the biggest, it's day by day. Every day is a new war. Every day is a new opportunity for victory. And so it's just day to day, course correcting, every single day, putting something new on the wall, plugging some new hole, discovering some new leak, fixing some broken item in the engine. And that's what we're doing day by day. But slowly but surely, we are entering into a process of total automation and complete escalation, or what you might call...
Biggest win, biggest loss to this point.
The biggest win is always right now. It's Friday. Trump is in power. From his brain, from his mouth flows pure energy of incredible intelligence, mercurial political power, changing on this, changing on that, upsetting everyone, trolling them all, causing mass chaos in the simulation.
Okay. His biggest loss?
His biggest loss is also right now, which is really, there is nothing to lose and there's everything to gain. It's only up from here to manfinity and beyond.
Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. Amen and amen. All right. Excellent.
His flesh grows, but his knowledge does not grow.
Most welcome. We are here discussing communication. Spam.
Moose is one of the biggest hitters from season 1 and 2. He's been better, but I'm not too sure where he stands today. I do know he's on the other side. Bring your ass up on here and say what you got to say, Moose. Come on up here.
What happened to you, Moose?
He's been hit on the side of the road. That's what happened to him.
Was it a woman that broke your heart?
When Donald Trump took office, he didn't know what to do or where to go. Oh, Lord.
That's right. I've just been standing next to a flat tire in the rain since January.
Let's pray for our brother Moose. Lord Jesus, bring him peace in his mind and peace in his heart, because he's going through a tough time since November 4th. Donald Trump took office. He didn't know what to do or where to go. But Moose, what would you say is Trump's biggest win since his presidency began on January the 20th?
His biggest and only one would be the crackdown on immigration, with the exception of calling all Venezuelans gang members. But as far as shutting the border down in Mexico, I'm not going to deny that that's pretty fast.
Now you know he did not call all Venezuelans, whatever you just said he did.
What did he call them?
He called a group of basically MS-13. He categorized that as a domestic terrorist organization. He never made any claim against the entire Venezuelan population of this country. Nuance and detail matters.
2 questions. You call yourself a proud Republican, yet you are not a member.
No, I don't. I'm not a Republican.
You're not a member of this gentleman's Doge Republican House. Second question, more importantly, do you think Trump would pardon Diddy?
I think he would pardon Diddy. If the facts dictate it, I think he would.
Money, of course.
No, not because of money. He can't be bought. But I do know that if the fact pattern warrants a pardon, I think he would pardon him. But the facts would have to support it.
Do you think
he wouldn't just do it?
Do you think Diddy's guilty from what you've heard so far in transcripts and clubhouse rooms and all that?
I don't know enough about what he's been charged with specifically, so I can't say. I do know a lot of troubling details have come out through testimony in court, but that's you can take that with a grain of salt.
He's potentially facing a life sentence for racketeering, but only.
That's what I don't understand. Can you explain to me what is RICO?
Yeah. Well, so essentially that's what lawyers came up with in the 70s to take the mob down. And it's essentially, let's see if I can do it on top of my head. It is racketeering, Corrupt
It says racketeer influenced and corrupt organizations.
The I is influence.
What does that mean?
Essentially,
so RICO is a federal law aimed at combating organized crime. So basically, they're targeting him because they think he was part of an organized crime ring. It allows for extended criminal penalties and civil lawsuits for acts committed as part of an organized criminal enterprise. The law targets not only individual members of a criminal organization, but also the organization itself. To violate RICO, a person must engage in a pattern of racketeering activity related to an enterprise. What does that mean, racketeering? Racketeering activity includes a list of 35 offenses, including crime like gambling.
Before we read off 35 things, I believe that what's key, the prosecution has to prove conspiracy.
Conspiracy meaning what? They have to prove what? Conspiracy at what level meaning what?
Usually, like especially with the mob, that there were multiple people involved. But apparently with Diddy, and I could give a fuck about what happens to him. I have not been following the trial, but apparently in all of this, he's the only one being charged in the RICO Act, which is unique, which probably means that all the other witnesses made a plea deal with the government to be government witnesses and either get a minimized sentence or no jail time at all, because the government wants the head racketeer, not his minion.
I see. So I won't go to the 35 lists, but just the top few. It says gambling, murder, kidnapping, drug dealing, bribery, mail and wire fraud. Those are just the first few. But my question is, before we get deep into this, you already outlined his biggest win. What would you say his biggest loss is?
Too many to choose from. Pick a letter in the alphabet, and I'll tell you.
What? I didn't hear you.
I said too many to choose from. Just pull a random letter from the alphabet, and I'll tell you. E. Did you say E for Edward?
I said G for Gregory.
Oh, G for Gregory. Let's see. G. All right.
Man, just tell me what a loss is already. What's all this?
Tariffs, and I know you hate that because it's going to bring American jobs back, right? Tariffs are
which one?
Let's see.
Tariffs is the biggest
I don't know. What do you want? Like what's he calling it? The big beautiful bill, which he swore that he wouldn't tax Social Security, but apparently the big beautiful bills indicates that Social Security will be taxed.
As far as I know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Oh, sorry.
No tax on Social
Security. Was letting the lunatic loose with 19-year-olds in Doge. Elon Musk.
Oh, I held a room the other night about what the biggest win and loss was. That did not come up. A lot of people, even his biggest haters like yourself, the most common win was the immigration and border. But in all of the losses, no one mentioned what you mentioned, which is Elon Musk and Doge.
Well, I try to go where no Clubhouse user has gone before, man.
You wouldn't have known where they had gone or not because you weren't in the room. But it's just interesting.
You just told me.
That polled at least 20 people. What?
Well, I appreciate. I know you're like it's a backhanded compliment. Thank you. I'll take it.
Was not backhanded at all.
Listen, at the end of the day, should government oversight and overspending be monitored? Absolutely, but he went in there with a wrecking ball. It was ridiculous.
What's great about people like you is that there's never the criticism always seems to be in the method, not in the vision. The vision is to oversight. Yeah, I agree with the vision. I just don't agree with the method. So he signaled what his method would be. Elon Musk and Doge was introduced before he took office. The Americans voted for him in record numbers. So
you have a problem that I take note with the execution. It's like, okay, hey man, Finney, I agree that this house needs to be painted. I don't agree that helicopters should fly around it and just drop buckets of paint on it. That's a bad method.
I agree, but what I'm saying is the method can always be criticized. The problem is that if you want your method to be executed, then win. just extraneous because he signaled what his method would be. This was no big surprise. He said what he would do, and people voted for him in record numbers. So, get out of the way.
Do you think he's going to run again? Do you think he's going to try to change the Constitution?
I think he could run. I think if there's a way for him to run again and he's in good health, Steve Bannon and all of
He's in good health.
really
He's pushing 80. He's showing signs of Joe Biden.
I don't think he's showing any signs of Joe Biden, but I think the likelihood of him running again is pretty low. I think there's a 65% chance that he's going to retire. I think there's still a good chance that he might run, depending on his health and depending on if there's a legal, clear way to do it. I understand what the Constitution says. It says he can't be elected to a third term. But if they can find a way around it without breaking any laws, I think many Americans voters voted for him would be willing to vote for him. Absolutely.
Right. And by law, you mean the Constitution. Gotcha.
Right. He can't break the Constitution. If he can do it in a way that doesn't break the Constitution, by all means. But if the Constitution prevents him from doing it, I think he'll just back out. I think it's something he's doing partly to troll you guys, but
what do you think of the military? I've kind of seen. Has that happened yet? Is that coming up? His military parade that all kings should have?
This is great. This is happening, I think, in June or July. Something. I think it's the 4th of July, but I could be wrong. But anyways, I think it would be great. It's a show of strength. It's a show of unity. And I understand it resembles what happened in the past in terms of various dictators and others. But what really matters is the fact that it's just a show of strength, a show of unity, a show of American pride. So I could care less about how people paint it. The truth is what really matters. I took a picture with the woman on the street.
We're doing all the talking here. What about all your other magazines?
There's only one other here. I think they're all the same person, honestly. John, comedian, and communication. I think they're the same person.
Seeing double.
I think they're all the same person. So you're stuck with me, Moose. This is a good way. We haven't been able to speak. But why did you hate me so much years ago? And it seems like your hatred has gone down a few notches. What happened?
You're confusing hate with dislike. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, Anthony. It's because. So first of all, season 1, I remember when you had your different PTR. I don't know if that was you or somebody else, but it looked like it was. I'm guessing it was that you in your PTR, the person praying, or looked like he was praying. You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Way back. Season 1, way back. So I have no problem with the PTR, to be clear, but I'm giving you a time reference, and it was around that time where you had this nasty habit of constantly cutting people off that oppose your views, leaving your mic open. You never really got ugly and insulted people. So like with some other magazines or like some other people from the left. So that I always respected about you, but constantly interrupting, and then when somebody cut you off, oh boy, all hell would break loose. And then honestly, at the end of the day, I think it was like no matter what, it just seemed like you were brainwashed. So that was disturbing. That anything that this great Messiah did, you absolutely believed in. To be clear, I am not a Joe Biden worshiper, Bill Clinton, or any politician ever. They're all corrupt. They're all racist. But at the end of the day, I truly think that Trump is the worst president of all time. Period.
So you were vicious towards me because of what you were vicious at a certain point. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember it was really bad.
That's a big word. That's a big word.
You were vicious at a certain point with me. Then you disappeared for a while, and now you're back. And I think you're a bit more moderate in your tonality. I don't understand this room. Go into the room. Oh, so when you do it, more people come? Why is no one else coming in there? You gotta get more people in this room. And how much left?
Invite some people.
I guess I'll do that. Let's see. Doge. What did you write there? What's in between Republicans? Doge what? We gotta go to the room here. Let's see if I can share the room out here. Let's see. Unbelievable. That guy Moose used to be really mean to me. He's much better now. At least we can have a conversation.
He might be a blind man, but I remember when he was quoting them scriptures. Girl, I was like,
Even the what?
And the Arabs?
By who?
13
In America.
What is America? America doesn't know anything. This is what the census is not some sort of a scientific
Well,
category.
you don't get to go against. You know what, Norm? You pick and choose what definitions you want to use.
That's correct.
Right? You'll take the new definition of anti-Semitic, but not the new definition of white. Hello? Do you take the new definition?
Okay, man, Infinity. Let me invite some people to your room. Hold on.
Right?
Open up the dictionary. Let's read it together.
White is anyone that has origins in Europe,
Which I
the
don't.
Middle East.
Well, no, I do.
The Middle East.
Our origins are not.
Okay.
I just not
Ashkenazi's Jews' origins are in Europe. There are many different
You
kinds
think
of
so,
Jews.
but you're mistaken. No. You're entitled to be wrong. You have a right.
There are Jews from Spain that have origins in Spain. They're talking about where you originate from, not your ancestors from 1,000 years ago. What the fuck are we talking about? You're right. So you know what? The whole race thing is wrong. Let's stop using it.
Correct.
You guys are not white, but you're not black. All right?
We're not black. That's right. We're Semites.
Yeah, and Arabs are Semites too.
That's true.
Well, Semite is a language group.
What are we talking about?
Semite and
No,
Arab, by the way.
exactly. So people who speak Arab is an ethnic group either. Arab isn't a race.
That's correct. It's a language.
Anyone that speaks Aramaic, Arabic, Amharic.
Persian are different than Arab.
Don't leave, gorilla.
I am white, and we do not claim the Arab.
Shut up, you weird crap.
You shut up, motherfucker.
What do you think?
She's not a cracker. She's a pita. She's a pita.
She's a beautiful white woman, okay? Yeah, I'm white, and I do not claim Arab as white.
Yeah,
And I'm not white.
Put your phone number. Put your phone number in the chat if you're beautiful.
6675309. You got kicked.
Abby, we don't pick and choose. We pick and choose.
One name this, one name that's just, you know.
For blacks, I'm definitely not white.
Do you like my title, comedian?
Yeah, I mean, you know, inner gossip, I guess.
Look at your guy. Issa, pay your $100. I don't know.
She lost the bets. So.
What was the bet?
So they were betting like 1 or 2 years ago that Donald Trump will or will not win the presidency. Biden said Donald Trump will win, and she said no, any other person will get the presidency. So obviously,
that was a hard one to call.
Well, she lost and she admits to it, but now she's running away from paying it, even though she did admit that she would pay. But yeah, she's running away, and that's not nice because she always promotes responsibility. Well, then we should.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is? She's hot, and when you're hot, you can do whatever you want.
That's right.
Well, have you seen Diogenes? He's even hotter than her.
No, he's not.
Well, I don't fancy the lads, but if he is, I'm happy for him.
He is very hot.
No. Okay, I'm glad you're getting something out of it. That's lovely.
Thank you.
He looks like Rabbit if they took.
Shut up! I will kick you
from my live action movie.
I will kick you from my room.
Yeah. Okay.
How come people never talk about power? Go ahead.
No, Abuela or Ryan. He literally
Abuela,
said
grandpa.
Arabs that look like Mario, so I don't take any of his opinion regarding it.
Mario's better looking than Rabbit. Sorry.
No, I don't think so.
People never talk about the power differential when it comes to people being hot. But being hot is a tremendous superpower, I think.
It is a tremendous superpower, and I don't think she's that hot, but.
Are you speechless?
I think you are in the Matrix.
Yeah, no, we are.
I'm in a mountain. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow. What are you doing there?
I'm having a fantastic time. I just went to an amazing art show, and I've got like all these. Yeah. Huh? This was really great. There was a whole set of pieces by this woman who's Korean, but they were exiled to Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I think they were like ethnically cleansed by the former Soviet Union. And she's telling her story, and she's got like graphic novels and big paintings and documentary film. It's just really talented. That's just one example. There's a lot of good stuff.
What is her name? I will look it up.
Okay, I got to get it right. Suna. Hang on, I just took a picture. Yeah, hang on. I'll tell you. I'll get it right. Wait. Okay. Let's see here. Oh my God, the work is okay. No, I took a lot of pictures. I have to. Tuna. TUNA. What?
Yeah, you.
Really good.
CAN.
That spells tuna.
Just write it in the chat.
Tuna. Hit me up later because I don't want to go so public with it anyway.
All right. Let's do that. Let's do that later. I kicked him. No, joking, I didn't. Anyway. That one literally, like, I'm not used to going from, like, very calm to very hostile.
Tell black people the Jews are white and, like...
Not white, you said...
Yeah, don't ever calm.
Huh?
When are you ever calm?
No,
she was speaking on the room. See what I mean?
No, you're being annoying. Don't disrespect Dodgins anymore. I will fucking kill you.
Okay.
I'm joking. Metaphorically, of course. I'll go Bellevue on your ass.
What's a Bellevue?
Bellevue is like a mental hospital every clubhouse person ends up in, apparently.
Oh, it's where Bandura went to?
Yeah.
Wait, who else?
I'm sure there are some other people that ended up there.
What's your favorite poop?
Okay, I'm not having this accent here. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not into this, whatever that was. Kind of like an Arab. Yeah, so you don't have Twitter, right?
The what?
You don't have a Twitter?
I have, but like I don't like. I sometimes go into like see like some events that's happening live or something like something breaking news or something. But it's quite unusable. I have to nuke it again to kind of filter because it's very fast. Gets filled by the Pali propaganda, which is completely annoying and wow.
I used to have to, but like you mostly get it when you engage or click on it or stay like a little bit longer.
No, I can't help myself. I know that my what do you call this?
My self-control was all videos of people telling me that I'm talented and beautiful and the best person who has ever been on this planet.
Why, on Twitter?
On Instagram.
Oh, are you uploading like feed pics and stuff?
He's just lying. There's nothing like that happening over there.
Yes, there is. I'll show you. Look at the videos that I like. Shit.
Okay, well, for me, I had it in the beginning, especially after 7th of October. It was so much, and I literally muted or blocked anyone who did that. So the Jews and the Palestinians and anything related, any alliance.
I tried to kind of block mentions of Palestine and shit like that, but it doesn't even work.
You cannot block?
No, I can listen. It's too fucking too much.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you block one and then like 10 other pops up and you start blocking them. Like it doesn't learn. Like it learns your preference, but in a very perverted way.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if I start blocking like Palestinian accounts, it doesn't get the hint that I don't want to fucking hear from them.
Yeah, it is. I think it's like algorithm. Like I see a little bit of pattern because I do it with like other things as well that I really don't want to see, and then at some point it will give you it again and again. So you really have to block or mute a lot of accounts until it like realizes, okay, you want something, and you need to like stuff that you actually want to see or repost or reply to, then you will see more of that profile. But if you're really gonna engage in stuff like Palestinian person posting something, or even a non-Palestinian posting about pro-Palestine, and you comment on it for like argument reason, you will see more of that. So that's why I try not to, because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these people. It's just not my thing. So yeah, I'm trying to, and also I follow almost no one. So I'm done. I don't want to fuck up my timeline.
When I will have time, I'll try to set up my account to be.
Yeah, it is difficult. I would say like
mostly about macroeconomics and AI stuff and programming and literature, maybe And I have to like be very strict, not to engage with politics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I had like a burner account, which I don't have anymore because I don't know the password. But I try to think like where I only want fashion related stuff. So I only like certain stuff, and it only shows me that in like I didn't even mute or block a lot of things.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can adjust your algorithm. Yes, sometimes you do see something political, but try to ignore it. And this is the best way.
And another thing is maybe like it's region related. So like in Israel, it probably will, because it often suggests like Israeli politics to me. Mm-hmm. I don't know why. Like.
Oh, you got
anyway. Yeah, no, I'm saying anyway. Like I'll probably just eventually I'll set up.
Yeah.
You know what's frustrating? My Grok is not working on my computer for some reason.
Oh, really? Grok? Weird. I don't really like it. Why is everyone like, oh, wow, it's good, but
It is quite good. It's a good
No,
model.
it's not. Like, I don't know what is worse, ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok. But I tried Grok. Grok usually gets like its information from, I guess from the tweets.
Not only it can do searches, it can do thinking, it can do deep search, like deep research.
I don't know. I tried like the same question with 3 different models, and I mean, ChatGPT and Perplexity is not really different, right? It's good.
It depends what model Perplexity is using under the hood.
The normal one for now. I haven't paid yet.
No, but I don't know what they're using. So Perplexity, they don't have their own model. They're using either ChatGPT or they're using R1 or they're using Claude. But each model has its strengths and weaknesses. Oh, by the way, you've been asking me about like deep research and stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah, can you tell me?
So what do you want to know?
Nothing. I remember last time when we were speaking, you were like, let me see. Sorry, I was doing something in the background.
Are you paying for ChatGPT?
No, right now I'm not paying for anything. I want to subscribe to something, but I'm not sure which one. So
first of all, get into Gemini and try their deep research feature because they give you like
you said something like Google first.
Yeah,
right?
Google Gemini, they give you five for free, and if you have like multiple accounts, you probably can do like
what do you mean 5 for free?
5 deep researches. Like each query takes you like 1 use, right?
Here, let me write it. Let me get a pen. Black one. Shit. So you say Google Gemini.
It's Google Gemini, but they have like a deep. I don't know what it's called, deep research or something. It's like a specific toggle that you have to press, and then you like tell it what you want it to do research on, and then it will like go online and start looking for. It will first like make a plan of the research, and then it will go and look for sources.
Okay. And otherwise?
Grok has that feature as well, but
I don't want Grok.
You can.
Oh my God!
It's
you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it at all. Ellie, don't waste your breath.
No,
what are you talking about, Ryan?
I'm kidding. He's telling you all these things to use it for something that you want to do, right?
But do you know that I want to use it for
listen, and another thing that you should use is Google AI Studio.
AI Studio.
Yeah.
Hey, Abby. Suck my dick, bitch.
Yeah, go back to Mississippi, bitch.
I ain't from Mississippi.
Bye.
In the Google AI Studio, they have like the latest offerings from Google for free.
So you said 5 deep research? Said 5 times deep research.
Yeah. I think from each Google account that you have, if you have multiple, you can like do.
Oh, okay.
From each.
How much do you have to pay for it?
0. The deep research from Google now is free.
Oh, okay, it's free.
But you get, but
where you get only 5 of them.
Yeah, but you get only 5 of them from each account.
And what do you get from it, from the deep research?
So the good thing about deep research is it crawls the internet and looks for sources and then gives you like a long output. Like for a regular query, it gives you like usually like 1-2 pages, right? So the deep research, it can do like 30 of them.
Yeah, but you're talking now about Gemini or about AI, OpenAI, ChatGPT?
Yeah, no, so I'm talking now about ChatGPT, you have to pay for it.
I saw that you can try it free. I think also up to. Let me see how.
Oh, I think maybe in the free version they are giving now that feature, but it uses a worse model. So the one that you pay for, it does the deep research using the O3 model.
Yeah.
And the free one, I think they give you several queries, but you can use it as well. But it will use the O4 mini.
Okay, I see. So ChatGPT pay for a better model.
Yeah, in ChatGPT you get a worse model for free, and a better model you have to pay.
Free is the worst model.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, and then the deep research from Google is free. You can do it 5 times with each account.
Yeah, but it in general it's worse quality. I think that the Google one right now is the best.
Okay.
Not the Google. The ChatGPT one is the best.
Okay, the ChatGPT one is the best. The one that you paid.
Yeah.
Okay, paid best model. Okay.
There is also one other thing that I really love is that they have the O3 model now in the paid tier of ChatGPT, and you can tell to go look something on the internet, like to find your sources or to do like some some research on something. So it's not a deep research, but it's just like the underlying model. You can ask it to do things, and it's very agentic. So it can, for example, go online and look for many sources, come back, adjust its strategy, look for more things. It can do that for like 2-3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And then the output is kind of, it combines everything that it looked at, and like it gives you like a decent answer. It's very useful.
I feel like the models have gone worse or something with time, the free ones at least. I'm not really happy with the AI stuff right now. I don't know if they do it on purpose, so you go and pay.
There is like trade-offs that are happening basically, because the models on one hand becoming smaller, they know less intrinsic things. So for example, if you think about it, let's say you ask a model, for example, something obscure like you take some Napoleon battle on some date and you ask it like, who was the general, for example, in that battle? Yeah. So GPT-4 had over 1 trillion parameters. So somewhere in those trillion parameters, it was encoded. The knowledge about that obscure event. If you ask now a model a similar question, for example, chances are that it will just hallucinate. It will not know. Because the model is much, 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 much smaller. On the other hand, ChatGPT-4 has not been agentic. It did not know how to execute actions.
Yeah.
So it has not been able to be used the way that models now can be used. Now you tell a model like, make a plan, then execute some functions, go on the internet, then analyze the data, then combine it to something, then edit a file, and put it all into a file. It is very good at following directions, and it's smart. So it can do that, and if it uses good sources, the outcome is much better.
Okay.
Also, it's much better at programming. Like the programming stuff getting much, much, much better.
So basically, long story short, when you have to recommend me one thing, you say pay for ChatGPT and use that, right?
I'm still, for now, I'm
okay. Well, I will do that.
Maybe instead of, I never paid for Perplexity, so I don't know if Perplexity...
honestly, I wasn't really that dissatisfied with it, but at the same time, it's sometimes when it goes wrong for no reason, it just always gives me wrong answers, and I know it's wrong because I train it like don't give me these answers, and it still gives me those answers. So I'm not really happy with Perplexity that much. When it makes a mistake and you have to make a whole new thread, and you already gave him like quite a lot of input. So yeah, I'm not really happy with that.
But also you have to you have to be very careful how you use the model.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give me like a specific example of a task that you wanted to do, I'll tell you like the best way to do it.
All right. Well, I will start soon with picking up on that stuff, but I need to read some stuff before I start with that. So soon I will just go focus only on that.
Just reach out. We'll go on a call, and I'll just help you. Like,
that's nice. Thank you.
Live. No problem.
Yeah, we can talk about something else.
Yeah, and you can even give me like a thing to run on the deep research of ChatGPT, so you can see like what output it gives, like if it's satisfactory for you.
That's cool. Thank you. But how many times can you run when you pay for it then?
So the normal, like the cheap tier, the $20 tier gives you, I think, 15 or 20 queries a month.
Wow, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. And then it downgrades you to the cheaper model, the 04. And they slowly raise the quotas. So like they started with 10, I think. Then they like they slowly roll it up.
So they make it quote unquote cheaper.
Yeah. The stack is getting cheaper. Like yesterday, the DeepSeek group, they released R1.5. So they upgraded the DeepSeek one. And it's like on par with the latest OpenAI model, the 03.
Yeah.
Which basically means that OpenAI don't have an advantage over a open source model that is cheaper to run. So yeah, they are always scrambling to lower prices, give like more features. They have to make it appealing to pay the 20, 30 or whatever, $100, $200.
Yeah, I know that. What's his name? Luke? No. Lou had that.
Lou.
Yeah. Oh my god, I even forgot his name.
Why that's motherfucker's name? Luke.
Yeah, Luke.
Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. Other than that, have you been on Clubhouse a little bit? Like, what's going on? What's going on in Clubhouse?
I come to Clubhouse, but it's boring usually. Difficult to like. I don't know. Like there are no decent conversations usually. I go to Russian rooms. I practice speaking rooms sometimes. Sometimes they're decent. Spoken to some Palestinians.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of you when like a month ago, like the Russia thing.
What was the Russia thing?
Oh no, I think I was still in Clubhouse. No, I was thinking. Oh, I wonder what you're thinking of the. I don't think you changed your opinions on Russia.
Oh no.
I don't think so. You will.
No. There's nothing to change, like fucking.
Well, no, I was thinking of you because there was a debate, but I forgot what it was about. I think. I wish I remember. Honestly, I was like, no, there's no way. Maybe it was with Rattler, which is okay. His name's Angelo. I think he was saying that the Jews were maybe pro-Russia more. I was like, there's no way, no.
Jews where? Pro-Russia.
No.
It is.
I forgot what the debate was. So everything I say, it's gonna be like I'm not sure. So maybe it's better if I don't talk on it. But when we got to talk, maybe you can talk with him. But he's like a nice person, so you will not have any issues with him. But yeah. Also, so what was the debate that I had with him? That I was saying like, okay, maybe you should get like a Ashkenazi perspective on a person from Israel who lives in Israel, and then But I forgot what the debate was about.
It's funny to call it Ashkenazi perspective. No, Ashkenazi is basically German.
Huh? Can you speak Yiddish, by the way?
Yiddish, no.
Why not?
In my family, I think only my great grandmother knew Yiddish, and the parents of my great grandfather and grandmother, like basically 2 generations, have not been speaking Yiddish.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder who still speaks Yiddish, aside from like those who live in Belgium.
Oh, in Israel, the Haredi community, the Hasidic community, yeah, they speak Yiddish, of course. Yeah, it's if you go places like Mea Shearim, you will hear Yiddish on the street.
Okay. I didn't really expect that, honestly.
Other than them, no one. In Israel, at least.
I see Clubhouse is a little bit more dead now.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because I left.
Maybe. And by the way, did you scroll down the hall?
No.
You know, you can now endlessly scroll and see like rooms.
Oh,
and
yeah,
rooms
that
and
I
rooms.
knew before I left, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a new thing, yeah.
There is nothing interesting there.
Yeah, it's mostly like foreign rooms, no?
There's some American-speaking rooms, English-speaking rooms.
Yeah. I think it's also people are like not interested in meeting people. Like, I went to Twitter space, I was like, fuck this shit. But then I was like, you know what, I should be more open-minded and try to maybe try it out. And then actually there was like some stuff going on, and then I started to make like new friends, and it's not that bad. Yes, but like I said, there are some anti-Semitic people in there, but yeah, I'm staying away from those. Usually don't talk in those spaces, but the ones that are like normal, I enjoy a lot.
So you switched Clubhouse with Twitter.
Yeah, but the good thing about Twitter is like it's way different, because when you're a host, you cannot just leave the room. When you leave the room, you get the thing gets immediately your room ends, and that's like annoying. Because then it can make you more addicted, or it can make the thing less lasting. Also, like, I don't know many people there, but like I'm getting to know people, which is nice. But at the same time, like, these people are not as fun as you guys, I must say.
What I wonder about Twitter is, do they have like, because here you have like an ecosystem of people that they know each other from like different rooms, like you can map like I don't know, like El Normal comes to this room, but he also comes to, like, well, for example, the Jewish rooms. In the Jewish rooms, you have people. So like it's like a whole town, you know, and you have like it's actually like, I get why it's called a clubhouse. So do you have the same vibe on Twitter, or it's like isolated?
People know each other already from a few years, like because I'm new. Like people are like, oh, who is she? Blah blah blah, and then they give me a lot of hard time also. But depends on which rooms you go. Like, I know some people from Clubhouse already, so I was quite lucky with that. But at the same time, also can work against you. Do you remember Andrew Meyer?
Well, like, say again what you repeat. Some RCM went by with loud music.
Oh, I'm saying, like, I know some people from Clubhouse, and that could work on your benefit, also go against. But it's a Kabbalist Jew. He was very popular on here. Not many people liked him that much, but at the same time, some people did, and depends on. Like, to be honest, I don't really have an issue with him, but yeah, he's like a quite interesting person. Not many Jews really liked him on here because he was promoting the Zohar, to read for anyone. And people didn't really, like the Jews didn't really appreciate it, because to read the Zohar, you need to know 40 years of, what's it called? The Torah, right? You need to be... Yeah, you don't care probably, but...
It's not even that I don't care. The thing is, if you are Orthodox, you will not be reading... You will like probably not be reading the Zohar. It's like not very common...
No, he's not Orthodox, but he's...
No. Let me. I'll make my point. I think you'll get what I'm saying. If you are secular, like most people, like if you ask like the average Israeli, they fucking don't know what the Zohar even is. It's like they don't know the rules about it. Like nothing. It's like not even interesting. The only people who kind of semi-obsessed with it is like American Jews, like people who are like they're like not Orthodox and they're not like Israeli, so they kind of know about it and they have like, and it's like superstition for them. I think it's dumb though. Like,
but back in the days, like I'm talking about 2020, like end 2021, 22, beginning of 2022. We had so many fights with Jews on Clubhouse versus Andrew Meyer, and Andrew Meyer was promoting the Zohar, and then the Jews were like, no, don't do it. And then he sent the Zohar to some people who bought his book, because he's a writer, about an incident he had in a university when he asked a politician a controversial question. So, yeah, that was the whole thing. And to me, it's like, I was curious, like, because they were saying if you're going to read the Zohar and you don't know anything about the Torah, you're going to go insane. And then they gave me some, and I was like, but what is
I told you, superstition bullshit.
I know, but what is it about the Zohar that will make you go insane?
Nothing. Basically, from my understanding, the Zohar is like the Jewish, how do you call it? Like, esoteric writings, basically. So, and you have like esoteric teachings in all religions. Like in Islam, even you have the, I don't know if it's the Sikhs or the some factions of Islam that are like, they're not like Sharia and jihad and whatever. They like they're spiritual, and they have like consciousness and like all sorts of like levels of godliness, and I don't know, like metaphors for God and shit like that. Christianity, I think, also has it.
Yeah.
Some of it is even like in plain New Testament. I think like Revelation or something is like a very esoteric.
Yeah.
So basically, because it's esoteric, at some point they start writing like legends about, like, for example, you know the golem from Prague?
Yeah. I heard about it. I forgot.
Yeah. So basically, like it's like the Jewish Frankenstein monster.
Yeah. I remember.
So he was made using like again legend, obviously, right? But he was made like using tools of Kabbalah, or something like that.
Oh, you would not read the Kabbalah, or you would because you're interested, or you're like, fuck that. This.
It's not about waste of time or not. I'm just totally not interested in Jewish esoteric teachings.
Also not like zodiac signs.
So, wait, repeat the question?
The astrology?
No, I'm not. Listen, for me, it all starts and finishes with like Hindu Buddhistic teachings. And zero is esoteric. Like as soon as they start talking about like reincarnation, blah blah blah, I'm like I fall asleep. I don't care about that shit. Like I'm like non-duality speaks to me, but I think esoteric teachings are like basically just for dumb people that need people who need like miracles and supernatural powers. It's basically like Marvel for religious people.
Okay.
It's more satanic. Marvel.
Do you believe in Satan?
What do you mean?
If there's close
Somebody said it's a satanic book, but I said, do you believe in Satan?
Satan doesn't mean opposer in Hebrew, right? But the Zohar, it's a gateway book to the Talmud, and the Talmud is a gateway book to the Kabbalah, and they have rituals in them, Kabbalistic rituals. Then there's some dense Aramaic in it.
How about you bring some sources? Your claims.
How about if you have like GPT or some shit going on?
Yeah. Do that and read from ChatGPT.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Yeah, Eli, I agree with you that I think it is like Marvel comic books for religious people, but I don't even think a lot of religious people like those types of Marvel comic books. Not a lot of them spend time reading it, but Zohar is a fun book. It should give you some like tingles in your tuchus.
So hearing about the Zohar from Edmund, for example, is a good idea because the guy is fucking knowledgeable on the topic. So thank you.
So here you go, it says Talmudic limitations from the Talmudic authority. The Zohar occasionally suggests Talmudic Jewish law practices that conflict with Babylonian Talmud. Mystical substitution for traditional Judaism. The Zohar mystical interpretations of commandments such as viewings. Linguistic and historical. Aramaic. Borshon. I don't even know what it is.
I have to come back in the room.
So here's your source there.
Yeah, so basically nothing from what you said.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah, great. Say one thing, then read something the opposite from ChatGPT, and then no, it's exactly what I said.
What did I say then? I said that it's a gateway to Talmudism. That's what it says. It says Rabbi Simon Bar Yochai, 2nd century, but most modern scholars include Gershom Shechalov, primary Rabbi Moshe de Leon from 13th century Spain. I don't know what we're doing this reverse psychology.
Wow. Damn. 1 second.
And look, just to let you know, I'm not like anti-Semitic or some shit. I just agree that we should discuss things for what they are, not just try to cover shit up.
What?
He's saying he's not anti-Semitic, but he wants to discuss things for what they are.
To discuss things for what they are, you have to be knowledgeable about those things, not fucking make shit on the spot.
You don't need to be knowledgeable in what they
are. Okay. This is where we differ. Yeah, in order to discuss things, you have to be knowledgeable.
I don't have to be an expert, for example, on anything, Kevin. I just need a small understanding on something, and then I could just ask AI to find the passage in any book, and it will bring it up, put it in rows, and tell me what it is. It'll tell you the page, who said it, when it's from, what book. So your argument is non-invalid anymore.
Okay, sure. Go ask ChatGPT about where things written on what page. Okay, even better. Okay.
So when Grok says it, it's not in the book anymore.
Usually, if you ask an LLM where something is written in the book, the answer will be complete confabulation. Just for your knowledge, no need to pay me for the tip. No. Try me.
Okay, look, you want to talk about Talmud? Let's write Talmud 10 worst things in the Talmud.
No. Talmud sounds something that I feel like yeah, there are some things written that are maybe not good, but like in the end of the day, I don't think any one of us really care about the Talmud.
Okay, but in the Zohar, there's Talmudistic rituals in the Zohar as well.
Oh, I don't know much about the Zohar in order to say yes or no.
I don't know either. I wrote in the AI and it's showing me where it is, what it says.
Go look at that page. 9 out of 10, it will be complete confabulation.
No, it's, why would it? What are you talking about?
Because the way that LLMs are trained, they have no way to remember where is something written.
Well,
because general shit, when you try to press it on a page, it has no idea.
No, that's
okay,
false.
No. Okay. Argue with me, please.
Okay. That's false because I've got Super Grok 3. It has deep search and it's got a function called Think. So it downloads the whole PDF of the book, and it will find the template and everything, and it will put it down, and it will tell me what it's referring to.
It will speculate exactly.
Yeah, it will find me the connection points from other books as well.
If you do not upload it, the document, it will have no idea where it is at.
It downloads it itself.
I'm here. I will not claim for sure because I don't know. But Grok 90% will not download any files from the internet.
I think you're just.
If it has an access to like an HTML version, maybe PDFs, it will not download and not parse.
You're just saying stuff out of your ass for no reason.
Okay.
I don't understand why.
Who are you by your profession?
What's that got to do with anything?
Hello, moderators.
And I'll say why.
Moderators.
Who are you by your profession?
Moderators.
Instead of going on this defense attack thing.
No, it's not defense. Just who are you by your profession?
What's that got to do with?
I will explain when you will answer my question. I will tell you what it has to do.
No. What does that?
Okay, then fuck you. Okay, this conversation is over.
You're just being very unreasonable.
Okay. I'm very unreasonable. Ask you a simple question and you refuse to answer.
I state something in the Zohar, you deny it, and then you ask me what my occupation is, and it makes no sense.
No, we've been talking about Grok and how Grok is behaving and how it parses data. I ask you, what's your occupation?
I removed him from the room. He's a waste of time.
Thank you very much.
Well,
I want to leave.
I'd like to read the Zohar. Oh, we got Zeus here. Very exciting. So it's like fat people talking about losing weight or talking about going to the gym, but never actually going to the gym. They just talk about the gym. No, I just worked out and I have a copy of the Zohar with me. And guess what? The room title is called Reading the Zohar. So let's stay on topic.
Oh, why did you change it?
I mean, what's the difference? We could talk to a piece of shit like that all day long, or we could listen to a beautiful man read a beautiful book.
Okay, go ahead. Wait, do you want it? Let's ask everyone in the room who's a mod. Do you want him to read the Zohar a little bit or not?
Just 2 pages of Zohar. What do you have to lose? More of your time here?
Will I not get insane?
No, you're not. It's a book, and it's got metaphors in it. What, you think books make you go crazy because it says a bunch
That's what the Jews say on this app. That's what the Jews said on this app. So how would I?
Don't be stupid,
Abby,
child.
Edmund read the Zohar. Now, you
Yeah,
evaluate his mental health. His mental health and come to your own conclusions.
Anyway, you know what?
Or not.
I don't care anymore.
That's funny.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, this is called The Secret of Sabbath. So this is a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. The secret of Sabbath. She is Sabbath. united in the secret of one, to draw down upon her the secret of one. The prayer for the entrance of Sabbath, the holy throne of glory, is united in the secret of one, prepared for the high, holy King to rest upon her. When Sabbath enters, she is alone, separated from the other side, all judgments removed from her. Basking in the oneness of holy light, she is crowned over and over to face the Holy King. All powers of wrath and masters of judgment flee from her. There is no power in all the worlds aside from her. Her face shines with a light from beyond. She is crowned below by the holy people, and all of them are crowned with new souls. Then the beginning of prayer to bless her with joy and beaming faces. Berechu et Yahweh ha-mevorach. Bless et Yahweh, the blessed one, at Yahweh, blessing her first. That's called the secret of Sabbath. So there's a feminine aspect to the Holy One. And what do you think your average fundamental Islamic jihadist Muslim has to say about the divinity of femininity?
Good question.
Do they believe in that?
Yeah, I believe in what I just read, meaning that when you unite, no, you don't understand. You're not listening. It's gender. I mean, when a man unites with a woman, that's the Sabbath. It's not that God is a woman. It's that when man unites with a woman on Shabbos, it creates a presence. And if it's not joyful, I mean, this is the problem, Abby, in your own life. Like when you unite with a man, that is when the presence of the Holy One appears. So if you want to be with joy, you've got to get with a man. If a man wants to be with joy, he's got to get with a woman. That's what it's saying.
Oh, okay. I will try.
And by the way, just fuck with Sabbath.
Yeah, Sabbath is
it is
Sabbath.
It is a fornication day.
Yep, it is. It is. Friday night is Venus and Saturday is Saturn. So what do you think happens when you fuck a woman on a Friday and you wake up with her on a Saturday? You're like, oh shit, I just fell asleep with the devil.
I'm crying.
See, yeah, that's
there's so much knowledge in the Zohar.
It is. There's a lot of psychology in there. It's about self. It's about God. It's about man. It's about woman. But that's why talking to losers like that other guy with that stupid English accent will waste your time for a long time. It's like, just give me the meat and potatoes and let me taste the brisket. And then you're like, it's kind of dry.
Wait, was it an English accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was like some. Oh my fucking kid.
No, to be honest, like I never heard him being anti-Semitic, but I think he's been hanging out with the wrong people here.
No, I think isn't that guy Jewish?
Anything anti-Semitic, he's just a dumbass.
Yep.
What?
Whatever he said, it was dumb. Yeah, I agree. How can I disagree with that?
Like I don't have to be knowledgeable to talk about shit. I can just take things out of my ass and then ask ChatGPT about it.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be the new generation. It's gonna be like that. Yeah. Okay, I made an artwork.
Yeah.
Well, talking to you. I will call it. There are 3 bunnies. I will call it the 3 Ellies. Okay.
The 3 Ellies.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do my best, but it's like a concept. It is virtual. It's acrylic on oil pastels. I don't really like it that much, but whatever.
and
I will add one more color.
You decide to name it using my likeness, and you don't even like it. How about you make it like how about you make a masterpiece, sell it for like $1 million, and then I'll bear the name of
the thing is, like, I just made a concept, so it wasn't really meant to keep it like a masterpiece, but I'm happy with the concept of it, when I start a real painting, I'll do better.
Mm-hmm.
So give me one more color, and then I will add to it, and then call it Ellie.
Well, I have.
Give me a color.
Maroon.
Yeah, like purplish, purple blue. I have to find it. Maroon. Purple blue.
Paint with that color. Paint the number 5.
Okay, I have found maroon.
Yeah, now paint the.
It doesn't go well with the. It doesn't go well with the drawing, but whatever. Oh shit!
But just make me favor, like draw number 5.
Why?
I'll tell you when. Can you undo it?
Oh my gosh. Huh?
Can you undo
yes,
it later? Okay, so just draw the number 5.
Okay, I'll do it on top of it.
Did it?
Hold on. Let me get rid of this because I don't like the reds.
It's on the side of the fucking canvas. Just
Hold on.
draw the letter 5.
I can do it on top. It doesn't matter because
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's the virtual one. Okay,
Tell
number 5 real big.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. With the maroon, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 5 is drawn.
It's maroon 5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Any stuff.
It is as funny as it is dumb.
It is so bad. I was thinking there must be some Zohar thing that you're gonna teach me, but
yeah, Zohar thing.
I could have known that, but I'm tired,
Yeah, I know. So.
The unknown listener with a fuck you, I agree. He has a fuck you. An unknown listener has a fuck you emoji. I agree with that.
Fuck you emoji. Wait, what's the?
Okay, I added some maroon to the painting. Hi, it's not bad. Okay, I will send you a copy. It's gonna cost you $5. No, I'm joking. Like I said, it's just a concept. It's not meant to be nice. It's just an idea, and I just really quickly decided to send. How much time are we spending here? APEC. It's exporting. Let me send it to myself. Let me see if it's gonna work. Happy. There you go. Sent. If I get a message, it's working. Yes. Aw, not bad. Hold on, let me send it to you.
Can you believe the whole time we've been talking? I've been sleeping on me.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah, and I'm walking on the block.
Ali here.
My legs are fucking killing me.
Don't expect something crazy. Just for practice reasons, how to color and stuff. Did I do something?
Oh, damn it. I have 4% battery.
Okay, well, I don't know how long I'm going to stay.
I'm going home. I'm going home. Screw you guys.
What is this record?
Screw you guys, man. Okay.
Love for race
So
and
I sent
male
it to you.
domination.
You can check it
When
later.
it talks, when it comes to like fair tax, like progressive taxes.
1 second. Let's see if my image recognition can figure out.
But you don't have to tell me that.
I don't know what.
Brown cow on a green background.
Cow?
Yeah. That's what it says.
Yeah, I learned it the hard way, not once, not twice. 7 times, was it 6 times? Either 7 or 6 times, no? You know this whole fool me once thing, blah, blah, blah.
John, it's funny how the snakes are sitting here talking about how dangerous the sunlight is. Like, what did you expect?
Well, I'm just saying, fool me once, fool me twice, blah, blah, blah. I have been fooled like 7 times, so it is definitely not even blaming. But for this guy to come in here and act like he doesn't do anything wrong, like that is just bewildering.
You're giving him too much attention. That's what he wants.
I know that's what he wants.
Muslim too.
Very, very.
But then, see, that's the thing. I give him the hand treatment, not completely, but I think the hand treatment is fitting.
Muslim apologists on this.
How are you doing with that, Mama Jazzy?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's
man of the entire department. They had to
I think I brought this up in one of the previous room. May have not been in this room, but it's like the clubhouse Calvinists are like, yeah, so God created everything, and then I'm like, okay, so God is an ontology of ontologies. How does that make sense? You know, so because I just, for me, I have trouble with the logic behind that, but I think it's interesting. Have you gotten any of the Calvinists in here? How's that worked out?
They never. It's really hard for me to engage with Calvinists. I've even tried to go in their rooms, and they'll kick me and stuff without even saying anything yet.
Yeah, no, they stay in their own little safe space. They allow me to go in there. I just go in there and say, "Hey, how's the Calvinists today?" And they never speak to me or anything. And I say, "Okay, bye."
Why is it difficult to even talk to atheists sometimes, or even to talk to people in this room sometimes?
There's this guy, Adrian Dittman, though. He has these fascinating rooms. I don't know if you've heard of him. He has a YouTube channel. Are you familiar with him? He has a bunch of names. He does like this clown house stuff. He likes to roast people a lot. Sometimes.
Oh, the comedy?
Yeah, he'll play a bunch of Alan Watts. It's all this comedy.
I read books.
Interesting. Alan Watts is pretty cool, though. Yeah, you gotta hand it to Adrian on that one.
I mean, you could look at him as being a mass.
All the AIs left with the recreation AI of Alan Watts and just went off to their own AI universe. It was brilliant.
Well, I think there's a lot of vanity and pride in a lot of these people on this app, and that, like you said, they want to be in their safe space and not be disturbed. But it's pathetic. And if you don't read books or listen to alternative materials to at least get an analog or the metaphor of what you're denying or what you're saying exists, or, to me, it's all just word communication. And everybody is essentially falling prey to spam, propaganda politics most of the time. And, you have to essentially diagnose and accurately describe the situation, which is, it's pretty much spam and dopamine creation.
Is all communication hypnosis?
No, I'd say it's almost always political and generally projective.
you Jewish?
My father's Jewish. My mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew. What are you?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the point is, I mean, I'm not what my parents are. I am a man, and I like books. If you don't like books and you don't read scripture, it's to your detriment. It's programming. Pick up a program and run it through your software. Enhance your hardware. It's optimization, personal development. If you improve yourself, you improve the world.
Do you recommend books, bro?
What's your top 3 recommendations for literature I should pursue?
I would read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. I would read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations or Epictetus's Enchiridion or Golden Sayings, and then I would read the Sayings of Confucius. Those would be 3 good basic philosophical books to pursue. The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, The Way of Zhuangzi. I mean, these deal with psychology. The Tanya, it's a Jewish esoteric book by the Alter Rebbe or Menachem Schneerson. It's Chabad's secret little manifesto book they don't tell you about.
Tanya Voss?
No, Tanya, Tanya. You could read the Bible. The Book of Psalms is essentially a very good program to run through your brain. If you've never read Psalms or Ecclesiastes, these are basic books you should read. And if you are in denial of God, you might like the programming because, to tell you the truth, everyone needs to enhance their software, upgrade their app.
Well, I had some programming. Like I did early stuff with Bible, westernized Bible stuff, and then I also did like Emmett Fox. I read some of his shit. There's a lot of programming out there, man. I've read.
It's essentially Gnosticism. This is like Neoplatonic philosophy, meaning that I think if you do Gnostic work, meaning you chant sacred texts and maybe have a glass of wine on a Friday night, it could be therapeutic for your psychology. It could be better than spamming people with your bullshit politics on this app 24/7. You know, it's my opinion.
Yeah, probably now. So, what do you think I should change the room title to?
Please don't spam me with your spam. Thank you very little. Like, I don't want to hear your spam.
The title should be The Word of the Lord Doesn't Return Void or something.
Doesn't what?
That's too long. Never mind. But the Word of God is perfect or some shit. I don't know.
Change it to Biscuit came to me in a dream and he declared that he was God. Then I dipped the biscuit in the honey and I ate it.
There you go. I didn't even think of that, dude. That's funny.
Jesus is not the Messiah is a good title.
I mean, Caleb, you know, the concept of Tikkun Olam, it's not necessarily cliche, but do you think improving yourself is the fastest way to improve the world?
I don't know if it's the fastest. I think it's the best one. And it's required, right? Like if you're doing stuff that's not for you and only for others, that's not gonna work out.
You know, I was just at the grocery store. I gave $1 to some woman, probably from Venezuela, with her baby sitting outside the grocery store. And I like the concept of just giving $1 to somebody, even though I can't even afford it. I still feel like I can't afford $1 to one poor woman sitting in the sun with a baby who doesn't speak English. Like, to me, that's when I look at Menachem Schneerson giving out dollars, I'm like, I understand that system. Like, I think that works. And so what I'm trying to say is try to read a book, everybody. This app is just spam.
We can have a book club discussion too. And we could go through like philosophy papers and all kinds of cool stuff. That sounds like a good idea.
Should come on DVD.
What was that?
Does it come on DVD? Can I stream it?
I guess you could. I mean, there's a lot of podcasts out there, so stream it on YouTube.
I thought all the DVDs are like microplastics in the ocean now.
It's a little bit like your love life.
It should have been Dragons versus Dungeons, right?
If that's what you need to think to make you feel better, you know. But believe me, I'm not saving myself for you. Sorry.
So I don't see any pluses in here. I have been having fun with the anonymous functionality, but I made the mistake yesterday of clicking on a jihadist terrorist's profile. Then he viewed my profile and rapidly shared my profile to the chat so everyone in the room could block me. So now I have to get a new burner and not add any friends or ever look at a profile, but now I can continue to stream the jihadist terrorist supporters on this app into YouTube.
Wait, you went in as anonymous, and because you clicked on someone's profile, it shows who looked at them?
There you go. I outed myself.
Do they have to be paying to see that?
Yes, he was a plus.
But I mean, you kind of out yourself with your voice, right? Like
No, it's anonymous. You can't chat. You can't talk. You're in the audience. Listen.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would work really well for you.
But see, it's only fun if you stick the stick in the beehive and grind it around and cause chaos and then withdraw and watch from a safe distance.
I think it's funny how he's like gamed it out. He's like, okay, I need a new burner. But when the new burner is set up, I can't look at someone's profile because the fucking app like tells on me. So you gotta fucking game it out. The real challenge is the process of becoming able to watch from a safe distance, I would say.
So like that person who's in the audience right now, Anon, you know, like who could it be? It could be Adrian, right?
Yeah, I do that too. I mean, I'll go into a room, then stick the stick in, wiggle it around, and then use my Anon account, you know, as the backup to catch the audio after I've caused the chaos.
Hit them from multiple angles. Being in more than one place at a time, yeah. It's a powerful strategy.
And, you know, there was a town hall about the Anon, and they were saying that they believe that this is a philosophical approach to essentially resolving a lot of the conflict in this app. And I'm laughing because I'm like, I don't know if they know who I am. I doubt it. But, you know, the fact that they know that there are essentially terrorists supporting propagandists on this app, this Anon, in a way, does really take the vinegar out of their stew, I suppose. Like, by having somebody in the Anon, they're aware that there is someone random that they can't identify listening to what they would consider sensitive speech, because they know that in the Trump administration or in the present political climate, they could be labeled as hate speech and terroristic threats. So they do know now they have to be careful with what they're saying. And, you know, basically it's like shining light into darkness or a detergent into a pile of, you know, dirty clothing. So I think it's an awesome way to essentially continue to perpetuate this app and really resolve a lot of the conflict here. I'm optimistic about the anonymous. I think it solves the communication spam equation in a way, because so people are so ashamed at their behavior and what they say here, especially when there's an anonymous person putting them on YouTube. It course corrects them, and they're like, and then it just makes them. You see what I'm saying? It solves it's a solver.
Yeah, this is fucking interesting, dude.
So are we just going back to the old days of the internet then, by having anonymous accounts? Like, that was literally the point back in the day.
Well, see, X Spaces is, you know, they're not going to kick you if you go into this, you know, some type of terrorist supporting anti-Semitic hate speech rooms. Like There's too many people in the room. They don't really screen the way they do it. This is a much smaller communication universe.
Also, X is not really interested in I mean, do they have the manpower to do that kind of administration work?
No, I think this app too. I mean, I reported somebody for calling me a faggot kike on here earlier. I doubt that they will give that person a party hat, and make him create a new account. I mean, they just don't care about, bigoted hate speech here. And X also doesn't care. You can report.
Like that's the thing that a lot of these companies are learning, right? That like bigoted hate speech actually sells, right? Like Twitter/X is predominantly a hate speech platform now.
Yeah, it's insane. Like big rooms with insane toxic hate speech, glorifying Adolf Hitler, translating his speeches into English, like real, actual, active LARPing Nazis. It's intense. I've never, seen Jewish hate propaganda like this in my life. I mean, it's actually very concerning in my opinion.
You mean anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, anti-Semitic Jewish hate propaganda, which essentially is almost at the threshold of calling for, constant death threats. Like it's that significantly toxic because it specifically isolates one minority on a major platform. Like it's infecting people's minds. I was just at the park. I heard two girls chatting and like, you hear crazy. The park is like the real world, but this is like this very exclusive club, Clown House and Social Audio. It's like there's not a lot of people doing it. Many people just are unaware of the fact that people have these pretty intense anonymous conversations, or they do identify themselves. But the park would be the example of like people gathering together to have a conversation in the public square where a random person can be listening in, and then they don't feel comfortable if they're within ears distance.
Is this anti-Semitism use, is it coming from a particular group or from like just the noise? Like you're just passing some girls in the park or some people talking, and it's, anyone could be some anti-Semite.
I don't know. You have to listen to what they're saying. I mean, the girls at the park today, I heard them saying some like ridiculous things, but I couldn't follow what they were saying, but they could have been virtue signaling for all I know. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point is, social audio is the mass communication distribution.
Yeah. Okay, so there's this propaganda that you call it, where
the point is, Jews are the only group on the internet that get consistently destroyed and attacked. Like you don't hear people talking about Hindus all day long or Muslims all day long, but with Jews, you do hear it all day long. All the other ethno groups that receive bigoted hate speech, it's like a small minority.
Muslims get talked about.
No, I know they do. But what I'm saying, compared to Jews, it's off the radar. It's like 80% no Jews, no news, and 20% a mix of, all the other groups.
What I'm confused about is the right wing in North America. Like, do they hate Jews or do they love them or what? Like, what? Do you know, Adrian? Like, how we're anti-Semitic?
I don't know the demographic breakdown.
From most.
Because it's so mixed. You might have some Hispanic guy whose lineage is from Spain, but he's from Mexico, and he's like a white Nazi supremacist, but he's not white. It's like you see hate speech crosses all borders now. Like it's like basically Proud Boys type, racism. But I mean, I don't even know if Proud Boys is a good example. I'm just saying it's like an internet.
You're getting it from the left now too, with the Palestine.
Right, that's what I was trying to. And that was the joke, but you Cora spoiled the joke. But that's what I mean, right? Like the anti-Semitism sort is coming from. Like, maybe what's it? It's like Adrian just said, you've got like, you can't like look at someone by their flags or even things they say they believe and be like, oh, well, they definitely believe and do those things that they're saying. They probably
She's got no spirit.
Put their money where their mouths are.
It's like a triple vax, quadruple boosted.
It's a lot of propaganda.
Sucked out soul. It's hard to believe that this is God's perfect world, though, isn't it?
Impossible, actually.
I mean, that's why I go back to the belief that if you improve yourself, you improve the world. Caleb says that's not the fastest way to do it, but maybe the best way. Is that what you said, Caleb? But my premise or my hypothesis is that the only way to truly improve yourself is mind and body. So that means books in the gym or exercise.
Don't forget healthy eating. That's important for a good chunk of people.
So that would be three things, you know. I mean, diet, exercise, and books. Otherwise, there's no other real way to improve the world unless like those are the fundamental ways.
Well, luminous therapy.
Yeah, but therapy's in the books. No, I agree. I'm not talking about reading bullshit. I'm talking about reading sacred texts, reading about stuff that deals with psychology.
Yeah, but I mean, also a therapist is trained to help you through those psychological issues, where sometimes metaphor might not.
Well, what I'm saying is a therapist can't do for you what a book can, because a book is software that you're running through your hardware to optimize yourself. You can have a lot of conversations and do talk therapy, but until you run the script, the program through your software, your hardware is not going to change. That's a theory.
Well, no, the therapist is like error correcting code.
Yeah, because if you just rely on the books, you're running it.
No, there's a bias though in the therapist. I agree. There's a bias with the books too.
Program of your already maladaptive behaviors.
Well, there's so many books.
You're running the program through potentially corrupt software, right? So that doesn't help. That's why people need the error correcting code that therapy provides.
I get it, but therapy is a word which basically becomes like a cliche. I'm saying if you go to BetterHelp and you see those YouTube commercials versus picking up the Torah or Marcus Aurelius' meditation or the Tao Te Ching, that BetterHelp consultant who is an LGBTQ, superstar and is trans isn't going to give you the same kind of therapy that a book on God can. That is my opinion. It's my hypothesis. I'm sticking to it.
The Tao Te Ching isn't that long, man. It's fun, it's nice, it's pleasant, but it's not, I don't know. It's a discount some life experience a bit, like read books, but also go do and make things and do things.
Right, you need to be a creator.
Right.
If you
translate what you know into animus, like actually be, and that means like leave your house and shit.
I'm just saying, if there is God and God is creator, if you mirror the creator, you're an artist. And that is a therapeutic approach to dealing with the challenges of life. But I will also add, if the United States government ever issued a minimum basic income, it would help facilitate the therapeutic process for so many more people so much more quickly. Now, that may be socialistic or communistic in essence, but I'm just saying that the Federal Reserve and Congress are essentially just communication organizations. So if you're going to work 50 years to pay for DEI climate change consulting in Kenya with some type of education corporation, You as an American have to stand up to clown world and fight back with swords and books. That's my opinion. I mean, everybody here thinks debt is forgivable, right? I hope you guys aren't like never forgive debt type people.
No, totally.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's only two types of people: those who forgive that debt and those who never forgive debt.
Yeah, they need to forgive student loan debt, at least some of it, because, like, proportionally, the amount people are spending, and then we've had, like, 4 decades now of it basically being as much of a requirement for being employed as going to high school was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
But see, in God's perfect world, there is the Jubilee, which is a debt forgiveness, plan. It's not a repayment plan; it's debt forgiveness.
Can I say Leprechaun's perfect world? That'd be okay.
yes, phonologically it would be different, but otherwise there's no difference between. I mean, you have a lot of syllables that you have to fucking deal with leprechaun, whereas God is like a real simple guttural, like ape-coded noise that you make with the back of the throat and the hard palate, and then like a really nice aggressive duh, where you punch the back of your teeth with your tongue and you go duh, God, duh, oh, long O. It feels good to say God, but you could say leprechaun and literally accomplish the exact same thing. So yes, you could. Oh, my leprechaun, dude. Oh, my fucking leprechaun. I can't believe this shit.
See, the thing about God is Yiddish, it says Alles is God, all is God, but that includes spam. But the point is, if you go to a buffet, you're not going to eat everything at the buffet like people do here in Clown House. You're going to eat just like the primary pieces of the best quality of food and leave it at that. You're not going to overindulge and eat too much. So I'm just saying all communication is spam, and therefore God is also spam. But God is also a comedian. And that's a comedy routine when you go on stage. That's actually just like a hypnosis for like 5 minutes to an hour, whatever your routine is. So make it the highest quality spam that you can make it, and you will essentially achieve more than others who can't achieve a high level of spam. And music is proof in the pudding. The greater the music, the higher the quality of the hypnosis, the better the spam, the bigger the financial success if you monetized it, to your best of abilities.
Whatever you say.
In God's perfect world, you have the ability to change your identity. And I don't just mean men dressing up as women on TikTok with beards and makeup. I mean real change of identity. Do you think there's anything in that, Cora?
Sure, I'm not telling you to capitulate to this now.
You are. I just kind of envied that scene where Case went to meet Lady 3 Jane for the first time, and they were like kind of in this environment where people were like going into sort of like booths and changing their skin and hair color, just like from a menu. That's kind of cool.
Cyberpunk shit.
Okay, that means you.
And when I say changing their skin and hair color, like I want to have iridescent pale blue skin and, violet hair sort of shit.
Like an IRL avatar.
Exactly.
Well, everyone's like an anime person.
Man, we should already have that with like augmented reality. We should be able to just like wear avatar clothes and other people see it.
VR chat.
VR chat.
I saw some people doing interview, like how long have you been in VR for a single session? Some of the responses were insane. Just like, I once did VR like 18 hours straight, like 27 hours. Everyone just casually like, yeah, I just get plugged into VR chat and I don't come out.
That's wild, but also not unexpected.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, good job.
Yeah, like fuck boys of the future are gonna be like, yeah, like I just really like, women to be like, like natural IRL beautiful, like I don't really care what their avatar looks like. Or vice versa.
What was the question again? I'm sorry. Basically, creating a court, for a criminal court, specifically for people who don't have citizenship.
Yeah. I think part of the court system already has that, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna get raptured instead and have like a glorified heaven body. I'm gonna cuddle with Jesus and shit in heaven. Sit in his chair or whatever. So I don't want to think about the digitized psyche or what the consciousness of a human really is, because I need that shit to work for my death, my fear of death. You son of a bitch, you fucking tempting me with your worldly sciences. I'm gonna go pray now. I'm gonna fucking pray.
Do you guys know this person named Hannah? She said she was booted from, sent me a message, says she was booted from this room.
What? She was booted from this room?
Convinced me that Nargis and Daniel Nero and a few other people, even you, Honey Badger, are in cahoots to try to stifle her from telling the truth. And
Who's this person?
Hannah.
H-A-N-N-A-H?
Yeah.
She said that I'm trying to stifle her?
Well, Nargis and Daniel Nero, mostly. Then she said, and I was just booted out of Honey's room. So he's in on it.
That must have just been Daniel. I didn't boot her.
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. But
I wouldn't boot her out of her room. I tell her that all the time. I think there is a common denominator, so Daniel must have something with her.
Yeah, she said she used to be really good friends with Nargis, and then she started seeing the true person. She was telling me all this personal shit that I have no idea what the fuck it's about. But
yeah, I just let her know that I'm not kicking her. I like her. I don't know. That sucks.
I mean, where would she come up with this shit? I don't get this.
Well, there is some truth to that. She probably thinks that, like, I don't know. There has to be someone who's kicking her because there is a common denominator, and that's why I'm acknowledging exactly what I am. I think Daniel's probably kicking her for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why she messaged me, but.
So did you give her like your best Tommy Lee Jones and The Fugitive? Like, I don't care.
I just remained unknowing. I said, I don't know anything about this stuff, so I had a hard time believing it, but I don't know. This is like real life to so many fucking people, and it's like turning a television on for me. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a lot of weird messages lately.
Yeah, but that's the power of communication. Whether it's a simulated communication or the real world communication, the brain responds in the same way regardless. So I think that's a really interesting aspect about communication, where it could be all lies and total fake, and you're just completely deceived your whole life. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Like, the brain just absorbs and takes in whatever is thrown at it.
Yeah, I do. I see what you're saying, and that's true to some extent. We have to be able to, filter out the bullshit, though. I think by the time we get a certain age, we should be a little more, know how to do that, right? I don't know.
Well, it becomes information overload and spam, but you can fight back by also doing spam and trying to stuff the system with communication. And look at AOC. She's the perfect example of somebody who, and a lot of these Congress people, senators, they're all just content creators now. That's all they really do. I mean, even all the bills and drafting, all that stuff, it's fully automated, and all the lobbyists generate it all anyway. So we're living in like the age of information technology, but it really is just the information, like, propaganda spam age. It's like there's no such thing as productivity anymore. There's just like communication, one-upping spam in this metaverse. Zuckerberg is at one of the key nodes. I mean, the guy's worth, $400 billion, $500 billion. Like, if you find yourself in one of those nodes as being the source and exchange of mass communication hypnosis, I mean, you're extremely rich. So it is like this communication information technology spam industrial complex.
I kind of consider it to be like what I would call a hypermarket. So there's like this over-competing actors trying to exchange and bargain for services and overexploit resources.
Well, like, look around the world and you'll see, in villages, like billions and billions of people that are not engaged in this off-world digitally connected spam industrial complex. But once they get the taste of it, all these billions of people that aren't even on the internet yet, I mean, eventually the whole world will eventually become this like giant pyramid of social media spam to, achieve organizational power. And we're like the perfect example of it. But it's really any English-speaking country is doing it. But all these other countries, I don't know if they're doing it the same way we're doing it. But I think the way that we're doing it, eventually the whole world will be doing communication the way that we as American propagandists do it, or spammers do it.
bottomless pit hole or something along those lines, would you say?
No, I think that there's always, the needle in the haystack, and this app proves it, that you could be like one optimistic, positive person filled with a room of pessimists and atheists, and all it takes is one candle to, one light to start the fire, to, restir liberty in the womb of time.
So, like you say, there is no productivity. I guess it varies based on like whether you're just sharing information recklessly or just for the hell of it, or if you're producing something that could be of ecological. It could be ecologically. It helps our environment sort of ordeal, right? So we're not just over exploiting resources, and that's harming our environment and other life around us besides humans.
I don't know.
Like if we could figure out ways to use technology to better interact with other life around us and economize how we terraform our environment and a lot of other things. Like, would that not be productive?
I mean, the productivity of the information, that if all you did was listen to AOC, I mean, you're still stuck in the same place where you started. There's no personal improvement there. So the problem with improving the world is the communication quality isn't improving. And that whole TikTok, conspiracy about brain rotting the American population, I mean, it can be turned around instantaneously. The government can control the information to prison pipeline of spam in this environment that we live in. I mean, but we're not going to, because they're such big business.
Hey, you ever heard of Business Insider, Kat? Or Adrian, for that matter?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. I think what you said kind of reminded me of Business Insider. Because they do talk about the economization of eco boosts, like cleanup efforts, things that make life wellness better. Right? More food, more fresh water, live longer, more sustainability.
We still
turning that into money. How can you economize that? Business Insider's pretty good at that.
Yeah, another problem is that since we're alive, we have to consume other things that are alive, and that has different ethical spins to it, depending on whether if like you're vegan or pescatarian, for instance. Like based on your mindset and what you think is ethical to consume. Like is it possible to make things we can consume that could be healthy that aren't necessarily alive? That's an interesting question that many scientists are not asking. Is that sustainable and more viable than just eating things that are alive? Or like anything that's biologically derived, like is there a way to make digestible material that is healthier than
the rumor is true.
What's naturally available to us and mass produced and stuff? That's my tangent.
I mean, how do you view communication being the fundamental first step in any type of significant change? So, analyzing the communication or upgrading the intelligence of the communication is fundamental in changing whatever situation this is. Meaning, I think the situation is already actually quite perfect. Now, a lot of people can't see that, but it is the equilibrium or the lattice of our simulation or situation or communication paradigm is so perfect. It's almost you'll miss it. You just can't. It's like impossible to detect. But there's this political economy component to communication, which is essentially will to power. So it takes a tremendous amount of communication intelligence to create the courage in someone to actually try to achieve, political change by will to power or taking action. So I'm just saying, studying communication or reading books, not stupid books like, for children. I'm talking about a wide variety of authors. I mean, that's the best way to improve yourself. I mean, I'm not saying rocket science. Obviously, everybody knows going to a library is extremely beneficial. But I'm just saying that on this app, our compression really matters because it's such a waste of time here. So if it matters here, it should matter in the real world. I mean, you shouldn't just be talking all the time. You don't talk all the time in the real world. Hopefully you listen. And then during that silence, especially on work calls, every time I've ever shut the fuck up and you just listen, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. I actually shouldn't even be talking. I'm not the subject matter expert on this. Like, let everybody else just get it out and just be the observer, like our friend Benji the Observer.
Is this why they're defunding the libraries?
Are they? They really should. Libraries are awesome. I love libraries.
I thought they were pulling federal dollars from libraries.
I mean, all the money they do on book acquisition, all these stupid new woke books they put out, it's such trash. It's such a waste of time for so many people. It's like watching E-entertainment or something, or some type of junk TV in a book.
If you don't consume it, is it wasted?
I mean, that's not what people read. Like, the books that sell are young adult fiction because children are in school and they're bored and they cooperate and organize together and they can be easily swayed because they're children. So, like, it's always young adult. Hunger Games, Divergent, Harry Potter. Those are the people that still read. Everything else is just supported by the children that are being given dystopian fiction, usually multi-part. Has anyone read the popular children's book series Rainbow Six?
How's your week been?
I gave up children's books about 6 decades ago.
I remember Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six largely as a series of video games.
I remember Tom Clancy myself.
And Splinter Cell was a lot of fun back in the day, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure why that hasn't been adapted to television yet. Something Clancy's licensing. It's really difficult or whatever. Yeah, there's probably an answer. Someone fighting over rights in some way.
So wait, is God's perfect world just silence? Silence now?
Well, I mean, there seems to be some kind of but yeah, most of existence isn't very noisy, I think.
So you could essentially say that politics is noise vibration.
politics is a small subset of the noises that humans make. That's just one particular corner of existence. It's important to us, but does Mars or Pluto or Jupiter care all that much? Jupiter is much bigger by mass. Maybe our solar system exists primarily for Jupiter, and we're just like a weird, annoying, sentient byproduct.
They say that Moses named Jupiter after the Jewish people.
And by they say that, you're referring to yourself in the third person, gender, non-specific they?
Like Big Lebowski, he says the journalistic we. I don't know, McSad. It's a joke.
But right, before, back in the day when the ancients were just looking at lights in the sky, they could be like, okay, fine, there's lights up there. That's cool. Seems like a signal. Let's study the signal. Cool. But at this point, with our knowledge of physics, saying Jupiter is just X size, significantly larger than we are. And just in terms of the care put into all of the design and creation, quantity-wise, more care was put into Jupiter than all of humanity and all of Earth. Multiple Earths. Even more so by the sun.
So in God's perfect world, is there conflict?
Yeah, I think so.
Which God?
Gods.
I think that God designed man to have a diversity of opinion.
I think man designed God to have a diversity of opinion. Boom.
But doesn't then it just become a game of, shutting up, because that would be the best way to one up the political spectrum in a way. I mean, or automating and scaling the power, to win power. I mean, this app is.
What do you want power for?
Survival, enhancement. I mean, it's a game. It's like refusing to play the video game. I mean, a slot machine is not a video game. You're literally just spending 20% on every bet. Now, if you play an interactive game, which is kind of what life is, just like this app, there's this linguistic one-upmanship that's taking place, and it's to your detriment if you don't study it or become aware of it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't mean about why do I want power. Well, linguistic communication strategy requires you to shut the fuck up, to meditate, to be silent, to just listen, and to stop thinking, to stop speaking, or to stop participating. It takes willpower or knowledge of that awareness, I suppose. That's all I'm saying.
Silence is boring.
I know, but look at it from the perspective of somebody trying to monetize or capitalize recordings, the recording industry, for example, the music industry, the movie industry. It requires people to shut the fuck up and create content. So content and contentment, I'm just trying to communicate. I am complete. And it's exhausting, by the way, to engage with people on this app that just, communicate, and just talk over you while you talk over them, and you create a bang room. I think it's detrimental and physically exhausting and sucks your life force out of your being.
I think it's just good, wholesome entertainment.
Yeah, entertainment. That's the way I see it too.
Right, meaning if you're imagining any kind of an encounter with two people on Clubhouse, or multiple where it's noisy. If it's multiple and it's noisy, you don't hear anything. If it's two people, they're yelling, they're interrupting, they're all heated, they're barely thinking through what they're saying, fine. The majority of the people are listening, paying attention, because it's entertaining. Right? So I feel like you're empathizing a little too much with
the active participants, the people actively listening, talking, and you're not thinking through all the people eating popcorn, listening.
No, it's true. It's performance. It's performative theater. I'm just saying, being a performative theater artist and coming on here and engaging in, extreme communication, which is very loud and noisy, it's physically exhausting to do it, for many hours at a time. The opportunity cost is not being monetized on my behalf, but I still like doing it. But I do recognize that it's draining. But again, it's theatrical performative.
Well, because I think that I'm not saying that you need to be silent per se, but you should downshift into being a bit passive. You can let Clubhouse happen around you. You'll then understand your attachment to it a bit better, and then be able to step away more, I think.
Like I've said, it's like road rage. I mean, we're off in our little hermetically sealed space, and we're doing and saying things we probably wouldn't do in person, right?
I feel like I'd say most of what I say on Clubhouse in person.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people don't,
No, I know.
Somebody's
There's definitely people that make use of that distinction in the act. They don't maintain the decorum they would.
Right, exactly. The road rage incident, Drive by in your Volkswagen and flipping off the guy in the Cadillac, right?
But it's a safe space for road raging.
It's funny that you comment that way, because there was one time that I remember, and I don't want to say names because I don't want to criticize someone too much, but someone was running a room, very soft, even-keeled, friendly guy. I think he got into an accident, while he's running the room. And he loses it. He's sitting there, he's still talking in the room. I showed up after the accident or something. I didn't hear the accident or what he was like before thing. But when it did, he was just fuming at everyone and everything. People that were still talking, trying to give advice. He had none of it. And it was just night and day, because this is the nicest guy, very holds decorum all the time. But he went through a traumatic incident. Give the guy some space, I get that, but no, you're right. There are people that abuse the delineation between Clubhouse and being in person to just be sometimes horrible wretches to say and illustrate disgusting terms, awful ideas. To some degree, it's a curse to the app. To some degree, it's the interest of the thing. Some ideas can be discussed because of this separation. But I still feel like decorum should be called for.
Yeah, I do agree.
Isn't the train wreck kind of entertaining, though?
It is, and that's the lure, isn't it? I mean, but yet we still need to have some, a level of decency, I guess, or like watching the train wreck. We don't want to go, God, look at those guts. I mean,
Yeah, but while it's crashing.
But it is what lures us. I mean, we all know that.
I prefer when the conversations are not about the drama of the Clubhouse characters.
I prefer when these people don't drone on and on about these woo-woo topics that just, come on, man.
What's a more grounded topic that isn't woo-woo? Okay, here's a topic I was thinking through a little bit. It seems to me like there are three black holes in human conception understanding. Things that draw our attention, we try to understand them perfectly, we fail, and they're just an eternal mystery. Okay, so the three things are human intelligence as distinct from the animals. That's one thing. I know people might argue on that one. Two is the difference between living things and non-living things. And then three is the difference between existing things and non-existing things. Those three are because
I was thinking through everyone talking about the psychophysical harmony as an argument for the existence of God. And one of the critiques was like, why are we talking about consciousness? Why should consciousness have anything to do with whether or not the world was created by a single non-physical entity, right? And it strikes me that there are these three kind of black holes pockets of like, can we come up with a good explanation? And consciousness is like one of them. Like human intelligence, what exactly is that? And the distinction between the living and the non-living. Which is why I think God comes up on those topics, those three. Existence, non-existence, living, non-living, and intelligent, non-intelligent.
That's just what I was talking about.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sad today.
What you got, man? What's the problem? We're here to heal.
I just in the morning I got to know my parents were cousins.
I didn't understand what you said.
Said he's the product of incest.
In the morning, I was just hearing a conversation. My parents were having a coffee, and this like slowly said, "Do you know we were cousins?" And I was like, "Oh my God, my parents were cousins! Oh God!"
Well, what are you worried about? Just like the lower IQ number, or are you just a comedy routine? Because I get the feeling you're just pulling our leg, Dr. Muslim.
No, I'm not pulling your leg. Basically, I was born in a Muslim family. Seriously, like, I never thought my parents were big cousins. So,
How has your life changed since you found this out?
basically, after learning that fact, for sure, I'm moving on soon.
Okay, so you got a plan to grow up. That's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, do you have something to say?
Well, Ash, I was going to say, we're all cousins. I mean, maybe to the 1/billionth of the 7th billionth, but, right? So I wouldn't worry about it.
Is there anybody a Muslim so I can have a real talk? You can understand my pain.
Okay, hello.
No, but I can role play. I'm kidding. You don't want any advice from me.
So Daniel, Nira, I'm wondering maybe we could do like a book club or a poetry reading room. What do you think, Daniel? I love it when you read.
He might not be there.
Yeah, he's been on break ever since I've been here, so I
Oh, he's sleeping.
Is he talking to an Illuminati agent?
Cora, what are you doing this Friday night? You going out with the girls? Staying home reading a book? What's on your schedule, Dr. Cora? I had some people in my other room telling me that they hate you, Cora.
What do you mean? Just started.
Basically, I was at the Harvard brand, and in one hand I had a beer, white top, 5% alcohol. In my other hand, I had Quran. And basically, one of my friends disliked the cigarette from me because my both hands were occupied. So basically, when I just when it became food, I
Fabulous. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. 8 at Crust.
she's probably busy too.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't think so.
Are you still harping on Issa? You think she's gonna pay her debts?
No. I was like, who's this John?
Look, those are my two mini-me's right there.
Let me see.
Jonathan and Andrew. Yeah, those are my little mini Jewish cousins, John and Andrew. They look just like me. I'm the larger, more handsome, intelligent version.
No, because you're the whiter one.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're gay midgets.
Nice.
Oh, wait, how tall are they?
4'11". They're twins. They're like icons in Chicago. They organize all the beautiful women in Chicago. I call them, they're technically Jewish pimps.
They're Jewish?
Yeah, they're both hardcore Zionist Jewish pimps that organize women and drug distribution.
And they called me a faggot kike. That's funny.
Isn't that funny?
No, I mean that you show that. That's funny.
I know. I reported
look at
it.
you. You look so young and skinny.
Nothing's changed.
No, you don't look young anymore.
Oh, you're projecting, fatty.
Come on.
Hey, John. So Brian Boswell, the guy next to me, he currently is taking a ton of psychedelics. So do you think that's changing like his neuronal patterns in his brain?
No, if you don't mix it with books, I don't think it actually changes anything. I think you're just like actually brain rotting yourself. The only way to create new patterns is by infusing new wiggles into your brain through these things called words. So if you want to do like a hypnosis session, I mean, I could record you reading a book, for 10 to 30 minutes, and I think that would be the best work you could do for yourself if you're going to use
Before I
hypnosis.
forget you to ask after this. So I looked at your election thing that you put on your Twitter, and it says personal Instagram. Is that the Instagram you put all of us there, or is it another Instagram that's only you?
No, I've mixed all my campaign stuff with all my Clown House stuff. Everything is rebranded Republican.
That won't help. Like, I want you to win. Like, don't do that.
It's all spam, and if the voters don't recognize that it's all spam, well, then they're going to choose the loser who's going to further impoverish them. So.
Like, the voters are going to see you're on Clubhouse and you're talking to us about nothing, and they're not going to vote for you.
Yeah, I know. It's a possibility, but...
Why are you doing that then?
I think John is a wizard and he can...
Also, John, that's your new, transcendental sort of enlightenment, all communication is spam now. Instead of all communication is hypnosis, all communication is just
Yeah, spam. He's using the spam a lot now, I noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Abby. See, Abby, I have, a dual purpose here. I'm not just running for office. I'm trying to enlighten people with the fact that, they're unenlightened and getting scammed. And so, even if I don't win, part of this is like perpetual regime change. I mean, getting other random people to run for Congress to unseat unethical people is it's a big part of the communication strategy. I'm trying to do spam army. And so as like a spam general, I don't actually engage in the battles. I may not win the war, but, I'm sending out legions of spammers to essentially destroy and disrupt and regime change perpetually.
Yeah.
Total automation of spam, complete at scale.
What do I want to say?
See, ideas live on forever.
You just, I mean, damn it.
When was the last time you broke a sweat, Abby?
Last night.
What were you doing?
Biking.
Oh, you were biking outside? You're one of those people who's got to work out outside.
Yes, and I told you. And you're like...
It's like not using technology.
That just doesn't allow me to go to the gym.
Oh my
I'm joking.
goodness.
I'm joking.
Yeah, it's better to work outside.
Before this gets like real. No,
I seems like getting ringworm or
Ryan, come on. You're not getting skin. You're not having dermatology problems because you're working outside. You're working some guy's fucking rod or something.
Next to people that don't wipe off the machines and put their dirty ass on everything.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I barely eat anything. So like.
Oh, my friend is here. My friend is here. We're about to do the pre-Shabbos prayers.
Oh, really? Oh.
Welcome, my friend. Did you enjoy our fucking roast of Cynic this morning, my friend? I thought it was rather funny. You were very funny, I thought.
It was a big waste of time in conclusion. In retrospect, in hindsight, I wish that I had not engaged at all.
I agree, but because we're recording it's at least it's like we created something. See, this is the interesting thing about art creation is a lot of times the mistakes end up becoming the genius gold, where you're like, these unanticipated mistakes end up actually becoming something interesting because it was a mistake and it's part of the exploratory process.
What was the funniest part of that? Because I just thought that whole thing was just fucking maddening.
For me, the funniest part when I was listening in is when Cynic was saying, "You're gonna commit suicide one day," and then everyone was like, "Is that projection?"
That was a good one.
Yeah, I mean that when you hear somebody say like, "Is that not just like a pure projection statement?" But anyways, I don't know. I mean, it's Friday night. The feeling is right. And I feel like the Shekhinah is coming tonight.
Why are you not my friend?
No, my crisis actor is here. Danny, can you say that Darren LaHood vaccinated you and your baby and killed your child with a Pfizer Moderna injection?
No. Wait, you're right. I did get Pfizer. How did you know that I did that when I was pregnant? Where am I?
Hello?
We can tell.
Hello? Is it really hell?
We can tell the way you're talking. It's like we're talking to Pfizer.
Yeah, I did have the Pfizer, me and my son. So what happened to my son?
When he grows up, probably he will sound like you.
This is for real, Abby. So do you have a new catalog of all my pictures?
Do you miss your mother?
Yeah, do you miss your mother?
I saw her today.
Do you miss your mother or do you miss your father more?
I saw her today, but
and
I don't know.
What's up with like me abusing my parents and that's why I'm in a mental hospital? Are you projecting?
No, someone told me that you killed your parents. That was the rumor that someone made about you on here. No, it wasn't me. Someone on here said that you killed your parents.
Oh, Pussy?
No, I don't know who it was. It was someone random on here that had said that you had killed your parents.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Shabbat Kabbalah. This is the Andrew Meyer Magic Effect Show. Abby.
I really want to meet Andrew Meyer. Like, that's my dream in life. Did you tell me, like, Zach, you never answered me? Did I upset you?
What? About what?
You said something, and then you never answered.
We need Issa to see this, so.
No, Issa's sleeping. Let her sleep. Oh, no.
I'm going to bully her until she... I know that Daniel came in. So.
Oh, I got blocked by Turkey.
Modded because they are blocking Diogenes, maybe.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
I'll bring you up.
Diogenes is trying to come in the room right now?
Maybe not. Maybe he will.
Oh, you hate Danny. You wanted to
brush
kick
you up. Here, there you go. I know that my friend hasn't blocked, so.
God, what a waste of time.
Christian or whether he's just a.
I think he was a troll, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And the man should be arrested, thrown in prison.
Not according to their constitution.
Oh Lord, you got more excuses than a nigga going to jail.
because you get a lot of credit, and your judges, the judges appointed by your Democratic presidents, get a lot of credit for screwing things up for Donald Trump. So I just thought I would go back and refresh my memory. The Congressional Budget Office, I'm reading, was created by the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. The law was passed by a Democratic-controlled Congress. Both the House and the Senate were under Democratic control. But then it was signed into law, and I'm old enough to remember who the president was in 74. A lot of you may not even have been born in 74. The president at that time was Richard Nixon, who signed that bill, who I believe, if memory continues to serve me correctly, was a Republican. So to be dismissive of this analysis because it was a Democratic-controlled Congress that created the Congressional Budget Office, and therefore the veracity of anything the CBO comes up with that may not be seen as positive by a Republican administration must be dismissed is obviously ludicrous. But okay, let's just say the CBO, even though it's not true, I don't believe, is controlled by the Democrats, and they're just trying to embarrass Donald Trump. Well, there are others who haven't analyzed this. You got any other two little brothers like this? I like to stick them all in a row. Primary differences over 10 years. Tell if you're joking. Rising by 7 being fully serious. The tax foundation but first you're going to tell me what this order is and why everybody cares so damn much about it. And then you're going to tell me who out there that don't want to buy it. Brilliant. The high-end community is here. High-end community is of any kind. I cannot possibly betray the confidentiality of my buyers. As a Jew, at a time when your party is in use of God, you're trying to eliminate. Now, who again is this buyer of yours? It would increase. You got any other two?
Can y'all please pretend
It's overwhelming. This is like yesterday. I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves of this. When they pass a bill, they're all
my tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got
someplace. So when we talk about this bill, and there's been a lot of coverage about this bill, it's always about the money, right? Well, they slipped into this bill something that has nothing to do with the money. Light is shed upon the righteous and joy on the upright. In particular, the Supreme Court can do. Joy. If the court wants to sanction anything that's done by government in the future, according to this bill, the funding for that isn't there. Now, that's a little bit of a complicated way of getting to the bottom line. So there is a great Newsweek article that talks about the hidden provision in the bill that would limit the ability of courts, including the Supreme Court, from enforcing their orders. And it offers, this Newsweek article does, a kind of explanation. It actually quotes from the bill. And when you read it, and especially if you're hearing it orally, it's confusing. But let me jump past the actual verbiage of this portion of the bill to read one paragraph that Newsweek published in an attempt to explain it to people like me who may have trouble contemplating it. The provision, Newsweek writes, would prohibit courts from enforcing contempt citations for violations of injunctions or temporary restraining orders, the main types of rulings that have been used to rein in President Trump's administration, unless the plaintiffs have paid a bond, something that rarely happens when someone sues the government. So there are those who have gone further to opine, and I thank Marshall for posting something that brought this to our attention overnight in the Critical Thinking Forum chat on Facebook Messenger, which is linked to at the top of the Clubhouse room right now for you to participate. Just click on it and join. Which says that this actually leads to a demise of democracy if it is passed, because you lose the checks and balances inherent in the Constitution, to which we had an extensive conversation yesterday. Now, this led me to want to scratch an itch. When I researched this further, found this Newsweek article, and published it to the chat after Marshall's contribution yesterday. And this is not really to the topic at hand, but it's an itch that I just have to publicly scratch here as I did in the chat. And it has to do with criticism of the news media for not doing its job as well as the news media ought to. You know, the Republican Congress, there's an oversight committee right now that's been established to investigate the possible, and I don't know that it's been determined, at least publicly I don't think it has, but everybody has their opinion. Reduction of the mental acuity of the previous president of the United States, and who knew about it, and if so, if it's true, and they're hiding of it from the public. There's a congressional committee right now that is actually called 4 or 5 staffers, and they want Joe Biden to come and testify potentially as well. And if those staffers who supposedly are in a position to know don't agree, and they're in negotiations right now, they would issue us subpoenas, haul them up before Congress, and make them spill the beans. What did they know about Mr. Biden's potential mental decline? But in the context of this, and I don't know how far this committee is going to go, and if it goes this far, to me it stinks of McCarthyism. They're talking about looking at, now again, this may just be political hyperbole and it may never reach the committee officially, the quote-unquote cover-up, that's the term that they are using, of the president's decline by the mainstream media. Well, folks, the reason I bring this up is because while I just cited a Newsweek article about this little hidden provision in the big, beautiful bill, in all likelihood, most of you never heard of this before today. And I hadn't heard about it until Marshall pointed it out in the chat overnight. Which means, and in my searching, my conclusion is validated that this has not gotten a lot of coverage. It's gotten minimal coverage. a provision of the bill that could potentially result in the demise of our democracy as we know it, because it would eliminate the checks and balances, not substantially covered. But nobody's calling that a cover-up. So the itch that I'm scratching is the use of the term cover-up. The mainstream media covered up Joe Biden's mental decline. In fairness, I think the reporters saw exactly what everybody here saw and reached whatever conclusion they reached, which I'm sure there was disagreement among them, as there would be disagreement among us about what was going on with President Biden. Some people are certain that it was a decline in his mental abilities. Some people say it was not. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is, there was no cover-up. There was no monolithic decision by the news agencies to cover this up. There were editorial decisions made. And you got to be careful, by the way, about what you report if you don't really know it, especially when it comes to a person's health issues. So I'm sure that played into all of this. So I think we have to be very careful about calling it a cover-up. But if you want to call that a cover-up, we'll call this a cover-up too. The mainstream media is covering up this provision of the big, beautiful bill that nobody is talking about. But what people are talking about in the bill is the first part of my recitation today, that it goes absolutely against the grain of what they are allegedly doing when Elon Musk is walking across the stage with a chainsaw literally in his hands, holding it over his head. Now, if you want to take it a step further and try to analyze this dichotomy, feel free. That's too much for my little brain to figure out. Why would they do this? Why are they so duplicit? Why are they causing 30,000 people to lose their jobs, programs to be cut, and which may or may not be to the benefit of society? That's arguable on a case-by-case basis, with the express purpose of reducing the deficit while introducing a bill that increases it. I don't get it. All right, glad to see that my little dissertation brought a lot of people onto the stage, maybe some of you to figuratively bitch slap me. And if so, I'm welcome to a re-education from you collectively. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them. And today that order begins with Scott.
It's a big, beautiful bill, and we love it, Gary. We love the bill. We love Baumgarten. Baumgarten loves the bill. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple thoughts in no particular order. First of all, I think the sort of alleged hypocrisy between the quote-unquote fiscal responsibility and this deficit, the massive deficit increase that will happen as a result of the big and beautiful bill. It's not only hypocrisy. I think it's what it is you can be anti-government and have no commitment to fiscal responsibility, right? I mean, or maybe it's just disingenuous or something. Just being disingenuous, perhaps. But I mean, you can hate, which I think a lot of the people in the Republican Party just hate these programs, right? Just hate the government money is going to certain things like food programs and like subsidized medical treat care for poor people. And I'm not trying to demonize them. I'm just saying they think that's what government should not be doing. The government should not be about the business of this, right? That government is not. It's not the federal government's role, right? So you can celebrate all of this cutting just in the name of we don't think government should do it, right? And so I think I think that maybe where the disingenuousness just comes in is the idea that it's fiscal responsibility, Doge. I mean, that's just how they smuggle stuff through customs. The same thing with anti-Semitism, right? That's how they get the goods through customs. You know me, Gary. There's nobody bigger on the stage as defender of Israel or issues, speaks out against anti-Semitism more than I do. We critique it in my own party. But this anti-Semitism stuff at Harvard, that's the way you get the goods through customs, that's the dogs, and then really shut down the institutions you want to shut down. The fiscal responsibility, that's how you put up the window. Oh, we're doing it in fiscal responsibility. That stuff is really about shutting down, about curtailing the government, right? About restricting the role of the federal government. It's in, I'm not saying that Trump is taking all of his marching orders from Project 2025 or anything like that. It's clear, right? I mean, Project 2025 wasn't panned on the right? I mean, it's a window into what mainstream Republicans think right now, right? Not all Republicans, but a good part of the party. So, I mean, I think that this idea that, hey, we just hate government, and it might not, we might even increase the deficit, but we're still going to cut the stuff we don't like just because we don't think government should do it. I mean, that seems to be what's going on there. Yeah, it is a fact that, look, both parties have had deficit problems, right? But it's also a fact that it's worse among Republicans, right? I mean, not drastic, not that Democrats don't increase deficits, but we've only had surpluses among Democratic presidents in the past 2 decades, namely under Clinton. The deficits tended to go down under Democratic presidents, right? The other thing is, Obamacare and the Inflation Reduction Act, probably the worst piece of legislation name-wise ever. A big, beautiful bill is at least kind of funny. The Inflation Reduction Act was paid for. It was paid for with tax cuts or tax increases. Now, people might not like tax increases, right? And you can say, oh, taxes can do this, that, or the other. But the Democrats had the intention of paying for that, as did Obamacare was paid for by tax increases. Now, what happens is, and one of the reasons I think Republicans are worse on the deficit is because they're allergic to raising revenue, but very, very, and also allergic to cutting a lot of the kind of spending that would need to be cut if you're going to be fiscally responsible. So what they do is they cut taxes, refuse to raise them no matter how much it's needed for deficit reduction, and then just keep spending. I mean, they spend like drunken sailors. So, I mean, it's very interesting that there's this kind of narrative of the tax and spend liberal, right? The Republicans are the party of fiscal responsibility. That's just not true. I mean, it's just not true, right? I mean, let me just say it one more time. It's just not true. The Republicans don't have that record. And we have this narrative as though Democrats are really bad on this stuff. It's not the case. It's not the case. It's just simply not the case. Now, again, we can come up with all different reasons for that. And some of them might be legitimate, some not legitimate. But the fact is, the Republicans have a worse record on deficits in recent memory, since Reagan, than Democrats do. Now, my Republican friends will come back and say this, and this will be one of the arguments, that really the deficit is not going to be as bad as projected because these tax cuts will generate revenue. And you look at conservative economists, they'll make the case that in the Reagan era, the tax cuts doubled the revenue coming into the federal government from like $500 billion to $1 trillion or something. I forget what the numbers are. Sure, but the deficit's showing up because the spending didn't stop, right? So whether or not that's true in all cases, that these tax cuts will be offset to some degree because they spike the economy and the economy is more productive, and then that productivity gets taxed, and then that increases the money in the coffers coming into the federal government. Maybe, I mean, we could debate that, but that will be the argument that that's what's going on. So, I mean, two other things. First off, I mean, I'm not against all tax cuts, and I think tax cuts can be really good strategic things. Especially, I mean, the time to cut taxes right, is when the economy needs it, when the economy's slow. Here, it seems to be the opposite. We're cutting taxes, going to drive up the deficit, which is going to be not stimulative and probably contribute to a recessionary effect. So it's sort of like it's actually using tax cuts to do the opposite of the usual desired effect. Lastly, I just think this is stupid politics. I think Trump should listen to the Steve Bannon types, the populists that got him there. Trump said a lot of things. He said, I remember when he was running in 2016, he said, I'm not going to cut Social Security. I'm going to save Medicare. He said, not a very Republican thing to say. I mean, Trump ran as a different kind of Republican, right? That he was not anti-entitlement, that he was not this Reagan supply side guy. He should take that mantle back up. He should listen to Steve Bannon and the populists in his own party. I mean, Bannon has talked about taxing the shit out of rich people and doing stuff for the working class, right? That's real populism. But this bill is just a return to the kind of supply side conservatism that the party had rejected, right? And the voters had rejected in Trump, and saying that, no, we want a different kind of, we don't want the establishment Reagan supply siders. So I think the embrace of this thing is just, I think it's going to be not a great bill. And it's also bad politics because it's the biggest transfer of wealth, I think, in legislative history from poor people to rich people. You're taking people's food stamps and Medicaid and with that money, channeling that to tax cuts for the 1%. This is just, it's bad, I think, morally, but it's also just stupid politics. Trump won people under $50,000 a year. For the first time, Republicans generally don't win that group, right? So what do you do? I mean, stick with the one that brought you. You're going to screw the people that helped get you into office. So on so many levels, I think this is just bad. It's a bad bill, I think. I don't think it's big. I don't think it is big, but I don't think it's beautiful, Gary. But I think it's just stupid politics. So, but, what do I know? Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Marshall.
You got to come back to me. I'm doing something.
Okay. We'll now go then.
Marshall's my guy. Marshall's planning. He's on Amazon spending his tax cuts, his Republican tax cuts. He's already got them spent.
I see. John.
John, my man.
Wow. Dominic.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, I can wait. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not happy. This is just like another omnibus bill. All these bills are multi-trillion-dollar bills, and they should do it line item by line item so the president can void it out. And we have to start being practical, pragmatic, fiscally conservative people in this country. If we don't, we're all immoral, and I accept personal responsibility for it. So that's the way I view it. Thank you, Gary.
John.
You don't have to accept personal responsibility.
I don't think that it's within your control or mine or anybody's what they do in Washington, really. We can influence it, but we can't control it. But I appreciate your frustration, which probably led you to that pronouncement. Dominic.
Hey, Gary. Shabbat shalom. I don't know what to say. I hate to follow Scott because he was so eloquent and theatrical. Podcast pro.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Dominic.
I just, it's so weird that the politics is so tight. We're looking at majorities of 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 votes. If we were to flip this over and give the Democrats a 3-vote majority in the Congress, I wonder what the politics would be like.
would we have another impeachment? Would there be, an entirely different type of dynamic?
Well, certainly there would not be an investigation into the alleged cover-up of the alleged mental decline of the previous president of the United States.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, absolutely not. So I don't know, Gary. I'm confused about the whole omnibus thing. I just wish we were going back to when Reagan was president. Who was Speaker of the House then?
Dick O'Neill.
Yeah, it was a little bit, let's go have a beer and do a budget. And, people were actually, there was a sense that we were together as a nation, and that we weren't literally trying to kill each other. Very difficult for me. I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I'm just depressed because it's Friday. I don't know what to think. I'm humbled today. I'm gonna leave it at that, Gary. Thanks.
Thank you, Dominic Marshall. Are you back?
No, I'm still trying to figure this out. Sorry.
Okay, we want to hear from you, so please come back when you can. Steve?
Yeah, the stuff, the left-wing media covering up stuff, or whatever source of media you got. The fact is that we've become stratified in media, just like the country's become stratified. If you look at how MSNBC is going to present the story versus how Fox News is going to present it, they're all going to have their little angle on it, and they're going to have their agendas. To pretend otherwise is just asinine to the core. These are not people with clean hands. They're not people that don't have motives, that don't have political implications left and right. I do believe that most of these people had a pretty good idea. I mean, the average person could look and see what was going down here. And if you really wanted to know and you had any inclination to find out, and you was in a news division with access to resources that most of these media outlets had, they could have looked at it, they could have found out, they could have reported on it. The fact is that after he put on that debate, I was watching a panel for CNN, and they just went back crazy. The knives were out, the jig was up, they knew it, and they was ready to cut their guys' throat to the bill. Like Dominic was saying, there's small majorities there. There's trade-offs that's going on. Anytime you don't have a majority where it's like herding cats trying to get through what you want. Scott's right though. Under Reagan, they cut taxes, revenues went up. The problem wasn't revenue. The concept that lower taxes won't generate better revenue. The concept was that politicians had access to more money and they spent it. So if you cut something and it works, that doesn't mean the concept is wrong. That means the people that got a hold of the money have done something nefarious with it. But of course, Trump's Satan. Everything he does is nefarious, and he's gonna get you. So, these conversations become very, very difficult. It's like you've shot a horse and you took your club out and you're beating the horse to death. Well, the horse is dead. We know it. So grab your club, beat on. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And we'll now go to Merrill.
I've got a couple thoughts regarding what Steve just said and what you've talked about. Steve just said that if the press really had dug deep, they'd have found out. I assume he means they would have found out that there was a secret and that Joe Biden was mentally deficient. That's what I'm understanding him to say. With regard to Joe Biden, and I'm not cutting him any slack. I've been on the show and said I didn't want him to run. I said it right in the very beginning, and I love him, but I didn't want him to run. Joe Biden's problems that we saw that were very evident was the physical weakness. We saw how he had trouble walking. That's a man who really needed to be using a walker or a wheelchair. We didn't know anything beyond the debate. You can't talk about beyond the debate because most of the people here never listened to any other speech he gave. Never. They didn't watch him in France. They didn't pay attention, and they've admitted that sometimes.
Meryl, he had to be minded back in France by two staffers at two separate times.
I understand what you're saying, Marshall, but let's go into this, Marshall. You know the Goldwater rule, right?
Yes, I'm aware of the Goldwater rule.
Okay, and what is the Goldwater rule? You always challenge.
That we should not assign actual diagnoses to the president. I'm not sure how that's relevant because a giant group of psychologists decided to break the Goldwater rule and say that Trump was like narcissistic or crazy or some psychological disorder.
Correct. But to go to what Gary was talking about, that's where the media has a problem. They don't know how far they can write about things because they don't have the actual diagnoses. They don't have anything other than that he has prostate cancer. And I'm not going to say that there isn't something wrong. We watched it, but not to the effect. We don't talk about Trump. He's not in the headlines. He's not, his deficiency, his person. Not in the press. That's not.
So if you understand the situation, that I have nothing to hide, that everything is open, so okay, big deal, so you know about it. But I know that he is a modern, that's all. These people who can contact with people who die, and like this. Otherwise, he couldn't get all this information he knows about.
So you are entertaining that he's a sorcerer.
Yeah, that means I'm important. It says that I exist. It says that there are people who want to waste a lot of time and maybe also money about knowing details about me. For what? What is more?
You have this in Israel? Do you have sorcerers?
I don't know. If it's true, it sounds to me a little bit crazy that the government will put company to check information where my grandmother comes from. I don't know. Seems to me a little bit crazy.
All information is available at a price with the right access.
So somebody told me that you can arrive to this information. I don't believe it, but maybe it's true. But even if it's true, so what?
Well, Cynic is in some type of a terrorist tracking database.
And so what? Then why do you care, Emma?
I don't care, really. I really don't care.
He's got no problem, Cynic. He drives a bus. He lives on a kibbutz. His life is, pretty basic and calm. I mean, it's you, Dr. Cynic. You're the future of schmucks. I mean, if you unfuck yourself now, maybe there'll be a chance that your future life is unfucked.
John Kitover. Shalom, John Kitover. Who are you?
Ribono Shalom. Good Shabbos, Dr. Amos.
The comedy. Okay. Comedy with a new name. Okay. Comedy come with a new title. Okay. I hope that maybe you have also a new mind. A new brain inside your head also.
Well, even if I didn't have a new brain and I had brain rot, it would still be more intelligent than Cynic's brain. That guy is total brain rot.
What do you think, Amos?
I think that I want now some Cannies to come, like Shimi Beaton. You know Shimi Beaton? I want people like Shimi Beaton now. I have enough Palestinians. Now I need the Cannies. And then we sit together, Kahanists and Palestinians.
Someone blow the shofar. Let's bring in some IDF Kahanists in here, some real Zionist patriots who can fight these anti-Zionist propagandists.
You want somebody to blow the shofar, do you?
Let's hear your best blow. You hear that, cynic? Call your uncles, call your cousins, tell them to pack their bags. They're going to Libya.
So why do you come into a coexistence room, John? What's your goal?
Well, I'm a little bored, got a little downtime before my next project, and, you know, I just find these rooms to be fun, but I think until you define coexistence, you'll never have coexistence, and I never hear anybody here actually defining the term with existence. Get with existence. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah. Why don't you define it?
I think co is with, and then existence is to exist. So get with the flow of things is what it's saying, which means obey the law. Stop being a murderous terrorist propaganda supporter. Stop supporting and promoting terrorism. That's what Cynic does. That's what a lot of these pro-free Palestine people do here on this app. They just propagandize.
What kind of response would you expect from what you just said? Come on, John, you're an intelligent guy. What kind of response, what kind of coexistence response would you expect?
סורי לגבי שלא באתי, נשפכתי לי שם.
No, you're not saying anything hostile, John. You're not saying anything at all.
Yeah, I can hear you. I mean, I just told you my spiel. I don't understand. What are you asking for, Dr. Aton?
And that's pretty much all you have to say, isn't it? No, that's all he has to say.
It's my shtick. I mean, everybody here's got a shtick. You got a shtick. Amos got a shtick. Cynic got a shtick. We all got shticks. Why are you asking me about my shtick? It's different from your shtick. You expect everybody's shtick to be the same?
Yeah, it's all slaps, isn't it, John? Okay, when a room is called something and your intention is to do something else, it's called trolling, John.
Why people that I don't know add me as a friend? I don't get it.
You're a nice guy.
You know how many of you I have as my friends? Why you have so fucking many names? Can you stick to one?
Because you can follow what rooms they're in. It just leads you to other, conversations. It's not like, it doesn't have to be weird.
People love you, Shimmy.
No, they don't. They want to piggyback on me.
Yeah, we just want to hitch our star to your wagon. That's all.
Set it backwards and perfect. Amos, what are you doing for the holiday?
What holiday? Shavuot holiday?
What?
I really have no idea where I'm going to be. Where my family takes me, I go. I'm those people, do nothing, don't want to do anything. They go there, he goes there, they go there. I go after everybody, like with the wind. Where the wind is blowing, I'm going with the wind.
I think the holidays that we can do barbecue are more fun.
I mean, listen, if you can flow with the wind, you're like a Skywalker. It's like being an angel. It's a good place to be, Dr. Amos.
Yeah, it's true. I always try to be a good place.
So last year in Tel Aviv on Shavuot, there was like these carriages with like young girls wearing wreaths and somebody playing the flute and someone else reading passages from the Megillah that we read on Shavuot. It was beautiful. Took you back to like a biblical time.
Sorry, don't you read Megillah on Purim?
Megillat wrote. The Megillat you're talking about.
Megillah Esther.
Megillat Esther, yeah.
I didn't know we named Ruth the Megillah. Thank you for teaching me something.
Well, it happens. Thank you for learning.
I mean, Eitan, why can't the world just be like Skokie, Illinois?
You know, I miss Skokie. I miss Skokie, and I miss my youth there. And I even miss, like, when the Nazis wanted to march, and everybody turned the whole community upside down. I don't know if you remember that. You're too young for that, right?
No, everybody knows that story, and everybody's seen the movie with the guy who played Meyer Lansky.
That guy who played Meyer Lansky.
From Godfather 2, the guy that played Meyer Lansky is the guy who did the movie about the march in Skokie.
No, wait
What's
a
the
minute.
movie called? I want to check this out.
No, there's another movie then. The one I'm talking about is called Skokie with Danny Kaye.
Oh, maybe, yeah, okay.
George Sunza was like the Nazi guy. You know what I'm talking about? He was in one of those police shows, Law and Order or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? But is there like another version of this movie?
I don't know. I've never actually seen it, but I thought I saw a Dust Jacket with that actor playing, like, I guess whoever the,
Abby
lead the
knows
role is.
all about this movie. But I remember when I was like 12 years old, they even interviewed me on television, and it was like the big thing on the dating scene. Where do you stand on this? And calmness and everything. Banners in the windows. And it was a big deal, to let the Nazis march. And he thought he was going to win either way. If he wins, you remember this one, right? If he gets the march, he gets the march. If he doesn't, he thought he was.
Yeah, well, if it's 2025, they would have just come on Clown House and created a coexistence room or a Free Palestine room with Amir or Edward, and they would have marched on social audio platforms as they do today by the thousands, the hundreds of thousands.
Skokie, man. I don't think Skokie was more than half Jewish ever, though, but there was a lot of Jewish people there.
I think it's technically the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel. I mean, isn't it even bigger than Brooklyn?
No, you're thinking of, I don't know, Brooklyn or New York or whatever.
Yeah, Brooklyn's got to be the second biggest.
Yeah, but you know what the most famous restaurant there is? All these Israelis go to Pita Inn, owned by Falach.
I mean, yeah, it's good, but it's not like that amazing. I mean, there are some other, I don't know, it's good. It's good.
Well, I haven't been to Chicago like in 25 years, but there was like a few restaurants. I don't know if you were like frequenting these places, maybe you were eating other stuff, but Moroccan restaurant, Shalom, you know that one?
No.
Anyway, this is getting too specifically Chicago. Let's go back to something more controversial. And now for something more controversial.
See, people coexist everywhere. It's the lawbreakers that aren't the ones that are not coexisting. I mean, Chicago is a multi-ethnic city-state, and the only problem here is crime, and crime is agnostic. It happens. But the problem is you can't have coexistence if people won't obey the law.
Do they still have the Maxwell Street Polish?
Yeah.
Oh, missed that.
Yeah, some guy just got robbed and murdered the other day outside of that place.
Oh, yeah. It's not funny, but it's just, I'm just laughing because it's so ironic. It's not funny, really. It's the way you put it was kind of funny, though. But, I mean, is it still the same place or they moved it?
No, it's still the same place.
It's a pretty rotten neighborhood. They used to be called Jewtown. They still call it Jewtown?
No.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of vehement anti-Semitic Jew-hating pieces of shit that sit on the city aldermanic council, and they have no problem espousing, essentially propaganda and death threats against Jews.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, they wear the keffiyeh. I mean, there are literally jihadists in the city aldermanic council.
Yeah. Well, I left Chicago, so I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, this town sucks.
Spilling over for Michigan, John.
They're everywhere. I go to the park. There's women in burqas. It's unbelievable how many Muslims have infested America, the cities. I mean,
that's what happens when there's 2 billion of them in the world.
I'm taking a walk right now in Brooklyn, and so many niqabs, full face covers, everything. It's crazy.
Everybody's speaking Arabic. It's unbelievable.
What does Oak Street Beach look like? Does it
all
still
these jihadists in plain sight.
I recently saw a woman in a niqab watching her husband and son play in the lake while she stood there in 90-degree heat, sweating underneath a black sheet. She couldn't go in the water, so she had to watch her son and father play from the distance. It was very sad. I felt so bad for her, and I could tell she didn't have enough water as she was essentially cooking underneath a black flannel in 90-degree heat. What a sacrifice for Allah. Truly, her faith is divine.
I mean, if that's what you consider a sacrifice, what's more of a sacrifice? A woman shaving her head and wearing a wig at 90 degrees? And
No, why can't a woman get into the lake with her husband and son in a bathing suit and enjoy the sun? I mean, why does she have to be so modest?
We have that in Judaism too. We have that in Judaism too, John.
The guy's a fucking idiot.
I'm just saying, if you're sweating underneath a wig and you're an Orthodox woman, I mean, it's a cultural thing. I reported you, cynic.
They're not wearing fucking niqabs in Judaism. I don't know what Judaism you're talking about.
Look at my profile, cynic. I reported you. You called me a faggot kike about 30 minutes ago. I've reported you. I expect your account to be terminated shortly. You'll get a party hat soon, I'm sure. You'll be back.
Why does Amos always leave the room? I don't understand this guy. Why does he make a room and then leave it?
He's tired. He's ready to go to sleep.
Exactly, his room sucks.
You know what makes a room suck? It's the people really that make it suck, because after all, the app is basically nothing. It's the people who suck.
One person at a time here. Okay, let's hear Cynic.
I'm just saying, if he had a higher pitched voice, he would make glass break.
Okay.
If you had more of a nasal voice, you'd technically be like a leather skin drum or something. I don't know.
Whatever, man. I'm just glad I don't sound like you.
Yes, you do. You sound just like me all the time. Cynic, have you ever been accused of being Jewish with that nasally, raspy voice you have? I'm sure you have.
Not really. People don't associate Middle Eastern look with Jews.
You've got a Middle Eastern look? What makes you look Middle Eastern?
If it's on walk down the street, assuming he looks like in the PTI, people are not going to assume he's Jewish. They're going to assume he's Middle Eastern.
Oh, well, Jews are Middle Eastern, so their assumption would be correct.
When they see Cynic sandals, they know right away he's not Jewish.
Well, this is California, everybody.
That's because Jews have grooming standards with regards to clipping nails. Cynic probably has toe fungus. They're probably all yellow and dirty at this point, and he's got these cheap plastic sandals that he wears. He only repairs laptops, and he's here 80 hours a week, so he can't actually be pulling down a decent salary. Are we right, Cynic?
Damn, he just cooked you, bro. Woo! Hey, I'm gonna get a fire extinguisher because he lit him on fire.
Seriously.
I expose more ignorance. Are you kidding me? This loser's here 80 hours a week trying to free Palestine.
I really think this guy's
So entertaining. Johnny, if you can visit any
that's the kind of person you are, Harry. You're kind of fucking.
He's more entertaining than you'll ever be, bro. That's the funniest part about it.
You can't say shit, bro.
You're the most boring fucking person on this app.
Loser.
I'm the loser. You're the fucking loser. Like John just said. You're on this app 80 hours a week and you have a pair of laptops for them. Damn, that sounds like a great life.
You look like a retard, that's why.
Does he look like a retard? Well, I'm sorry that you look like a retard.
All right. Guys.
You don't know what I look like, so how would you know if I look like a retard?
I can tell.
You can tell by my voice I look like a retard. You hear this, guys? This is ridiculous. This is the education motherfucker right here. The education he got in Gaza when he was there for the second Intifada.
Yeah, how old were you during that Intifada experience, Cynic? And did you get a quesadilla?
Say that you lived in Gaza.
When you can engage without.
How old were you when you lived in Gaza, Cynic? Please tell us all.
What memories of the Intifada do you have, Dr. Cynic?
I don't care about this clown.
Yeah, what memories do you have?
Everybody knows the fucking comedy guy is a clown, so I don't need to go.
Nah. Everyone knows that you're the clown.
Everybody, I just want to let you know. Also, everybody thinks you're a clown too.
Do you think I give a shit what people on Clubhouse think about me?
People know something.
For you to even make this comment shows that you really care what people think about you on a fucking app. That's fucking hilarious.
Comedy must have some sort of.
Oh my god, man, that's just so funny, bro.
It's experiential comedy, Cynic.
Crazy, dude.
You're the material. Don't you get
I
it?
think I give a shit what people on an app think about me. That's funny, bro. That's the funniest thing I might have heard all week, actually.
Listen, Harry, they're not judging you personally. They don't know you.
I don't care if they're judging me or thinking about me. I don't care. All I know is that I live in you guys' head rent-free.
No one lives.
I live in all y'all's head rent-free all the time. That's why you guys know me. And that's why you know John, because that's what we do. We live in your heads rent-free.
No. You hop into stages where we are present, and then you guys disrupt. Because you are trying to cover up for your
Disrupt
idiocy.
what? There was nothing going on. No one was talking in here. What are we disrupting?
Well, you guys are not letting.
Is there an intellectual conversation going on? I don't think so.
Are intimidated. You can't exist. That's the point. You're incapable of intellectual discussion.
Cynic. They cooked you earlier today for like 3 hours in that room. What are you talking about? Daniel cooked you in that room. You had a gay boy cook you all day long, bro. That was funny, bro. That was actually hilarious.
All right, make a point right now. What did he cook me?
What do I need? I don't need to make any points. I'm sitting here playing video games, listening to you, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
Point proven.
Well, I guess you just made a point then, right?
I did.
Do you feel better about yourself now?
That's all you.
Do you feel better about yourself now? Are you gonna fall asleep tonight, knowing that you proved the point?
I'm all about honesty.
Oh yeah. You're all about honesty. You don't even know history. How are you gonna be honest if you don't know history?
You're not gonna cover it up, man. You're an idiot.
Cover what up? That's not my job to cover anything up.
Yeah, you're covering up your idiot.
You called me a kike faggot today, and you said I should go kill myself and commit suicide. What kind of advice is that, Dr. Cynic?
You are. I just told you.
You hear that, gentlemen? I give you your coexistence. This is Cynic's coexistence. He called me a kike faggot and told me to kill myself. Is that coexistence to you?
Doesn't sound like. What about you, Amos? Do you think that's coexistence? No answer.
And he calls me the clown. It takes a clown to know a clown. It's all projection all the time with this piece of shit.
He's on this phone. His mommy's calling him.
If this is coexistence, yes, of course.
Oh, yeah? Huh? Do you know what the definition of coexistence is, Amos?
What?
I'm asking you.
What's the definition?
I mean, you're the one that made your room name coexistence every day, so I want to know if you know what it actually means.
You know, it can be in a lot of perspective. How to look about coexistence.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
The rest of the people, we don't want them. So we will stay. Me and Lee and Harry and Chucky and Cookie and Kaka and Coco. Stay alone.
Who's Coco?
Only Jewish people, because we don't want any Palestinian to interrupt us.
That's actually not true at all. We have more than just only Jewish people in our rooms all the time, actually. So it's not true. I don't know who told you that.
All supporting Israel.
What's wrong with supporting Israel?
It's a
shouldn't you be supporting Israel? You live there. You don't support your own country?
I think that in Clubhouse, we should try to make coexistence between everyone.
Harry, why would you support Israel? It's 2025.
Why would I not support Israel?
Why would you?
Because I'm from Israel. That's why I would support Israel.
You're not from the West?
I'm from both countries. I could be from both places. It's called dual citizenship.
You weren't taught in school that what they're doing is wrong.
Who's doing is wrong? Hamas?
What Israel's doing is wrong.
What is Israel doing that's wrong?
You were never taught in school that if you
What is Israel doing that's wrong? Can you? I'm asking. What is Israel doing? Huh?
Asking you. Breaking every commandment. Who never taught you that the actions of Israel is wrong?
What are the actions of Israel that are wrong?
Breaking every commandment.
I'm not talking to you, Cynic. I'm talking to Auntie.
I can talk to whoever the fuck I want. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hang out.
Harry,
so cute that my buddy's attacking me. Oh, that's so cute.
They're breaking every law.
He has to answer for you. You're gonna let him answer for you, Auntie, or you can answer the question yourself, like a big boy.
Bro, he just bitched you, bro. Like, I don't know.
Bitch me what?
No, Cynic just loves to cast dispersions, but he hates to deny. He denies October 7th every chance he gets. Never discusses it.
Harry, I'll ask you again. Break his ass in half.
You break his ass in half. That sounds gay.
So Harry, you were never taught in school that a nation like Israel is not a good nation and is evil.
It's not a good nation and it's evil. Brother, this is a coexistence room. Take your anti-Semitism to the hate speech room.
It's conduct
is conduct.
Have you ever left
for a line with what we call a sovereign nation.
What state are you from, Auntie?
Listen, I asked you a question. All I asked you was, did you not learn it?
Cynic, you're eating your own tail. You're an Ouroboros. You're like a self-eating snake.
In my school, that's not what we were taught. I went to school in America, so I don't know where you went to school.
So what were you taught in America? You were taught that if you want to take somebody's land, you're allowed to kill them? Is that what you taught?
Who's land?
I want to know, were you taught that in America? Are you taught in America?
You sound like you think that you're smart, but actually, I'll make sure.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
How dumb you really are. Go ahead.
All I did was ask you a question.
Let's talk about it.
All I did was ask you a question.
Okay, I'm answering the question. Who took whose land?
Were you taught in America that if you kill somebody
I already answered that question. How many times are you going to talk about
the same
question?
What was the answer?
Who's took whose land?
I told you, we learned about it in school here that Israel is not an aggressing country and is not evil here in America. So I don't know where you heard that information.
Really? They teach you that?
That's not even what I asked you. All I asked you was, in America, are you taught that a nation...
English? Are you learned?
Yes. I'm
not going to talk to somebody.
Did you learn in school in America? Did you learn in school in America that you are allowed to just go around and kill people for their home and land?
Oh, so now that's a different question. That was not what
you said. It's the same question, but you told me the same question.
Every time you change
you wanted to try to attack me.
Are you going to keep up with the same question, or are you going to change the question every time?
Buddy, are you going to answer the same question I asked? Or is it problematic?
Oh my god, this guy's literally a retard on Clubhouse. Another retard in Clubhouse, dumbass.
Okay, so what school taught you to kill people for their home?
Do I kill people? Where have I killed anybody?
Bro, buddy,
where did you go to school to come on Clown House and ask these difficult questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again?
Why are you
nice and friendly with me, bitch?
All I asked you was, did you learn that Israel is a good nation in school? Why are you crashing out?
I told you, yes, you learned. Israel is a good nation that doesn't do what you're saying that they do. That's what I've learned.
So they don't do anything
wrong? You want me to say it another 5 times?
No, let's hear you lie again. So you're saying they don't do anything wrong?
Oh, let's hear you lie again. Is that what you're trying to do? That you think that I'm lying?
Say it again. I want you to say that you believe Israel does nothing wrong. I want you to say that you believe
actual information, all that you presented the whole time, right?
Oh, now you don't know how to speak English? I'm asking you one thing. Say that Israel does nothing wrong.
Okay, you're retarded. I'm not going to talk to you.
Aren't you just mad?
I don't know.
I don't know.
What you're trying to prove. What do you want me to say something that I'm not going to say? What are you going to prove?
Black guy.
Yeah, I'm actually. I'm talking to two retards. Oh my god, it's just fucking hilarious.
That's you, bro. You just said you support Israel.
The guy that's never seen what I look like knows what my color of my skin is by my voice.
He's
That's
literally
funny.
a black guy.
Another guy trying to get me to say something that I don't agree with. That's the funny part.
We have
no point at all.
I can imagine you look at America.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis.
What's up, you in the comments?
Kitover.
Oh my god. Okay, yo, so I want to ask you, Harry, why are you just taking a knee for Amos, begging for recognition? Can you tell us that? You can't even. Yo, Amos, does Israel do anything wrong?
Did Israel what?
Does Israel do anything wrong?
If Israel do anything wrong, Israel do a lot of wrong.
This guy's a retard, not gonna lie.
Look, it's called a conflict, so everyone is going to do something wrong.
I mean, this guy's questions are so open-ended. It's like you're talking to.
You can talk to that guy, but not me.
Wrong?
Crazy.
Did Israel do anything wrong? Like little 5-year-olds ask this question, bro. Ask them more.
Didn't you just say that?
Fucking
Didn't you just say you just Didn't you just say you just learned this in school, my boy? What's wrong with this guy?
First of all, learned is not a word.
Are you even old enough to be in this app?
Holy shit, dude! Learn how to speak English.
Show us your ID and your blood. Guy, 18-year-olds think they're sick.
Has Hamas done anything wrong? Can you answer that question?
No. What do they do?
They haven't done anything wrong.
I'm not like you. I stand over. So
what?
Again, Harry, this is a total waste of time. You'd be much better off preparing for Shabbos.
This guy thinks the terrorist organization doesn't do anything wrong. It's funny.
Okay, so what is a terrorist
Do you
organization?
live in America? First of all, do you live in America or not?
No, what is a terrorist organization?
Do you live in America or not?
I'm asking you a question.
Do you live in America or not?
This guy's fucking a retard.
Was
Israel established by terrorist organizations? Self-declared.
The country where there's like brutality and like.
All right, now you're making mess over here.
We are not making a mess over here.
So mind your business.
No, we're not making a mess over here.
This is none of your business, bro.
It is our business. American culture is my
So
business.
you adopt other people's problems. That's what you do.
No, American.
Retirees all over the place. These Republicans are they're out in left field. They don't realize how many Americans aren't going to be able to recover from this. And with 50% of all bankruptcies in America tied to medical expenditures and bills, that's only going to go up. So, yeah, and the fact that Elon he went around and like I said, he's going to put all these programs in the wood chipper. He went after the IRS. The IRS is tasked with going after the money that is owed this country. And they're talking about massive amount of revenue now not being able to be collected. Sophisticated brain power, subject matter experts being let go to go to war with these corporations.